The Final Fantasy series is big. It's big, and it's long. Can I have a new sentence? Thank you. Final Fantasy is one of the pillars of gaming's pantheon, an indefatigable series historically, culturally, and artistically. It's a mess of a behemoth of a franchise, composed of 16 independent mainline entries, with each of those individual games having re-releases and graphical overhauls across many generations and platforms. Sequels to sequels, remakes and redux versions, and that's on top of movies and spin-offs. In a word, formidable. Because of its significance, I had a deep yearning, somewhere between desire and obligation, to sit down and play through all the mainline Final Fantasy games. So I did. Through the powers of a career-crippling video game addiction sparked, somehow, by Final Fantasy III, I played through the entire series from June 2023 to December 2023. This 7-month gauntlet has ended here, with a novel-length, 53,000-word analysis of the entire Final Fantasy series, covering each entry from the humble Final Fantasy I all the way to the AAA Final Fantasy XVI. What I observed while playing through the series is that Final Fantasy's unending influence on the gaming landscape helps to obscure its great artistry. From its debut in 1987, the Final Fantasy series, created by Hironobu Sakaguchi, has grown and changed from a popular series of Japanese RPGs to the driving force of global console RPGs and ultimately into one of gaming's most permanent institutions. The success of Final Fantasy helped turn Square, its developer and publisher, into a juggernaut capable of indulging numerous passion projects, corporate takeovers, anti-consumer shakedowns, Sisyphean technological advancements, and somehow losing fathoms of money, bucket after bucket of money, while also making more than just about any other entertainment business on the planet. The modern gaming landscape, from the companies that control it to our understanding of the RPG genre and the culture itself, cannot be disentangled from Final Fantasy. But I will try, mostly by leaving the historical half of Final Fantasy to other videos and other writers. Instead, we are going to look at these games as breathing works of art nestled in the riverbeds of wider artistic tradition. My goal is to place each game into a wider context, into emotional, philosophical, and artistic conversations that exist independent of time and medium, and hopefully bring a new appreciation to all of these games. Because that's the weirdest part of the Final Fantasy series to me. Every single game in this series is awesome. Even the supposed bad games, the ones people are barking about at their screen right now, are great. And it's my hope that this analysis will bring new appreciation even to the most long-suffering of Final Fantasy titles. Before we jump in, a little housekeeping. I didn't know I would be making this video when I started playing the games, so I recorded very little footage. With the exception of Final Fantasy V, everything you see in these videos will be from various long plays and gameplay videos on YouTube. Links to all sources used are in the description. Besides, I played most of these games portably in the hot tub on my video game essayist yacht. I don't keep my Elgato capture card there. But with that, let's set out on our journey. Here's our timeline, with all 16 games. Why are they a circle, a 16-piece pizza, instead of a linear left-to-right timeline, you may ask? It'll make more sense at the end. But for now, that's enough introduction. Without further ado, let's get into the wonderful and wide-ranging world that is Final Fantasy. The first question everyone asks is, which version of Final Fantasy did you play? Before giving their takes on each of the numerous releases. For this video, I played the Pixel Remaster, an answer that will satisfy nobody, although I have ancient experience with Dawn of Souls and the NES version. I point this out at the start because every release of Final Fantasy carries a certain historical and critical anxiety. For those like me who enjoy seeing games at their purest, Final Fantasy is a challenge, with every version changing and tweaking the original version, or if it is the original version, being outright broken to a point where its gameplay systems don't work anywhere near their intended function. Changes like expanded inventory or how MP works alter the experience, and this can make it difficult to judge Final Fantasy on its own terms because its terms vary between every version, so in this video I'll primarily be focused on the elements common between all of the versions. For a game that has spawned the second most popular JRPG series in the world, Final Fantasy is something of an anomaly within its own series. What everyone who plays this game sees at the outset of their adventure is a class selection screen. With 6 classes and a total of 126 different possible party compositions, this choice, right at the beginning of the game, is the most substantial decision the player will make for the entirety of Final Fantasy. All of the meaningful customization is front-loaded. This puts Final Fantasy more in line with its tabletop counterparts in the earlier American RPGs Wizardry and Ultima. The name Ultima will come to bear greater significance to the series, especially when we reach its end with 16, but for this brief moment in time, it's Ultima's influence on the class selection that defines Final Fantasy. Before the player knows what challenges they will face, what monsters stalk the forests and lurk in the waters, they are asked to form a complete party. It's an important and permanent decision that has to be made based on essentially no in-game information. Attentive players who read their manuals would have more information. The glorious 89-page NES manual includes a description of each class and, importantly, has 6 recommended party compositions, with teams ranging from all-out offensive blitzes to magic palooza and everything in between. It's easy to get decision paralysis from a screen like this, especially when it's this contextless and permanent. However, this decision is not meant to be a trick. The importance of the suggestions in the manual isn't that fighter, black belt, white mage, and black mage is the best party combination, but that any combination of classes can beat the game. The obviously foolish decisions, like a party of 4 white mages, are not likely to be made by players, and even then, those parties can beat the game with some elbow grease. The class selection, coupled with its low stakes, lays the groundwork that will run through later games like 2, 6, and 12, where it's much harder to make a bad choice than it is to make a good choice. The Final Fantasy games are generally pretty easy, occasional boss roadblocks aside, and the first game is no exception. The low difficulty makes a player-driven decision like party composition exciting because rather than modulating difficulty on an unseen scale, it creates unique experiences for players. Some teams will have harder and easier sections, but the cumulative resistance is similar for most parties. This structure, where large customization at the start of the game funnels each player down different linear experiences, is the coolest part of Final Fantasy, and it makes the game eminently replayable. Later games with similar class systems like 3, 5, and 12's Zodiac Age edition can, in a sense, be replayed during a single playthrough, since class change or resetting builds is free and encouraged. Having a unique experience from both other players and oneself during each playthrough is Final Fantasy's greatest asset, even on a narrative level. Before the player even knows what the narrative is, they are dropped into the open world, and left to walk into town and into the nearby castle where the plot gets underway. Throughout this video, I will speak very rarely on music. It's sacrosanct to not talk much about Final Fantasy's music, sure, but I also don't know how many times I can say, it's great. We already know that. But it would be horrible to give no space to Nobuo Uematsu and what his music did for the series. My earliest memory of playing Final Fantasy is the theme for Castle Cornelia. Of all the music in the series, Castle Cornelia taps the strongest emotional wellspring inside of me. Like many people, my first experience with Final Fantasy was the American NES release of the original game, but unlike many other people who can say that, I was born in 1996, at the tail end of the millennial generation. For some, this makes me a by-the-books, no doubt about it, Zoomer, and I've had this argument plenty of times, especially during my fake career as a streamer. It's a silly distinction, but I've always had a stronger connection to millennials than Zoomers because the technology I grew up with was defiant holdovers from the 80s and 90s. Growing up in Kentucky creates a strained relationship with time. Mark Twain famously didn't actually say that I want to be in Kentucky at the end of the world because everything happens 20 years late there. This falsified quotation has had cultural staying power because it really does feel true. Technology in my youth was static. Dial-up internet and a computer desk littered with stolen AOL trial discs are as distinct to me as the concurrent launch of the Wii and PlayStation 3. Compared to the old Super Nintendo and NES that rotated through composite hookups on the basement CRT, my cousin's Nintendo 64 seemed downright futuristic. When the illuminated neon case of new PlayStation 2 games flashed at passersby at a moribund 2003 Funko Land, soon to be changed from the earnest rainbow colors to the mature and lifeless red and white of GameStop, I stood with my dad, digging out hastily organized NES and SNES games from a wireframe cart. Super Mario Kart, Castlevania, and, of course, Final Fantasy came from these scroungings. Every console generation was adopted about 5 years late in my house. The first time I would have a home console near its launch was the PlayStation 4. When I moved into a dorm in 2016, my second year of college, I hooked up a PlayStation 3, and when I moved out in 2017, I unhooked a PlayStation 4. The PS4 released on my birthday in 2013, so I celebrated by spoiling myself with one on my birthday in 2016. The gap between Kentucky and the rest of the world was closing. 2 weeks after I bought a PlayStation 4, Final Fantasy XV released. But until that moment, in November 2016, Final Fantasy was not a series of the present, but of the past and future. When I finally sat down to play that Funko Land NES copy of Final Fantasy for myself in 2009, it was around the time Final Fantasy XIII was released for the Xbox 360. The richest person I knew owned an original Xbox. So while I dreamed of the HDMI images of Final Fantasy XIII that I'd maybe see for myself one day, I plunged into the composite memories of NES Final Fantasy. Of course, I couldn't beat the game. I didn't have the illustrious manual, and even at 13 years old, I didn't have the RPG experience. But I do have memories, and the earliest one from this series, appropriately enough, are its Sonic origins. For the game itself, Castle Cornelia matters because it's where the plot begins. Being an NES RPG, the narrative is threadbare, and the lack of main characters doesn't help that initial impression. However, the Heroes of Light, as the game refers to the party, being so fungible, yet so static, adds great resonance to the game as the credits roll, even if the journey seems anonymous. It is true to say that the story is minimal compared to what would follow, but much like how the simple story of Dragon Quest establishes that series' simple, classical fantasy stories, Final Fantasy establishes the series' penchant for late-game twists and reality-bending narratives. It's important not to mistake this for convolution. Final Fantasy narrative extravagance is often called convoluted. The endings of later games like 7, 8, 10, and 13 are sometimes called convoluted, and their genesis can be found in the original game's time-looped finale, but the criticism that the series has convoluted narratives often refuses to engage with those narratives. As we go through the series, one thing I'll almost never say is that these games are complex for complexity's sake. The more complex plots in the series sometimes have story beats that are difficult to parse, but they are always carefully considered and thematically resonant. This is true even of the first game, despite it being technologically limited in both text and scope. The setup is simple. The 4 elemental fiends put out the lights of the 4 elemental crystals, causing the world to rot. But matters are not as simple as they may seem when it comes to restoring the light. Led along by the player through dungeons and towns, across the seas and skies, the Heroes of Light come to discover that the fiends, protecting their destruction of the world, have sent Garland, the knight who kidnapped the Princess of Cornelia and the first foe the heroes slayed, back in time to become Chaos incarnate, crafting a time loop where Chaos sends the fiends into the future so that the fiends can send Garland into the past, and so on into infinity. It's unknown just how many different Heroes of Light, how many of the 126 possible bands have traveled into the past to kill Chaos, only to fail. Maybe we're the first, maybe we're the 10th, or the 1000th, but by killing chaos, by saving the world, our heroes remain nameless, forgotten slates known only in faded legend. Each possibility for the player's party is a different way this could have gone, and every name they pick for those nameless heroes is only another possibility for how this forgotten tale played out. That the narrative of Final Fantasy and many of its sequels can be confusing in a plot summary doesn't get to the heart of these games. As the worlds in games like VIII, XIII, and XV become more complex and impenetrable, the journey of the characters becomes more inward. VIII and XIII will couch complex, rich protagonists in nonsense worlds of jargon and complex politics, but the trend is set here, with a time loop that itches and scratches at your brain and acts as a home for Garland's thirst for power and fear of death, and as a platform for the noble sacrifice by the heroes of light. It's easy to be Achilles when you know your heroic death will carry with it the glory and honor of eternity, but it's difficult to be a hero when no one will know your name. The heroes of light have made the opposite choice of Achilles. They can choose to journey forth or not. They can succeed or fail. But no matter what they choose, and no matter how they do, they will be forgotten. This is a riff on Achilles' story, who, in the Iliad, chooses the honor of early death on the battlefield over the obscurity of domestic peace. Entering the heroes of light into this ancient struggle between death, glory, and legacy makes it stand apart from the later Final Fantasy games. Characters in the ancient Greek epics and tragedies are often driven by ideals, by their principled failings. Oedipus's dedication to the truth and Achilles' quest for honor are principled stances that drive their actions. The heroes of light, like the Greek legends, are different from future Final Fantasy protagonists because their character is defined by their interaction with the world, rather than their inner monologue. Most future Final Fantasy protagonists will instead follow the character arcs established by Shakespeare and the Romantics, where their growth and change is primarily caused by the character's inner struggles. Final Fantasy will be a series defined by inward quests, but it's not there yet in the first game. Unlike other RPGs with silent protagonists, Persona, Chrono Trigger, Earthbound, there's not a single party member in Final Fantasy that speaks. The heroes of light are entirely without inner lives, and operate almost as a single character like a Greek chorus. And so the only character we get is based on how they interact with the world. Who they are and what their motivations are can only be inferred, and like any silent protagonist, there's a healthy dose of vicarious reading that goes into interpreting them. To me, the willingness to be forgotten by the heroes of light, no matter the outcome, implies that they, like the legendary heroes, are driven by ideals. A constant in this series will be heroes and villains serving as dramatic foils. Using that knowledge, we can infer who the heroes of light are by looking at Garland. Garland wants power and eternal life. The heroes of light, therefore, want peace and anonymity. Future Final Fantasy protagonists will desire to be heard, even if only by themselves, and the heroes of light don't even need that. On a pure, fantastical level, they are the most heroic of the Final Fantasy heroes. The lack of any character, any personality that is with the player the whole game creates a unique structure. Every definable character makes sporadic or one-off appearances, from Garland to Princess Sarah and Bahamut to the Dwarven Smith. Even though Final Fantasy has a narrative that ties together the beginning and ending before wrapping back around itself several infinite times, most of the game is episodic, progressing from short story to short story. In the journey to restore the 4 elemental crystals, the player adventures to many unique locations. Lava lands and frozen tundras, and my personal favorite, the underwater city that you have to ride a barrel sub to access. But then there's my second favorite location, the final major location the player visits in Final Fantasy before the endgame, the Flying Fortress, a cyber city in the sky, housing the ruins of lost technology and mechanical marvels. This location is lifted from Jonathan Swift's novel, Gulliver's Travels, a book that serves as a cool little influence on Final Fantasy and the JRPG more broadly. Gulliver's Travels is what's known as a travelogue novel, a genre of book where outrageous authors wrote about their outlandish travels to audiences of 1700s normies who never would have seen any of the world beyond their small hamlets and Wainwright shops, and many times these authors lied extensively about their travels, even though these books were marketed as the real stories of real adventurers. Gulliver's Travels is the supreme satire of the genre, presented as a real, awesome, grand tale, but is in reality a sequence of unskippable cutscenes and side quests for Lemuel Gulliver, first a surgeon, and then a captain of several ships. An overarching narrative replaced by a series of small vignettes lay the groundwork for the side quest and general narrative structure of JRPGs, especially in the days before quest markers and hunts. A common criticism against many JRPGs, including Final Fantasy, is that the narratives are often poorly paced, with isolated stories and side quests that mosey along against the more pressing main plot. But I see this criticism not as a problem, but as one of the strengths of JRPGs as a form. It's easy to imagine Lemuel Gulliver getting caught up in a blitzball tournament, horse betting at the Golden Saucer, or digging for treasure in Chocobo Hot and Cold. It takes advantage of a unique quality of games, which is that they can have expansive, optional content that takes place over small periods of in-world time. The gaming industry has spent decades trying to be more like movies, when what they need to embrace is 1700s travelogue novels. Whether or not Hironobu Sakaguchi has read Gulliver's Travels is immaterial, because this observation stemmed from the Flying Fortress, a location whose concept is lifted directly from the flying city of Laputa in Gulliver's Travels Part 3, A Voyage to Laputa, Balnabarbi, Lugnag, Glubdubdrib, and Japan. For Japanese audiences in the 80s, and modern anime and video game fans, the flying city of Laputa is most recognized as the Castle in the Sky in Hayao Miyazaki's film Laputa Castle in the Sky, released 1 year before Final Fantasy. In Final Fantasy, there is only one major side quest, the Bahamut quest, that lets the party promote into advanced classes. For most new players, this side quest is more or less mandatory because it helps the meta-knowledge-starved player keep up with the power curve. However, it's still a reprieve from the main action into a Swiftian side quest. The player has to find Bahamut and then survive an optional dungeon to retrieve the legendary rat tail to prove their worth to Bahamut. This lays the groundwork for side quests in the first 10 Final Fantasy games. There's probably someone pulling their hair out as I yap about Gulliver's Travels because there's one other important influence for the series and the structure of short stories and side quests that form a collective whole, and that's the tabletop RPG. The first decade of video game RPGs was all about finding ways to transport tabletop systems into a new digital form, and Final Fantasy wears that influence both structurally and mechanically. For many modern players, this game's magic system is maddening. It uses the charge system from Dungeons & Dragons, or as I prefer to say, from Dark Souls, linear time be damned, and it's archaic. Or, well, archaic in the sense that few games use that system anymore. The charge system will come back in Final Fantasy III, but what's notable about it in the first game is that it's so restrictive. This is the one Final Fantasy game where I routinely stocked up on 99 potions because healing spells are so valuable that the strong ones need to be saved for battle. By the late game, I would routinely chew through dozens and dozens and dozens and then some more and then a dozen more potions and antidotes, in part because these old school dungeons feel like dungeons. I hated being in basically all of them, and I think that's why they're awesome in their own little way. You hear the word dungeon, and it's an awful word. It brings up images of torture and booby traps, and the dungeons in Final Fantasy deliver on that with poisonous monsters and lava floors, and it's just so classically charming. Because of its compacted simplicity, this is the one game in the series that truly has that classical feeling, even if later games like 3 and 5 share a similar tone and fancifulness. In a way, that's befitting a series with the name Final Fantasy. The beginning is also the end, because with Final Fantasy II, the series will dive with great fervor into the world of character-driven narratives and grand melodrama. This game is so freaking crazy. Absolutely nuts. Final Fantasy II is now, through the fog of time, considered the worst game in the main series by many. I'm not gonna help it beat the charges, but I think that reputation sells it short. People have spent decades hyperfixated on the bizarre mechanics and suboptimally exploiting those bizarre mechanics, and in doing so, we've lost sight of how wacky Final Fantasy II is, and how important an experiment it is in the development of the series. For better and for worse, Final Fantasy II released exactly 365 days after the first game, and established the series as one of constant tinkering and changes. This is in contrast to its main rival, Dragon Quest, which, by the release of Final Fantasy II, bore 3 games that stood proud of their mechanical and aesthetic stability, even as the games expanded in scope and size. Final Fantasy II, in prologue to 6's Espers and 8's Junction System and 12's License Board, decouples character growth from a strict linear relationship with level, instead correlating growth with player action. The way it works in 2 is that stats increase with their usage. Hitting enemies increases strength, getting your ass beat increases HP, using spells increases MP, and on top of that, every weapon like swords and bows, and each spell like fire and cure has its own proficiency level for each character that is developed with repeated usage. Because of its obtuse implementation, it's a contentious change from the first game and is often the exclusive target of Final Fantasy II discussion. In later games, and also the one earlier game, spell levels exist with sequences like Fire, Fira, and Firaga, and weapon types are tied to mechanics like jobs or the license board. The key difference between Final Fantasy II and the systems that came later is that the later systems have greater clarity of feedback. When Fire goes from level 1 to 2, it's hard to tell exactly how much more powerful it is, especially when it's out of a possible 16 levels. Same for weapon levels, but those have even less clarity as their development will stall out for no obvious diegetic reason. Comparatively, learning new spells or gaining access to new weapons in Final Fantasy XII directly correlates with spending license points, and requires a clear tactile action to be made. Final Fantasy II doesn't have that tactile clarity, and it results in both a bunch of misinformation and player anxiety around how the game works. Without getting into the granular details, Final Fantasy II is more or less built to work naturally with the player moving at a brisk pace from story beat to story beat, using whatever weapons and armor and magic they so choose. In the first game, grinding was a part of the experience, but grinding, despite what is sometimes said, isn't required in 2, and is actively disincentivized by the game's hidden systems that restrict player growth relative to enemy strength. For Final Fantasy II, the most important thing is for the player to keep moving. Along with the more involved story, this is the one game in the series to feature no side quests, no optional dungeons, no side stories. Despite the open design of the overworld, this game is a straight shot, a story fired out of a cannon, and the game's leveling mechanics are built to keep this relentless pace up. The DNA of this can be seen in the later linear games, 10 and 13, but even those games take time out for late-game side quests and a leveling system that asks the player to fumble around in menus. This shift away from RPG level grinding and a reprieve from Gulliver's Travels core was the correct call for this game considering its narrative priorities. In Final Fantasy, we were dropped into the world, meant to explore our immediate surroundings, and are told by an NPC about the inciting incident. In 2, we are thrust into the inciting incident, an interactive cutscene that's a first for the series and will be expanded further in games like 7, 8, and 16. We get clobbered, of course, and in this massacre we are introduced to the first named playable characters in the series, Firion, Maria, Guy, and Leon. Here, the seeds of future archetypes and mechanics are sown. Cid makes his first appearance as the crotchety drunken airship captain. Leon is a conflicted Dark Knight who lays the groundwork for future characters like Kain and Celis. As well, we have a rotating roster of guest characters who help the party, like in 12 and 16. Throughout most of the game, Leon is truant. His roster spot is frequently filled by these rotating support characters. These party guests are awesome because they give the player a more dynamic relationship with the story. Based on the current situation, party members will come and go, making each stretch of the game feel unique, and it also modulates the difficulty. Rather than the game being a steady, linear power creep like in the first game, the difficulty in 2 oscillates with the coming and going of party members. When Minwoo shows up, the game becomes a lot easier, and when he leaves the party, our backs are up against the wall. Even though the game doesn't become significantly harder, it psychologically puts the player in a tougher spot, and I love it for that. The idea of a rotating cast, swapping in and out of the party as the story twists and turns, will be expanded on as the core gameplay feature of Final Fantasy IV, but here it's more limited and more tragic. Being a guest party member in 2 is all bad. Characters dying, especially minor playable characters, isn't rare in the series. It happens, but 3 of the poor bastards in 2 pass away violently. Playing 2 as a string of Minwoo, no! Joseph, no! Rickard, no! All of these deaths are operatic and noble. Classical drama. Joseph's death deserves a special mention because he gets fucking killed by Pat Patriot throwing a boulder at him. It's silly, it's grand, and when you let yourself go and groove with what the game's putting down, it's really satisfying. As a series, Final Fantasy loves big scenes of interpersonal drama and sacrifice, and the beginnings of that love are found here. Joseph, protecting the party from a giant boulder, sacrifices himself to protect the slim chance of saving the world. I haven't yet described any specifics of the story, but noble sacrifices in the face of evil are gloriously operatic, and the earnest drive that Final Fantasy has to tell grand, melodramatic stories will only become more effective over time as the characters grow more detailed and fleshed out. For now, everything is basic. A certain level of appreciation for 2 comes from its age and for what it accomplished on now rudimentary hardware. It's an effective story, continuously entertaining, but also simple, humbled in esteem by the passage of time. But don't let that take away from its formal strengths. Some of its construction is still as exciting now in the Pixel Remaster as it was on the Famicom in '88, with the town of Altair being the greatest of its accomplishments. When Firion, Maria, and Guy are rescued after the opening battle that saw the evil Empire Palamecia destroy their hometown in the Kingdom of Fynn, they wake up at a rebel base in Altair led by Princess Hilda. This has started a tradition of everyone pointing at Final Fantasy and shouting, "Star Wars!" But, more importantly, this opening establishes Altair as the hub that the game flows through. The overworld of Final Fantasy II is one of the most open in the series. Even though this is, to a degree, the most linear game in the series, most of the game world can be easily walked from the start. There's a unity to the world of Palamecia and Fynn. Even if the game is paced the same as 10 and 13, its world can be felt palpably and geographically beneath the feet of the player in a way those later worlds cannot be. As an example, the character's hometown of Fynn is within easy walking distance of Altair. Having one of the final areas next to the starting point is a flourish lifted directly from Dragon Quest, and it's even more maddening in Final Fantasy II because our goal is right there, frustratingly close yet just out of reach for our paltry power. So, we must circumnavigate the world, and all of those travels lead back to Altair. Like hubs in most games, Altair feels like a haven and is a reprieve from the violence, but unlike most, that feeling of safety wanes throughout the game. Final Fantasy II isn't a static world waiting around for the player to complete the requisite steps to topple Palamecia. It should be noted that Altair isn't a hub in the modern sense of the word. The Hideaway in 16 is the only true hub zone in the Final Fantasy series, but Altair is a location that we keep returning to time and time again throughout the game, and it changes as the game goes along, not just from expanding when the times are good, but retracting and even getting destroyed when the times get really, really bad. Major hubs getting destroyed is something that just doesn't happen often. Even in a game like Bloodborne that has a repressive, cruel atmosphere, the hub in the Hunter's Dream remains, from beginning to end, a place of security. Altair doesn't provide such eternal comfort. Just like the Firelink Shrine bonfire getting extinguished in Dark Souls after the long trek back out of the decrepit waste of Lordran, the destruction of Altair is one of the great emotional lows in the series. It's not that this is the first stress placed on Altair. Bad things and unfortunate circumstances have not been strangers in Altair. The Lamia Queen imitating Princess Hilda is an example, although if that were me personally, I'd have rizzed up the Lamia Queen unlike the do-nothing Firion. Slowly, the base of operations moves away from Altair as serious ground is gained against the Empire. But the destruction is different from these other minor ebbs. The city is wiped out. The people are dead and displaced. It's not just that the place of peace and tranquility that's protected the player has changed, it's that it's gone. Completely wiped off the map to the point that you can't even visit it anymore. You can only look at its rubble and ruins. It's a genuine loss, a backward slide after a moment of great triumph where the player defeats the Emperor of Palamecia. As the video game industry at large has become increasingly concerned with the attention economy and consistent small doses of dopamine, the destruction of Altair remains, to this day, a striking moment. A town that you've grown intimately familiar with is destroyed, and you couldn't save it. These types of changes happen in smaller doses all over the place in 2, with sea and airports getting opened and closed, and the makeup of cities changing with the times. The world of 2 is a constantly changing place, and that can't be said of many other games in the series. The severity of changes to the world will increase in a game like 6, and the destruction of Altair will be reprised in 16, but for the most part, the overworlds in games like 1, 3, 4, 5, 9, 12, and so on expand linearly throughout the game, rarely retracting in the ways 2 does. Getting the canoe and boat and ultimately the airship feel like real victories. You're becoming more self-sufficient in a world that constantly puts you at its mercy, both in its narrative twists and turns, and the gameplay tricks like all the trap rooms and the numerous dungeons. After all, this is a game that kills you in its first minute. Instead of merely opening up the new world, the new modes of travel feel like overcoming the world and as tactile achievements against the Empire that kills NPCs and firebombs towns and kidnaps rebel leaders to halt you in your tracks. Now, if there is one area where the world design of 2 is lacking, it's in the dungeons. In the first game, the dungeons were awful to be in, but it was organic. It was terrible because of the monsters and the fire that bubbled up from the crust of the earth. In 2, the dungeons are haphazardly frustrating. Every dungeon in the game features many empty rooms that have increased encounter rates and ultimately serve as time wasters. The unpleasant tedium of these empty rooms makes late-game dungeons a drag, even when the story is reaching its crescendo. Late-game dungeons like Mysidia Tower and Pandemonium are some of the most tedious locations in the series, especially on a first playthrough. As the size of the dungeons balloons, so too does the volume of empty rooms. Outside of 3, the Final Fantasy series rarely features superlative dungeons. Even the best games in the series, 6 and 7, don't have many memorable dungeons. It's just not a dungeon crawling series, but 2 specifically stands out for having the only consistently bad dungeons in the series. As much as I enjoyed Final Fantasy II, and as much as my appreciation for it has increased while writing this video, I also can't lie. 2 is the one game in the series that I had to sit down and force myself to finish. The dungeons take that much of a toll on the experience. As with all things, this flaw is ironed out by a second playthrough and maps of the dungeons, but unlike most other questionable design decisions in the series, nothing of interest would be lost by chopping off the empty rooms. Yet, despite some decades-old caustic design choices, Final Fantasy II deserves great credit. It's the first game in the series to create dynamic personalities. Many of the characters are still rudimentary. Of the playable cast, most can be understood on simple terms. Firion is a nice guy, Maria is collected and caring, and Guy speaks Beaver. The support cast provides much more depth, with characters like the thief Paul and the cowardly Gordon. Gordon's angst over his cowardice and his subsequent rise as a competent and brave person is a full story arc dedicated to a minor character, and it lights the way for characters like Edward and Hope who will follow a similar path. This even extends to the villains. Even though we live in a Garland and Chaos renaissance thanks to Strangers of Paradise, the villains in the first game were more intellectually stimulating than present characters with personality. The twist itself to tie Garland into Chaos is cool, but it's the bulk of what we know about Garland and Chaos. The Emperor of Palamecia is a more present villain, and is simultaneously more generic than Chaos, but also more interesting as an entity. Chaos is awesome, mostly by the sheer insanity of his plan. Launching oneself back in time to create an infinite time loop to gain eternal life and power is a true dedication to the craft. The Emperor, by contrast, is an evil dude being evil. He has his moments, like throwing the player to the lions for his amusement in the Colosseum, and that's awesome. Well, I'd say that's all the Emperor is, except when we kill him, his hate is so powerful that we have to go into the afterlife, chase after him into the bowels of hell, where he sits upon Satan's throne, and kill him again for good measure. That goes so unbelievably hard. It's an ending that corrupts the story of Orpheus into a form that somehow prefaces both Doom and Earthbound. Between Chaos and the Emperor, early Final Fantasy sets the stage for the long-running tradition of human villains ascending to twisted, corrupted god forms that must be slayed by the player. It's a trope that gets made fun of a lot, and in the case of Final Fantasy II, it's pretty goofy, but one of the consistent features of Final Fantasy is how well they utilize this trope. We won't be spending extensive time on each final boss in the series, but this trope is used with much more depth and nuance than the generic JRPG makes you kill God description makes it seem. When looking at the characters of Final Fantasy II, the icing here is Leon and his arc. By modern Final Fantasy standards, and by modern I mean like Final Fantasy IV, Leon's arc is simple. However, there are unique flourishes that give it life. Like the class selection menu at the start of the first game, the player is asked to name all 4 of the main characters at the outset of the journey. Being able to give custom names to the playable cast will remain a staple in the series, even into the voice-acted 10, and it's a feature that's underappreciated by many critics and fans. Since 2 is the first game in the series to have playable characters with canonical names, the default answer by many is to leave the default names. Unlike this, across the whole series, I changed exactly 1 character name. For most, and for myself, the default names are useful because they create a common vocabulary for talking about the games, and by using the canonical names, there's a sense, probably an incorrect sense, that you're getting the intended experience of the story. Yet the option to change names is there across most of the series, and it can't be written off. When the player changes the names of the characters, they take a partial authorship over the text. Video games already make players a collaborator in the process by placing them in the active role of playing, and the simple act of naming the character gives the player another layer of connection to the work. To take a digression to Mother 3, and minor Mother 3 spoilers ahead for about the next 30 seconds, director Shigesato Itoi spoke about reactions to Hinawa's death and how it was more impactful to players who gave Hinawa a personalized name, saying, "It's a big deal to give your characters names of their own. When I heard about the impressions people got from Hinawa's death, the ones that really stood out to me were from people who named her after their own mothers." What stands out to me here is that Itoi refers to the characters as your characters, and emphasizes how the personalized names increase the emotional attachment a player feels to the character that they, in part, helped create. Naming Leon early gives him extra dramatic heft, and he stays in the player's head throughout the game. He's a part of the Finian foursome that initiates the player's journey, and it's impossible to feel whole until the gang of scrubs slaughtered in the opening are reunited and can overcome Palamecia once and for all. On a narrative level, Final Fantasy II is a major step for the series. And despite its reputation as a black sheep, it's arguably the most formative of the early Final Fantasy games. The gameplay in 2 would mature into the Saga series, and that causes some people to underappreciate what 2 did for Final Fantasy. It's the advance guard for the series, conquering an unknown wilderness, laying a groundwork that Final Fantasy III would manipulate and, in some ways, abandon in order to craft the best game of the NES trilogy. Of all the Final Fantasy games, 3 is probably the least popular outside of Japan, or it was the last one I got my hands on, which makes it the least popular. Maybe. It was never released outside of Japan until the Pixel remaster in 2021, other than a divisive 3D remake on the DS. I have some experience with that remake, and as anybody who's played it can understand, there's a reason I have some experience rather than extensive experience with the remake. 3 was even skipped over for release on the PlayStation, the Game Boy Advance, and PSP. It feels so intentionally hateful, especially because it was passed over in favor of Chrono Trigger on the PS1 compilation Final Fantasy Chronicles. There is an explanation that makes sense. Re-releases of Final Fantasy I and II are based on the WonderSwan color version of the game, and there's no WonderSwan color version of 3. There is, however, a WonderSwan color version of 4, and I'm sure there's an explanation, but no matter what it may be, it's just been a rough go of it for Final Fantasy III. And, as if matters for this little game couldn't get any worse, the game that originally wore the Final Fantasy III moniker for US gamers was Final Fantasy VI, one of the most beloved games of all time. I bring up this game's long-suffering release history because of how important Final Fantasy III is. Not necessarily important for the series and its overall development, although it is, but for this video. I had, at one point or another, made an attempt at every mainline Final Fantasy game before embarking on this journey, but made significant progress in very few of them. Going into this video, 3 was the only game in the series that I'd never attempted in its original or original adjacent form. A few hours of the 3D remake was my only knowledge, and looking for an RPG to play on Steam Deck, I picked up the Pixel remaster and got strangely, shockingly addicted. I beat Final Fantasy III over a summer weekend. Like I said at the top of the video, this was the spark for this entire journey. But it wasn't until I was knee-deep into Final Fantasy VIII that I knew I had to make a video about this franchise. I owe a lot of hard work, and sweat, and stress, and endless wheel spinning to Final Fantasy III. So, thanks. Because now I have to answer the question of why 3? Why was it this underplayed game that hooked me into the series so deeply and profoundly when past attempts at 6 and 7 and 10 failed? The gameplay innovation of 3 is the new job system, a mechanic that allows players to swap characters between different classes on the fly. Unlike the rigidity of the class selection in the first game, the job system opens up player freedom and customization as the game progresses. Like 2, the characters are blank slates in terms of builds, if you can even say that they have builds. Anyone can do anything, but unlike 2, the job system gives players direct and obvious feedback through class and character levels that improve through standard experience points, while also restricting the characters to whatever weapon and magic types are associated with their chosen job. At the start, most of the jobs available to the player are standard Final Fantasy jobs, but as 3 progresses, the collection of available jobs becomes wider and more unique. Some jobs are straight upgrades, but many offer strange and bizarre utility. In this assortment of jobs, many Final Fantasy staples are either standardized or birthed. Black mages and white mages and monks and thieves are officially series staples, and the later standard bearers of dragoons, summoners, and bards start here. But there are also a lot of strange lads that are rarely iterated on. Geomancer is my favorite among them, but he'll be back in 5. For the goobers trapped in 3, the Viking and Scholar stand out. The Viking is an awesome, tanky, vengeful maniac, and the Scholar is a Poindexter book-reading nerd who's absolutely worthless. I wasn't expecting Final Fantasy III to be an extended Professor Bopper call-out, but here we are, and I feel very seen. As far as each class goes, and the specific nuances of what they do, or theoretically do in the Scholar's case, I won't meticulously describe them because part of the joy of Final Fantasy III is experimenting with each of them. However, this experimentation is also the weakest part of 3, or at least its biggest missed opportunity. As a game, it doesn't exactly encourage experimentation, at least across the entire spectrum of jobs, because some jobs are poorly implemented into the game because of how equipment is handled. Each job is locked to specific armor and weapon types, but not all armor and weapon types are readily available. Sometimes the gear for a job isn't accessible until well after the job itself is made available. This can give the impression that some jobs are bad before they even have a chance to do anything. It's a minor complaint in the totality of the game because there's also no punishment for experimentation. Unlike 1, there are no permanent decisions in 3, and while there is a meta, there aren't wrong answers. In the few instances that the game requires the player to use specific jobs, such as dragoons to defeat Garuda, or magical classes when you turn miniature in the Nepto Temple, the telegraphing is often blatant. 3 is not trying to trick anyone with its customization. Up to this point, I haven't made any reference to the narrative or the characters because this is the second and final single-player game in the series without a named cast of playable characters. You play as a group of kids from a small town that are exploring a cave opened up by an earthquake and discover a light crystal that grants them power and presumptuously tasks them with saving the world. This simple call to action sets up 3 as a light, fun, adventurous romp. The party of kids are lovingly called the Onion Knights, and those Onion Knights, rustic and ordinary, save the world in Final Fantasy's most childlike story. If Final Fantasy has a Dragon Quest game, this is it. Some people may attach that honorific to 5, but that game's just a little too irresponsible. We'll get to that later. Even though the playable cast doesn't have the involved stories that the party in 2 had, there are still many memorable characters in the game. Some of them have the noble and melodramatic stories that populated 2. Desh, for example, is an amnesiac warrior, a classic that the Onion Knights aid, who nobly sacrifices himself, throwing himself down the Tower of Owen, reinforcing the tower against the forces of evil, while the Fellows, a group of old men who believe they are the heroes of light, offer a more comedic turn, embarrassingly flailing in their heroism, but still being helpful and kind-hearted enough to make it comedic pathos. And for Desh, he comes back at the end, heroic and powerful, because this is just the type of game that this is. While there is still an overarching narrative, much of the game is built around these fun, bizarre, or cool characters and vignettes that give the game a stronger adventure flavor than the previous games had. Although we're still not at the point in the series where expansive side content exists, this is the game that is most overtly built like a travelogue novel. This doesn't just apply to the numerous characters and freaks that populate the world. There are also various set pieces that stand out against the rest of the series. On top of all the strange and unique dungeons, you have places like Saronia. Saronia is a town under siege, and unlike the other towns up to this point in the series, it is divided up into different sections, and this expanded scope makes the siege larger. It's intimidating as a player to walk into a place being bombarded by airships and being cooed by its own massive military. Even more intimidating because the player gets shot out of the sky trying to infiltrate the city. Losing our ship, wonderfully named Enterprise, to anti-air fire is serious business, but it's not the first mishap we've endured with our poor ship. The most delightful part of this adventure, and why I think this game, more than any other in the series, hooked me and got me addicted, is how the scope and the adventure keeps expanding, and how much joy the game takes in unfurling its world. Part of that is a large number of vehicles that the game gives you. You receive a new airship 4 separate times. One can set sail on the seas, one can become a submarine, another is a huge fat fucker with a store inside and mountain traversal technology, and none of these acquisitions happen without loss. The game is constantly messing with your available tools, and part of that comes from how it opens up the world. The first tentative steps outside of the Onion Knights' hometown reveals the small world around them. And then once you destroy a boulder blocking the valley out of the Knights' homeland, by ramming it with an airship of course, a whole world opens up. But my favorite gameplay moment, not just in this game, but in the entire series, is when the Knights get their second airship temporarily for good. I was flying around and needing to cross back to the other side of the map. I went off the map, thinking it would loop me back around, only to see a loading screen, and the airship appear not on the other side of the map, but on a new, larger overworld that revealed that the Knight's home continent, which I assumed to be the whole explorable world, is a dot on a great sea. In games like 5 and 6, there will be an emphasis on recontextualizing the overworld, but the ever-expanding map in 3 is my favorite example of playing with the overworld in the series because of how fun it is to find new places the Onion Knights had probably never imagined, and how fun it is finding all the new tools to explore the world. Besides, someone needs to explore the world. After all, there's a bad dude named Zand who's working on an evil plot to destroy the world. To kill this big dumb idiot is going to take a lot of firepower from our Onion Knights, and outfitting them with the equipment they need is paramount, and it is the toughest challenge in the game. As the game approaches its final hours, the gimmicks that define the dungeons of Final Fantasy III fade away in favor of unrelenting, hardcore difficulty. When the player walks into the Crystal Tower, they are presented with the choice to go up and beat the game, or go down and not beat the game. Going down takes the player to Eureka, a brutal dungeon that bestows unto the player the game's ultimate weapons. Secret super weapons tied to side quests existed as early as the Excalibur in the first game, and the Bloodsword is pretty ultimate in 2, but it's here in 3 that ultimate weapons begin to take the form that will define them for the rest of the series. When we look forward to games like 9 and 10, each ultimate weapon will have its own dedicated side quest. Those side quests are also almost always bad or tedious, sometimes in more profound ways than 3's method of stuffing all the weapons in a single toxic gauntlet. Like the rest of the gameplay in 3, tying ultimate weapons to optional dungeons will be reiterated upon and improved in 5, but Eureka deserves praise as the first piece of optional, soul-sucking, difficult side content in the series. Final Fantasy isn't a difficult series, but many of the games do feature difficult challenges in the form of optional dungeons and super bosses. The first super boss will appear in 5, with 3 preluding that with the Super Dungeon. Eureka is packed with horrific enemies and bosses, and it almost stopped this video before it even existed as a concept. After plowing through the game with little resistance, Eureka made me drop the game briefly for a few days to reset and reflect. I came back, still got my ass kicked, but it was more satisfying the second time around. The generous changes that the Pixel Remaster makes to saving reduces the grind. For most of the game, and for most of the first 6 games that have been Pixel Remastered, the ability to save anywhere, and autosaves being generated every time the player traverses a door, is a quality of life feature that minimally changes the experience. In most circumstances, Final Fantasy is a series generous with save points, but the Famicom trilogy is still a product of its time. Final Fantasy III is particularly nasty. Its final dungeons are all long and difficult with no save points. The grueling, crushing grinds of Eureka, the Crystal Tower, and the World of Darkness are a defining feature of Final Fantasy III for anyone strong enough to best them, but the experience has been radically changed by the Pixel Remaster's forgiving save system. My frustration at Eureka, dropping the game briefly because I'd get killed a couple of times by a Guardian or a Shyla or a General because the tanky, crazed enemies have drained my resources, is cute. For those who've beaten the Famicom version of 3 or the DS remake, it's downright adorable to see a Pixel Remaster player give up. I just had no idea. For Final Fantasy 2 through 6, the Pixel Remasters are the only way I've beaten them. I fell in love with the series through the Pixel Remasters, so I'm a big believer in their value, but the endgame of Final Fantasy III being so radically changed from a gauntlet to a series of small, isolated challenges is a fundamental rift between the Pixel Remaster and the original version. Because of how much tinkering has happened to various re-releases of the first 6 games, it can be difficult to find a common language to discuss them. I briefly mentioned that when we talked about 1, but it's a consistent issue that flows through the series from 1 all the way to 12. Each version is just different enough to where the preoccupations of a player's joy and ire will be different, and for the superfans, they will spend decades arguing the merits of each version, proselytizing the supremacy of the Game Boy Advance versions. Well, not for 3. But don't let these Mickey Mouse versions of the final dungeons take away the reward for beating Eureka, the strongest weapons in the game, and the right to purchase powerful spells. Even at the ends of the earth, the tools to save life itself are monetized. With the Eureka weapons in tow, it's time to duel the Dark Magician Zand, and whoops, he's not the real final boss. That title belongs to Zand's puppet master, the Cloud of Darkness. Seeing the gigantic naked green miasma that is Cloud of Darkness, perfectly framed for visibility and size, gave me pause. This is a first for the series, having a true evil entity behind the nominal antagonist. In 1 and 2, the supercharged godlike final bosses are versions of the main antagonists. After a whole game spent hunting Zand, the sudden reveal of a more powerful, more duplicitous force behind the madness engages the series with the ancient idea that the source of evil and suffering is something more primordial, more indescribable than mere man. In Beowulf, after the titular epic hero destroys the monstrous Grendel, a more terrible fiend emerges, Grendel's mother. She moved still faster, took a single victim from, and fled from the hall, running to the moors, discovered, but her supper assured, sheltered in her dripping claws. She'd take Hrothgar's closest friend, the man he most loved of all men on earth. She killed a glorious soldier, cut a noble life short. No Geat could have stopped her. The arrival of a more terrible force beyond the antagonist is a narrative device that can be frustrating for some audiences. That Zand is built up over the course of the game to be swept aside by the cloud of darkness, by Grendel's mother, seems to throw away hours of dramatic buildup, but that's only one way to look at it. If Final Fantasy III ends with Zand, the game would work perfectly well. But Final Fantasy, like most classic fantasy, is steeped in the narrative traditions of epic poetry. For the Onion Knights to be true epic heroes, they must destroy Zand, and also the wellspring from which he poured. Some will argue that Zand himself is undone by the existence of Cloud of Darkness, and it takes away Zand's agency as an evildoer. Agency is important for characters in some narrative traditions. The traditions of Shakespeare and the Romantics in particular emphasize agency, but it's not the only tradition. Returning to Beowulf, Grendel, a villain supplanted like Zand, was conceived by a pair of those monsters born of Cain, murderous creatures banished by God, punished forever for the crime of Abel's death. The Almighty drove those demons out, and their exile was bitter. Shut away from men, they split into 1,000 forms of evil, spirits and fiends, goblins, monsters, giants, a brood forever opposing the Lord's will. Grendel was doomed by apocryphal sin to cruelty and evil. He has no say in the matter and is a puppet in the cosmic war between evil and righteousness. Functionally, the difference between figures like Grendel and Zane is that Grendel is described as a monster of Cain as a part of his introduction, while Zand isn't revealed to be a puppet until deep into 3's story. The difference is really only a matter of bookkeeping. Zand's agency, or lack thereof, does very little for the narrative itself. Character agency matters only so far as their inner monologue makes it matter. There will be characters later in the series, like Celis, Titus, and Clive, that are modeled after the romantic hero, who struggle with limitations of agency and free will, but that's not the tradition Zand is a part of. He is the middle management in the hall of mythological villains that our epic heroes need to overcome to balance the world. Early Final Fantasy, especially 1 and 3, is steeped in mythological storytelling. This will change. The next game in the series, Final Fantasy IV, will move away from the faded epics of antiquity and embrace the romantic turmoil of the soul. Final Fantasy IV, also known as Final Fantasy II, is also Final Fantasy I if you think about it a certain way. The first 3 games, hereby christened Final Fantasy -1, -2, and -3, with BC numbering conventions of course, are the prehistory of the series, surviving the unknown wilds of 80s home console gaming, leaving behind their archaic cave paintings and discovery of fire. But the distinction between NES and SNES Final Fantasy is more than a doubling of bits and a jump to new hardware. The original SNES version of Final Fantasy IV rises nowhere near the technical pinnacle for the hardware, resembling early SNES RPGs like Lagoon much more than Final Fantasy VI. The difference between old and new, between antiquity and modernity in the Final Fantasy series is their storytelling heritages. Final Fantasy BC was forged in the same fires as mythology and Greek drama. Final Fantasy IV modernizes the series by exchanging myth for character and personality, for the traditions of Shakespeare and the Romantics. Final Fantasy IV was the first Final Fantasy game I played when it was new. Not new in the 90s, of course. In 1991, I was about 5 years off from the world. Somewhere in 2009, a year that saw the 9-7 Arizona Cardinals make a miracle Super Bowl run, I sold a copy of Guitar Hero Metallica to GameStop and used the money to buy the 2007 DS remake of Final Fantasy IV. This was my own personal Super Bowl, and like the Cardinals, I lost because I'm now recording voiceover for an 85-page, 1.15-spaced video essay, and in the future I'll be editing the 6-hour video, and maybe someday I'll be reading your comments. My explicit intoxication with video games as an artistic medium begins at this point, but I'll save discussions of Final Fantasy IV's remake for the future video on Final Fantasy sequels and remakes. I bring this up to say that coming into this project, Final Fantasy IV was the game I had the most first-hand knowledge of, and the one game I had committed to some degree of memory. It was fuzzy after so many years, but Final Fantasy IV carried the burden of nostalgia, a fate mercifully spared for the rest of the series. I spent my bus rides in 7th grade beating the DS remake, which was quite the introduction to Final Fantasy IV. The different versions of 4 vary wildly from one another, specifically when it comes to difficulty and the level of customization available to the player. In the SNES and Pixel Remaster versions, Final Fantasy IV is the easiest and least customizable adventure in the series. For some, I'm sure that will ring alarm bells, but it speaks to the incredible clarity of vision that directs 4. Everything from party composition to magic spells is predetermined. There is no class selection or variable builds or swapping jobs. Everything in Final Fantasy IV happens exactly as it should, and that's an important distinction for this game because it's the first game in the series that's driven by its playable characters. Each playable character in 4 has a story that's free to be incongruous from the main narrative. In basically every Final Fantasy game to follow, most playable characters stick around in the party no matter what. For games like 6 and 7, this flattens out some character arcs and pushes the more minor cast members into the background. The games do this because playable characters are usually too mechanically important to leave and re-enter or never return to the party. It's not that it never happens outside of 4, but no other game in the series mixes up the party as much as 4. 4 is so committed to its characters and their growth as people that it makes the radical decision to let character overwhelm everything, even player expression and satisfaction. The player has always been viewed as the central figure of the previous games, while 4 runs aground, breaking away from the capricious waves of player idolatry. It's a bold thesis for the series to come, announcing that the characters of Final Fantasy, the innumerable people that populate its stories, will be the center of its disconnected universe. I've said that Final Fantasy IV moves the series into the tradition of Shakespeare and the Romantics, and I think it's important to define what I mean by that. In Shakespeare, The Invention of the Human, literary critic and Grinch Harold Bloom argues that, quote, "What Shakespeare invents are ways of representing human changes, alterations not only caused by flaws and by decay, but affected by the will as well, and by the will's temporal vulnerabilities." The divide between Beowulf and Shakespeare is that Shakespeare's characters are affected by themselves as much by others. For Final Fantasy, this is the divide between early characters like Firion and Minwu and Zand, and later characters like Cloud and Cypher, Hope and Clive. An observation that Bloom makes that I think is worth pocketing for the rest of this video, and perhaps the rest of our lives, is that Shakespeare's characters develop because they reconceive themselves. Sometimes this comes about because they overhear themselves talking, whether to themselves or to others. In games that are to become as dialogue-heavy as Final Fantasy, I tend to read them as plays. And what I look for in any game or narrative that foregrounds dialogue is the ability for characters to overhear themselves, to observe themselves, to develop from internal conflict as well as external. Many of the great characters that the future holds, from Squall to Saz, will have moments where they are speaking as much to themselves as they are to others, and they develop by their metacognition. This is the same for the romantic hero, an archetype where the character is as consumed with inner turmoil as they are outer conflict, which is an archetype that almost every Final Fantasy protagonist will fall into. The first character in the series to do this is IV's protagonist, Cecil. A Dark Knight serving the evil empire of Barons, Cecil takes Leon from Final Fantasy II and transforms his arc into the main narrative and thematic thrust of the game. When the player gains control of Leon, his character arc is mostly done. He contends with his guilt over being the Dark Knight, and it's really good, but we get to be with Cecil from the beginning of his arc, at the first sign of his will's temporal vulnerabilities. The player takes control of Cecil when his consciousness is beginning to question his role as an Imperial spear, a herald of death and destruction. After he unwittingly, or perhaps with deliberate ignorance, carries out a massacre in the small village of Mist for the purpose of Imperial gain, Cecil seeks redemption to both forego his evil and, more importantly, to overthrow evil. Some critics, including good friend of the program and future retrospective analysis participant Vivian Aladrin, find Cecil's redemption arc unsatisfying because there isn't a true reckoning with the evil Cecil did. He gets forgiven and gets to be the savior of the world, but I read it differently. Cecil's redemption isn't just a story of individual forgiveness, but of the conflict between the external and internal selves. In the beginning, Cecil sacrifices his soul for his body, and in the end, he puts his body on the line for his soul. Like Coleridge's Ancient Mariner, Cecil is a cosmic reckoning with the nature of violence, and how we often act with great cruelty to protect our external selves rather than to enrich our internal selves. In a world where violence must be carried out, Cecil's redemption redirects his violence from conquest and domination to a quest for peace and morality. We see this further in Kain, Cecil's sad, rizless compatriot. Kain is treated with great distrust by the party throughout the game, and this rubs some people the wrong way, because Kain doesn't act evil throughout the story by his own free will. He is mind-controlled, but in Final Fantasy IV, that is corruption of the body, not a corruption of the soul. His desire to be forgiven is material. He blames his body and blames the physical evil of the world for his betrayal. While he's factually correct, his jealousy over Rosa, Cecil's fiancée, places a barrier between him and the party and between him and forgiveness. This separation between body and soul, this conflict between the two, and the body as metaphor will be developed with religious fervor in Final Fantasy XV, but the outline is here already. It's only when Kain's motivation transubstantiates from Rosa and material forgiveness to the loftier ideas of peace and justice that he's fully accepted. The same is true for Cecil. One of the most famous scenes in 4 is when Cecil transforms from a Dark Knight to a Paladin. For him to complete this transformation, he needs spiritual penance. He fights his dark half and only triumphs over it when he stops fighting back. Forgiveness comes from accepting the weight of past sins instead of justifying and making excuses for them. To read briefly from the Rime of the Ancient Mariner, we see how suffering from guilt alone doesn't bring peace. Rather, it's direct spiritual penance that's needed to overcome guilt. Alone, alone, all alone, alone on a wide, wide sea, and never a saint took pity on my soul in agony. The many men, so beautiful, and they all dead did lie, and 1,000 slimy things lived on, and so did I. The selfsame moment I could pray, and from my neck so free, the albatross fell off and sank like lead into the sea. Cecil does the same as the Mariner, engaging in self-pity and guilt before finding a deeper understanding of his guilt than simply suffering from it. This analysis is itself lofty, focused on grand ideas, but like I said earlier, Final Fantasy IV is the game where character personalities become more important. Big ideas and sweeping themes are still important to Final Fantasy. I don't want to give any impression otherwise. The difference is that these larger, grander themes flow from the inner lives of the characters, being developed by the characters' turmoil and biases, rather than the narrative itself as the thematic driver. For most of the series, the central question for the characters will be one of identity. How did the inner and outer selves conflict with each other, and what new understanding does that bring to the characters and to the players? Because action is driven by character, I think it's worth digging deeper into the character reasons for why Cecil is forgiven so much more easily than Kain. For Cecil, his violence is mostly directed against the anonymous masses, the victim of Baron's imperial march. For Rosa, Yang, Edward, and most of the cast, they don't know the victims of Cecil's violence and weren't personally involved in the worst of his crimes. His sins exist solely in the abstract. Rydia is the major exception to this. She's a small child and a survivor of the Mist Massacre and is unable to forgive Cecil immediately. Not as immediately as everybody else is able to, because to her, Cecil's sins are very real. Rydia herself is a spiritual opposite to Cecil. She must learn to overcome grief and learn to forgive at the same time Cecil's learning to bear his guilt. Unlike Cecil, Kain's crimes are committed against the party. His betrayals actively endanger the lives of the characters, and they must contend with that. Kain may have had no conscious control, but it was still his form, his body that betrayed them. In the same way it's difficult for a person to reconcile their inner and outer selves, it's difficult for someone to divorce another person's outer self from their inner self. That Kain ultimately gets forgiveness is what helps the hero save the world. Like with Zand, the villain of 4, Golbez, is revealed to be a puppet of Zemus, the personification of hatred itself. The party, at the last minute, must extend grace to Golbez, must forgive him for what he's done to the party, and accept his help against Zemus. It's a powerful arc intellectually, but the biggest weakness of 4 is that the redemptions of Kain and Golbez are both underdeveloped compared to Cecil's. Emotionally, Golbez's redemption is frustrating because it happens so quickly without the fully developed base of Kain's forgiveness to serve as a springboard. Forgiveness will be a recurring theme in Final Fantasy, and later games like 9, 10, and 13 will develop that theme with greater depth than 4 accomplishes. The steps into the modern age of Final Fantasy aren't perfect, but they show great concern for how a story is told through the characters that inhabit it. Kain is only one of the many character tales that flow through 4. Every character except Cecil comes and goes from the party, and in the SNES and Pixel Remaster versions, there's never any variance. Party composition follows the tide of the narrative, and this unique structure allows for playable character stories to be more personal and not driven by player need. Other than 16, which removes the party system entirely, this is unique to the series. On a mechanical level, it creates a game built around very specific challenges and puzzle boxes, as the player's kit is rarely as comprehensive as it is in the other games. More importantly, it lets the characters have full arcs. What the series will struggle with in later games like 6 and 7 is giving characters space to have their full arcs. Because they always get strung along as chess pieces from beginning to end, it can make some feel disentangled from the plot, as if their personal stories are halted for player convenience. 4's dynamic party solves this problem by letting characters come and go organically, which adds a surprising amount of flavor to otherwise simple characters. Most of the cast outside of Cecil have simple character arcs. By the standards the series will later live by, even Cecil himself is a simple arc, but that doesn't matter because the game's structure makes these simple characters all seem alive. No cast in the series will have more collective relevance to the narrative until 13. Rydia is lost at sea as a young girl before reappearing post-training arc as a deus ex machina, rescuing the player during a tough fight against Golbez. Yang, who dove into the waters to save Rydia, is found later as an amnesiac puppet of Golbez. Palm and Porum turn themselves to stone, forfeiting their lives in the hope that the water fiend Cagnazo's Scooby-Doo walls don't crush the world's only hope at stopping Golbez. It also allows for characters to join late in the game, well past the point when other Final Fantasy games would stop introducing new playable characters. Arrogant pest Edge, Prince of Eblin, and mysterious moon man Fusoya appear late in the game, and I can't emphasize enough that you find one of the playable characters on the moon. None of these characters have particularly complex inner lives. If only their writing is considered, it's a fun but pedestrian cast. The party has about as much written depth as the overall cast of 2. However, they have mechanical vitality to them, and many of the characters in 4 are fan favorites for this reason. In the previous games, all characters were functionally the same, even if they could be built differently. In contrast, every character in 4 is meticulously built to reflect their personalities. Edward is weak. The game tells us as much. But the player has to experience Edward's weakness in gameplay. Since there's no reserve party, players have to see him be a non-contributor in combat. They have to see his cowardice when using the hide command. They have to watch him unknowingly use up all their potions with Bard Song. Unknowingly, in that sentence referring to me, since I didn't realize Bard Song used a potion, and then I ran out of potions with no healer because I was spamming Bard Song, thinking that made Edward a consistent positive presence in battle, but he's not. He's fucking trash. Edward overcoming his weakness is made more palpable because the player has to experience it themselves. In one of its more inspired flourishes, Edward's weakness is overcome not by force of combat and leveling up a whole bunch, but by ingenuity when he's no longer in the player's party. It's only by Edward playing his harp through the whisper weed he had the foresight to give Cecil that the player is able to defeat the Dark Elf. Suddenly, away from the party, Edward is a positive participant in a major victory. It's a brilliant moment, and highlights why Final Fantasy IV so often works so incredibly well, and why its characters are so memorable. At the start of the game, Cecil begins at level 4, a weird detail that bothered me until Rydia joins the party. As a small traumatized child, she joins at level 1, is weak, and needs to be protected. Unlike the mage Tella, Rydia doesn't learn the fire spell as she levels up. After watching her village be destroyed by fire, she's unable to cast fire herself until she can overcome her grief. There are many stories like this buried in 4, and I won't list them all, but every character, even those I haven't discussed in detail like Rosa, Cid, and Tella, are mechanically crafted with the same loving touch and attention to detail. The downside to its structure is that 4 is the easiest game in the series, both by necessity and to a surprising detriment. Many areas in Final Fantasy III were memorable because the player had to both create solutions and overcome the limitations of those solutions. Becoming miniature to fit into a miniature-sized dungeon creates its own secondary problem that needs to be solved by the player. It isn't that 3 is significantly more difficult than 4, but 4 is so often automatic in the Pixel Remaster that the rough textures of the dungeons and towns and hell itself are sanded down, the grain that gives them fidelity washed away. Because all necessary tools to win are always in the player's hands at all times, most solutions aren't the result of creative problem solving so much as they are the product of using the only hammers that the game provides at a given time. In this regard, the dungeons of 3 and the boss encounters yet to come in 5 are superior to both the dungeons and bosses of 4, but for 4, these downsides are a price worth paying. And that's because Final Fantasy IV's resilient legacy owes a lot to its party structure. By allowing characters to come and go, and taking the onus off the player to build them up equally and simultaneously, every character gets to leave their own mark. Characters like Edward, Rydia, Kain, Palom, and Porom are remembered fondly over 30 years and 12 games later because the narrative structure of 4 frees them to develop their own lives separate from player considerations. The arcs and big narrative moments and big sacrifices and late arrivals and Deus Ex Machina is usually reserved for NPCs both in the past and in the future because those characters rarely have mechanical impact on the player. In practice, Final Fantasy IV is about as linear as 10 or 13, games that often get criticized for their linearity. Especially because of its low difficulty, 4 can feel like a modern linear Final Fantasy by way of the classic style, but it takes such great advantage of its linearity that on a tactile, game feel level, most players will never notice that it plays more or less like an on-rails JRPG for most of its runtime, rather than an open-world adventure. It also helps that most of the optional dungeons in the game are toxic and not worth doing. The Sylph Cave was some of the least fun I had in the entire series, but I really don't want to dwell on that. Let's leave the past in the past. This structure wouldn't last. It really couldn't. So Final Fantasy, being Final Fantasy, will pivot in the opposite direction, in favor of open customization and adventure in its next game, the most irresponsible and irreverent entry in the series. For clarity, well, transparency really, I've called Final Fantasy V irresponsible twice now, and there's probably some confusion about what I mean. First of all, I stole that description from Vivian Aladrin, who you'll hear from later, and it's stuck with me. By irresponsible, I'm not referring to any sort of game balancing or structure, but to tone, to the energy of the game, to its gnarly vibes. No other game in the series feels quite the same as V. Final Fantasy is a series that's always celebrated, or slandered, or mythologized for its differences between each entry, and yes, it is a hyperactive series that constantly reinvents its gameplay, but the differences between entries are often overstated, at least when we're talking about story. Each Final Fantasy game is a Final Fantasy game for a reason. Square has never selected random projects to become mainline Final Fantasy games. They only do that with spin-offs. There are juicy, slimy egg whites that bind this series. The stories and characters are different between each game, but they almost always explore themes of belonging, self-discovery, guilt, quests for purpose, and on down the existential list. The Final Fantasy tone will always be serious, even in the midst of its campier and or hornier features. Even a game like IX, that has a reputation for silliness, will weave a heavier, denser story than its now nostalgia-laden PS1 models signify. From this perspective, Final Fantasy V is the black sheep of the series. Rather than by its gameplay deviations, V is a game that stands outside the tonal confines of past and future Final Fantasies. V is a light, comic, rip-roaring adventure story. Characters are simple, but unlike the stoic figures of Firion and Leon, the characters in V are full of wit and charm and strange 90s sitcom humor frozen in time by the Pixel remaster. Check out this guy. Did you hear? A meteorite fell near Tycoon. Too bad it didn't land on my mother-in-law. This is awesome, and V is full to bursting with dialogue and NPCs and villains that take early Final Fantasy aesthetics and fuse them with Everybody Loves Raymond.
They weren't fake, they were real. They do exist, you know? If they fell down in a forest, they'd make a sound.
Although, to be fair, Everybody Loves Raymond came out 4 years after V, so I think it's fair to say that Everybody Loves Raymond is Final Fantasy V core. When I called the character simple, there's got to be some of y'all out there yelling at your computer screens, and that includes me. I'm yelling inside at myself all the time, both as I write these words and as I read them. The word simple can come across as condescending and imply some sort of deficiency, and the characters and story are anything but deficient. Final Fantasy V does have serious thoughts in its head, but it never sacrifices its tone in an attempt to graft seriousness onto itself. The worst mistake any piece of narrative art can make is sacrificing what it is, sacrificing its form and its tone and its aesthetic drive in a vain attempt at depth, pathos, or sociology. Shout out to James Baldwin's Everybody's Protest novel. I don't want any other games to catch a stray here, so I won't point out any that fall into that trap here, but if you ask in the comments, I'll probably tell you one. A good example of V definitely standing its ground is Gilgamesh, one of my absolute favorite villains in the series. Many people, especially those that played the original Ted Woolsey translation of Final Fantasy VI, love Ultros, but Gilgamesh is my comic villain du jour. He is a wild villain that has an arc where he not only redeems his villainous ways, but sacrifices himself for the sake of the world by overcoming his fear of death like the Gilgamesh of legend. It's a powerful little mini-arc embedded into the larger story, but the game never forgets that Gilgamesh is a goober at heart, and even his pathos is full to burst with unintentional ridiculousness. The first time you face off against Gilgamesh, he proclaims, well then, that's enough of a beating for today. Don't step out of line again, before running off and then facing off against the player numerous times. He delicately balances along the edge between villainous threat and comic relief. In one encounter, he yells, "Enough expository banter. Now we fight like men. And ladies who dress like men. For Gilgamesh, it's morphin' time." He does transform and becomes a giant, intimidating hulk of a man, and my continued love for Gilgamesh is making me commit the cardinal sin of criticism, sitting down and recounting things that were said and done like a senile grandfather. I can't help it though. I love Gilgamesh so much, and I think it's alright to sin sometimes, especially with Gilgamesh. Anyways, the subplot of this video is tying Final Fantasy in with some literature and literary history, so let's read from the Epic of Gilgamesh. Then I was afraid that I too would die. I grew fearful of death, and so wandered the wild. What became of my friend was too much to bear. So on a far road I wander the wild. The legendary Gilgamesh is afraid of death, and his fear is ultimately overcome when he realizes that his immortality is found in memories, in the walls of his city, and in the hearts of friends and family, and it's a similar journey for Gilgamesh in Final Fantasy V. He searches for strong opponents, but his real quest is for friendship, and in the end he embraces friendship not as an exercise of force, but of sacrifice. As the player fights the necrophobe in the final dungeon, Gilgamesh appears and dies to save the party. His parting words as he accepts death are all wonderful Gilisms, clumsily complimenting and motivating the party to carry on. The terse words describing his final dreams as he faces down certain death, defiantly remaining himself, are bittersweet. It seems weird to devote so much time to talking about a minor character in Final Fantasy V before talking about, the story and the main characters, but for me it feels right to establish an analysis and review of 5 with the character that most embodies the tone of the game. The party itself, the hero bards, the Princess Lena, the wanderer Galuf, and the pirate Ferris, are a Swiftian troupe of adventurers, a traveling band that has a special camaraderie. The parties in 2 and 4 are defined by their intra-party conflict, and many future parties will have to work through similar problems. The adventurers in 5 are the most fanciful, lighthearted group in Final Fantasy, and the one that feels the most like a dynamic group of friends. They're the adventurers we all imagine being in our group of Mighty Morphin weirdos in kindergarten. The party members all have their rich, emotional moments, particularly Lena and Galuf, but even those emotional revelations and flashbacks maintain the jovial melodrama of high adventure that work because of how much fun it is to just be with these characters. To avoid just listing a lot of great moments, like I did with Gilgamesh, I want to focus on one moment in particular. In the series' greatest if that were me personally moment, Galuf, seeing Exdeath overrun the party and on the verge of universal domination, throws himself into Exdeath's laser beams and flamethrowers and just refuses to die, tanking hit after hit after hit, even when on 0 HP, fighting back and subduing Exdeath until his body has no more to give and he dies, saving the party and the world from certain destruction. It's a really simple scene. There are none of the complex ideas and concepts that we're used to with Final Fantasy, but big ideas aren't dramatic by themselves. They need characters. Final Fantasy as a series understands this better than most others, even if it is a series that indulges full-throatedly in big, complex ideas and concepts. The deaths of Galuf and Gilgamesh are clinics in how strong character writing can make even the silliest of silly bastards dramatic without even trying that hard. Like with Gilgamesh, the death of Galuf is not a dirge. It carries with it the light of the future. After Galuf leaves, his granddaughter, Kryl, takes his place in the party, which is a significant moment in 5. The party of 5 is a return to the stability of 1 and 3, as the constant shifts in playable characters that featured prominently in 2 and 4 are scaled back for the stable party of 4 that defined the consistent, nameless heroes of 1 and 3. Galuf's death is the only major change in the party in 5, and even as he fades away, his powers developed by the player throughout the game are transferred to Kryl. Unlike the major character death that will come to define the second half of the series, the minimal gameplay implications are a light in the darkness that develops 5's intergenerational themes. Defeating Exdeath requires not just the work of our heroes of light, but also the knowledge transferred down through generations. Galuf gives his powers to Kryl, Sid, an old man in 5, only reaches his full potential to help the party with the aid of his grandson Mid. Lina, the Princess of Tycoon, is both materially and spiritually equipped to fight X-Death through the wisdom and sacrifices of her parents and dragon Kazuma Kiryu. There isn't some exaltation of heredity or inheritance, but an understanding of how the defeat of timeless evil requires community and knowledge that exists outside the time of an individual human body. What I love about this recurring motif in 5 is how it elevates a story that's often viewed as simply referential to the previous games. The plot, at its most crude, can be summarized as 4 heroes of light needing to go on a journey to stop the destruction of the 4 elemental crystals, which is the same plot as 1, 3, and 4. This isn't the final time crystals will play a big role in the series. They will come back with particular importance in 13, 15, and 16, but 5 is their final appearance in their classic form. Like the intergenerational knowledge that makes our hero's quest possible, the hardest Final Fantasy game is made possible by the knowledge passed down to the player through the early era of Final Fantasy, and 5 really is the end of an era. It's the final game directed by series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi before he would transition into the role of producer for the series. Perhaps it's a feeling we can only have in retrospect, but this being Sakaguchi's final time in the Final Fantasy director's chair adds extra significance to the derivative story beats of the game and turns what might be a generic narrative into a fitting send-up. Final Fantasy V isn't a low-rent parody or celebration of Final Fantasy, no more than Gulliver's Travels is a low-rent parody or celebration of the travelogue novel. The result of its rambunctiousness is the most distinct tonal experience in the Final Fantasy series, and a story that's shaded more towards the future hues of Earthbound and Dragon Quest VIII than Final Fantasy VII and VIII. There's a ton of fun in that. 5 was the second to last game in the series I played, and it was refreshing to have a story that confidently embodies its comedic structure without being pressured by the Final Fantasy games that have been and those that will be. It's a game obsessed with page-turning nonsense, and even though it's longer than all 4 previous games, its lightness lets the story go down the easiest. The gameplay of 5 is the matching reverse face to the story, indulging in a mix-and-match anarchy that towers over the rest of the series. The quality of gameplay in the series is variable, its topography marked by the peaks of 10 and 13 and the valleys of 2 and 15, but most of the time, Final Fantasy is a story-first series, with gameplay only being a small component of the appeal, at least for me. The gameplay is usually better than serviceable, but rarely explosive and dynamic. That gap is filled by 5, almost entirely by itself. 5 remixes and refines the job system from 3, a rare case of direct gameplay gimmick iteration in the series. In 3, leveling up a job made that job more powerful, but it was insular. Skills and improvements to a job were hoarded selfishly by that job, whereas 5 gives every class a wildcard spot where an ability from another class can be added. This means characters can transfer high-level white magic or dual-wielding or the berserk status from one class to another and invent all kinds of wacky combinations. The ability to create custom classes like Punch Summoners makes 5 uniquely addictive and replayable. The amount of combinatorial job creations is out of control, with the freelancer and mime jobs giving players completely blank canvases to build up custom classes. And it isn't like the player just does this stuff and rolls over everything the same way each time. 5 is by leaps and bounds, game over for game over, the hardest mainline Final Fantasy game. It's the only game in the series I would even call difficult. With all the available tools and all the customization the player can do with those tools, the game crafts many of the most creative and bizarre bosses in the series. Many of them have eminently exploitable weaknesses, and it's up to the player to find them. Unlike 1, 3, 4, and even 6 and 7, level doesn't matter very much in 5. In those other games, level is the most important stat, as almost every regular and boss enemy can be beaten in the war of numbers. That can certainly still be done in 5, but level is never an impediment to completing a boss. Observation and strategy are what matter most of all. Bosses like the door that sucks you off into the black of deep space, and the Tyrannosaurus, and Liquid Flame can all be bested even if you get completely cracked by them on a first attempt. The fluidity of the job and ability systems also creates emergent gameplay scenarios, which is a rarity in the series. During the final dungeon, my party was transformed into a bunch of toads by Halicarnassus, But without any Maiden Kiss items, and forgetting that Toad is a black magic spell, I moved all my Toads into Samurai so they could use the Zenonage command to throw money for damage. This pay-to-win button is great because it bypasses the debuffs inherent to the Toad status, and this nod of money Toads killed multiple late-game bosses and super enemies. Zenonage also let me accidentally kill the crystal boss immediately by both engaging and disengaging with the game at the same time. 5 is full of these bizarre circumstances. During a mid-game fight with the game's buffoon of a main villain, Exdeath turned Bartz into a zombie. Zombie is a badass status in 5 because it makes the sufferer berserk, immune to dying, and causes them to always attack their allies. In this one little circumstance, Bartz was equipped with the healing staff, and so became a corporeal white mage, dishing out the equivalent of berserk curas to the party way faster than Exdeath could deal damage. I didn't win that fight. Exdeath lost it. Exdeath himself is a splendid little bastard, and like a Gilgamesh, he shows off with glorious cheese just how well Final Fantasy V exists within itself. Some translations of Exdeath's name call him Exodus, including his much later appearance in Final Fantasy XII, and as with all translations and localizations, the decision to retain the name Exdeath over Exodus has come under some scrutiny. The name Exodus carries with it grand religious significance. As we will see much later in this video, Final Fantasy is a series that doesn't shy away from religious references, and the unhinged Catholic school gauntlet I experienced from kindergarten to 5th grade makes the direct and indirect Christian references in the series more hallucinogenic to me, so perhaps I'm grateful that the visions of Moses and the flight from Egypt and the tabernacle were tamped down. It would deepen the game to a certain extent, especially with Galuf, the elder amnesiac statesman of the party whose story is one of a bridge between two worlds. While I could sit here and mine out all the possible and loose metaphors that 5 shares with Exodus, the game wisely sidesteps this by running with Exdeath as the English name for the antagonist. Here's the type of lad Exdeath is. During the mid-game, Kryl complains about an aching splinter, only for Exdeath, about 20 minutes later, to spring his trap and reveal that the splinter is the work of an enemy stand user, Exdeath! Or one of my favorite individual lines of dialogue in the series during the final battle with Exdeath, where he, entering his final phase, screams, "I am Neo Exdeath." That's badass. What we are given with Exdeath is Final Fantasy's only major antagonist that is decidedly cornball, that has no interest in ontology or being a metaphorical mirror to the party, but a 100% ham. He's evil, and he likes being evil, and he wants to be evil. And while this flavor of villain exists elsewhere with Chaos and later with Kefka and Bartandalus, those villains all represent both physical and metaphysical threats to the party or give windows into the souls of the characters. Exdeath is an evil bastard who must be destroyed, and that's the end of it. The first super bosses in the series appear in 5. I'm not going to waste much breath on super bosses because I'm generally too unskilled at these games to conquer them, and so don't have a lot to say. But I do want to mention Omega and Shinryu. They're trailblazers, but like everything else in 5, they're also really funny. Omega is a giant death robot in the final dungeon, and you can, as I did, fight him several times before realizing that you can walk right past him. Dude's chillin'. Then there's Shinryu, who ambushes the player out of a treasure chest right before the final boss. No! That's it. Oh my god.
He's
unaffected by modern capitalism. We can't do it!
Here's the other super boss.
You ruined my build.
Your build?
I respect both of these monsters. There's a later super boss in 9 that's just hanging out in the final dungeon, and it's a lifestyle I respect by the bosses. Who needs lore and side quest when you can kick back? Many of the dungeons in this game are great jaunts. Many have excellent gimmicks, and while I prefer the dungeons of 3 for the pure emotional reason that they hooked me into the series, 5's dungeons kick ass, not just because of fun gimmicks, but also for how much the last several dungeons are structured. Unlike Eureka, a massive, painful, optional gauntlet that rewards the player with all the ultimate weapons, the ultimate weapons in 5 are all stored in a vault, and every time the player completes an optional endgame dungeon, they get the right to pick 2 of the ultimate weapons. It's an awesome idea that promotes player choice and freedom and customization, even if obtaining the last handful of ultimate weapons I didn't need felt a little like I was just getting them to get them. All of the really great parts of Final Fantasy V do play differently depending on when you come to it. It was the next to last game in the series I played, but I can only imagine how it feels when played in order. The feeling that this is somehow the end was heightened for me because it was essentially the end of the main series in my experience, but when played in order it isn't a finale, but the ending to a prologue. The cultural and critical juggernaut that is Final Fantasy is about to begin. Before getting into that, I would like to take a moment here to shout out to this channel's sponsors, the beautiful names you see in front of you from patreon.com and here on YouTube as YouTube members. It is only through the generous support of all the names you see on screen that I am able to keep this channel sponsor-free, at least until I get sponsorship offers. If you would like to join, follow the link in the description below to get exclusive access to essays, early videos, and other such goodies. Thank you all so much for your support, and let's continue on to Final Fantasy VI. Ever since its 1994 release on the Super Nintendo, Final Fantasy VI has been considered one of the greatest RPGs ever made, one of the greatest games of any shape or kind. Just like every other great game from the 90s, it's gaming Citizen Kane, a work of art that was at once immediately understood to be at the pinnacle of its medium, while also developing an impossible reputation far beyond the edges of its 4x3 image. And, like Citizen Kane, and some of the other 200 games compared to Citizen Kane, modern viewers will sit down, dubious of the reputation, and proceed to be rolled by a work greater than what words or reputation can capture. The iconic opening credits are an announcement that from this point on, video games are different. What is happening here is a culmination of sight and sound that evokes setting, tone, and mood greater than any previous game truly imagined. Previous RPGs from Ys 1 and 2 to Sweet Home and Mother to Illusion of Gaia are great and evocative games, but they carry artifice and necessitate a suspension of disbelief from players to overcome the fact that all the elements these games master haven't yet been synthesized into the artistic sublime. When you watch these Magitech armors trudge through the frozen winds beneath the melancholy march of the game's opening theme, the complex emotions of isolation and yearning are vivid even with only the barest of context. Like a lot of great art, once the emotional resonance is full, it defies explanation. We can break down the elements, but when they synthesize together, the emotional depth is beyond the reach of mere language. If I must break it down, as I am, because like all critics, I'm horribly misguided, there are two main conductors for the opening's power. The first is the music. I haven't mentioned Nobuo Uematsu's music since the first game because there's only so many ways to praise his music before you end up repeating the same cliches as every other critic. His music is about as uniformly great across the series as can be expected of an individual composer. One of the great strengths of his music is how complementary it is to the games themselves. Every element of the music and games work together to make the other better until they finally all melt away into a unified whole. This artistic synthesis reaches its zenith here, not just for the pre-PlayStation days, but for the entire series. Visually, this scene, and by extension, the whole game, goes beyond mere spectacle. Many games from the early SNES library used the graphical capabilities of the console to create new, impressive sights for console games, but Final Fantasy VI sacrifices spectacle and speed for emotional resonance. This opening is an impressive act of restraint for a game that is one of the best looking the console had seen up to that point. It's the restraint displayed here. The confidence to open the game on a lonely march instead of action spectacle is unique in the series. Every other game in the series that has an opening cutscene has an action spectacle, interactive or otherwise. The march isn't a cold open. There is a brief scene beforehand, but it establishes essentially nothing. There is character and plot in the march, but its context is only known to a player on a second playthrough once they're intimately familiar with Terra and the aims of the Gestal Empire. On a first playthrough, it's a pure mood piece. By itself, as an isolated scene, it's my second favorite scene in the series. In the same way the opening demonstrates restraint and control over the SNES, the game restrains at scale. Final Fantasy III, a game that Final Fantasy VI shares a namesake with in America, made its greatest impression with the ever-expanding world. Yet, in a medium where constant, endless bloating is the norm, VI smartly abandons endless growth. Rather than expanding the world like 3, or letting the player journey underwater or into hell or onto the moon like 4, 6 recontextualizes its world. During the mid-game, the player fails to stop Kefka, the game's clown antagonist, from throwing the world out of balance. He does, and in doing so, he destroys the world. Not completely, just enough to ruin it, to throw it into total disarray, to break down all of its social and political structures. Kefka destroys enough so that he can rule, and leaves just enough to make ruling worth the effort. When the player wakes up after these events, the party that you've spent the first half of the game carefully building up has been lost to the waves. It is then, in this destroyed world, that you must walk, retracing steps and recounting memories from a time before the world fell to ruin. Until its structure is reprised in 13, 6 is the series' great ensemble cast. Unlike 4, a game that flows through its main characters, there is no singular antagonist in 6. Several characters make compelling claims to that title, Terra, Celis, and Locke chief among them, but all 3 have extended absences. We start the first half of the game playing as Terra, but she goes missing for a long period of time. Celis, the only character we control throughout the entire second half of the game, is also one of the last major characters introduced. The game's focus shifting to Celis midway through works deliciously well because of her connection to Kefka. As the game progressed, I was taken by Kefka's unrelenting evil. Kefka, among other things, poisons Doma Castle's water supply, killing many civilians, destroys the world, killing even more civilians, and is finally stopped just short of killing everything on the planet and annihilating all of existence. He's a pure bastard, even if he did get that one dude's mother-in-law, and I, scarred by a million mediocre villains, was expecting the trauma dump. I was expecting the rationalization of Kefka, an attempt to make him a sympathetic figure, a gesture at him having a point in his destructive bloodlust and narcissism, but the game never does that. Final Fantasy VI is perfectly content with Kefka being evil. There's a tendency, both by creators and audiences, to view sympathetic villains as inherently better than unsympathetic villains, or villains that the audience can identify with intellectually as better than villains that repulse the audience. In practice, neither is superior, but the anxiety that equates morally gray or sympathetic villains with depth has overrun many stories, and I was expecting the same with Kefka. But the change never comes. At no point does the game ask us to identify with Kefka or to see him as a tragic figure. This is to the benefit of the game as it sets him in dramatic contrast with Terra and Celis. Of the cast, these 3 characters have the most direct ties with Gestal. Terra is mind-controlled by Gestalt to help carry out their conquests. Celis is a Gestalian general who betrays the Empire, and Kefka is the result of botched magical experimentation that leaves him mad. The path to make Kefka a sympathetic villain is there, but Six wisely lets his madness and his cruelty play out to its fullest potential. The magical experimentation that birthed him warped him so thoroughly that his unadulterated evil links him with Terra, who is not all that different from Kefka. She is a weapon for the Empire who, like Kefka, has been responsible for countless deaths, for endless destruction, for sprawling Imperial conquest. The difference between Terra and Kefka is that Terra regains her agency and has to reckon with what she did, even though she has no control over her actions. To see and understand that there was death and destruction done by your hand, or by the hand you now call your own, carries with it a moral culpability, even if it's culpability only to oneself. Kefka is her reverse face, the other possible destination for Terra, should she go mad under the weight of her abuse. Kefka represents the destination of all power and all bloodlust if it's left to run free. Gestalt itself, including the Emperor, are destroyed by Kefka, destroyed by their own creation. Here we can see that a lack of sympathy isn't a lack of depth. Kefka is a titan overwhelming the world, a beacon of war that reminds Terra and us what she could become, what Gestalt's conquest has done to the people weaponized for that conquest. If Kefka were permitted a late-stage redemption arc or a series of speeches that gave him pity, he would cease to be fascinating. He would cease to be a reminder of what can happen to people, of the terrifying depths that a person can fall. In Cormac McCarthy's novel Child of God, the main character, Lester Ballard, makes a case for being the most disgusting character in the history of fiction. Describing his actions in even the vaguest list of verbs would require a content warning that I don't feel like giving for a 5-second moment. Such unspeakable nastiness is common in McCarthy's work. His more famous creations of The Judge and Anton Chigurh from Blood Meridian and No Country for Old Men are even worse, if less disgusting than Ballard, but Ballard is counterbalanced by the novel's description of him as a child of God much like yourself. As the novel follows his crimes and follows his degradation and makes us imagine his body being anonymously dissected and packaged and thrown away by medical students, we see how close we were to being him. If, in the wide angle, we are all children of God, what actually separates Terrace and Celis and us from Kefka? One unfortunate break, an uncontrollable circumstance, the victim of experimentation never consented to, a blow to the head, or the plain bad luck of being born to madness is all that separates Terra, a woman who regains herself, atones for her unintentional sins, and rises to be a hero, from Kefka, a man who kills and destroys without purpose or pity, and whose body is washed away by time. Terra certainly has the potential to destroy the Earth. She is descended from the Espers, a species that possesses incredible magical power, and that's why her power is coveted by Gestalt. Celis, by contrast, lives a worse nightmare. Kefka is lost to fate, and Terra has to live with the guilt of crime she had no agency over, but Celis, a mighty general of Gestalt, has to bear the weight of both her crimes and her culpability. Unlike Kefka, who is evil, Celis is not. But like Kefka, she enables the Imperial March. She commits acts of evil knowing they are wrong. Like Cecil before her, she acts first out of self-preservation before finding the conviction to follow her moral self rather than her physical self. It's a conviction that's shaky at first before becoming steel. Celis was, at one point, closer to Kefka than to the player's party of heroic scoundrels, and it was by choice, or by convenience, however you want to define it, and the path both away from the cruelty of Gestalt and towards forgiveness is complicated and not always linear. Even after she had been imprisoned for insubordination against Gestalt, she still betrays the party at various points. Sometimes it's easier to be Kefka. Celis' most famous scene in the game is also one of Final Fantasy's most famous set pieces, the opera.
I am thankful, my beloved, for your tenderness and grace.
Celis is thrust into the lead role of an opera as part of a convoluted scheme to gain access to the airship of sex criminal Setzer Gambiani, and as Celis sings, telling a story about a woman caught between the man she has to marry and the man she loves, it reads just as much about the tear in Celis's heart between siding with Gestalt, living in safety at the cost of cruelty, and following her heart, living in danger for the reward of justice. Celis is the moral center of the game, and since her redemption is flanked on both sides by Kefka and Terra, it's palpable, even more so than Cecil's redemption. Cecil's arc was ever so slightly flattened by Cain and Golbez being his Terra and Kefka. As secondary hero and primary villain respectively, Cain and Golbez just aren't as effective, particularly Golbez, since he's given his own redemption arc to make him sympathetic. It's in vogue to call any Final Fantasy game a soft remake of a previous Final Fantasy game, and because I'm a filthy trend chaser in my own special way, Final Fantasy VI is a reiteration and improvement on 4, at least as far as its character writing. When Kefka destroys the world and the player enters the second arc of the game, one of the smartest decisions made by 6 was to make Celis the protagonist of the second half. It's with Celis that the player wakes up and discovers the new world of ruin. Like how the opening showed restraint by introducing the world with a slow march through the snow, the second half introduces us to the world of ruin gently, with a scene of caregiving. Celis is on a small island, isolated from the rest of the destroyed world with a bedridden Cid as her only dying company. Cid is a minor villain in 6, dedicating his technical wizardry to the Magitech experiments of Gestalt instead of airships and drinking. He's not an unquestioning villain. Like Celis, his loyalty to the Gestalt Empire wavers, but his hand is directly behind the suffering of Terra and Celis and the suffering caused by Kefka. You feed him fish, returning to the sea, time and time, to feed Cid and nurse him back to health. You can kill him by feeding him rotten fish, but for most players this will be inadvertent. Either way, you must feed Cid. You must nurture him back to health before you see so much as a singular random encounter in the second half of the game. Once you set sail into the world of ruin, this wasteland set before the player reveals itself to be one of the most alive sections in the entire series, at least on a mechanical level. Almost immediately, the player can go into the final dungeon when waking up in the world of ruin, and this section of the game functions similarly to a game like Breath of the Wild, where the bulk of the gameplay is simply preparing yourself for the final boss. Being that the party is simply Celis, fighting Kefka is a non-starter. It's up to Celis to take the initiative and reassemble the party to both redeem herself and to save the world from total annihilation, which, yeah, is a pretty big deal. Sadly, many of the great playable characters in the game, Edgar, Sabin, Cyan, Terra, Locke, Setzer, and so on, fall into minor irrelevance during this section. Reassembling the team offers engaging continuations of each character's stories, but because few of the characters are completely required, and I wouldn't blame anybody for skipping the tower to save Strago, some of the dialogue gets flattened towards the end, so it can be spoken by the widest number of possible characters. In this way, the world of ruin operates like a proto-Octopath Traveler, or as a foreshadow to Square's later 1994 RPG, Live Alive. The fusion of a dozen unique character stories that converge with minimal interaction or synthesis is a great strength and flaw of the game. On one hand, it really sucks that a cool character like Gao gets steamrolled into prosaic pace through narrative irrelevance, but on the other, seeing a cast that the player both shapes and has gotten to know come together to fight big evil is a pleasure unique to video games. Throughout this video I have and will emphasize the connection that Final Fantasy has to literature, but I don't want to take away from how these games take advantage of their own medium. These aren't books with page turning replaced by the A button. Final Fantasy VI takes advantage of the storytelling potential of video games more than any Final Fantasy game since the first. Small choices that might not even seem like choices to new players, like saving Cid in the world of ruin, saving Shadow on the floating continent, and choosing which order to do the branching paths early in the game, gives invisible heft to the interactivity of 6. That these choices have relatively minor story significance isn't a concern. The fates of a couple minor characters and the organization of concurrent story elements have emotional impact on the player. The seemingly minuscule mechanical attachment a player will develop with certain characters depending on the order the branching paths are played can ripple all the way into the 4-character party the player builds for the final boss. Same for the order the player rediscovers character in the World of Ruin. For me, the emotional and tactile experience of the World of Ruin forgives the character anonymity during the final dungeon. Since video games yield some authorial control to the player to accommodate interactivity, the placement and pacing of character stories in video games will be different compared to other narrative mediums, especially in a big ensemble cast like this. When talking about the character stories and how they're paced and developed, I would be remiss to not mention 2 of the optional characters, Gogo and Umaro. Neither of them have any story or backstory tied to them. They're simply sick freaks that join the fight against Kefka, and they stand as monuments to a bygone-era video game storytelling. Like Heathcliff's Wealth and Wuthering Heights, Gogo and Umaro are allowed to dangle there as unsolvable mysteries. In an age of deep lore and intensive fan wikis, it's liberating to be restricted from experiencing maximalist backstory shoved into every character and datalog. That mysteries, even within the lives of the characters, are allowed to be mysterious is a treat. A responsible leash that saves us from our impulsive bean-counting voyeurism. And that's on top of these characters even being optional to begin with. I've never seen what Umaro looks like. I didn't find him in my playthrough. He might be in the footage you're seeing here, I don't know. In spite of its furcated cast, the World of Ruin is one of the strongest stretches in any Final Fantasy because Final Fantasy VI has one of the strongest senses of location in the series. The frozen Narsh to the underbelly of Zozo are tonally and aesthetically stronger than most of the towns have been up to this point in the series. Having such a strong connection to the societies that make up this world, only to lose it adds extra emotional depth to the World of Ruin that I doubt would be present if the worlds of Final Fantasy I or IV were destroyed mid-game. It plays as a direct improvement upon the world design of Final Fantasy II by having its different areas and towns evolve and change for both better and for worse. Of all the games in the series, this is the game that stunned me the most. There's great pleasure to devouring a hidden gem, and an equal, different pleasure to discovering a heralded classic that's as good as its reputation. The incredible depth of character and visual beauty in Final Fantasy VI makes it this series' great achievement and one of the Super Nintendo's crown jewels. Perhaps its greatest achievement is its promise. The previous Final Fantasy games showed what games are. Final Fantasy VI shows what games can be. This will continue as we experience the PS1 games. The series is about to become larger, more explosive, more melodramatic. It's at this point that the roughly 3,300 words I've allotted myself per game becomes restrictive, demanding some reductiveness and truncation because there's so much to each of these games. We have now entered the high era of Final Fantasy. Last time, on our Final Fantasy retrospective, we looked at the SNES trilogy, 4, 5, and 6, and saw the series transition from one of very good classic JRPGs into one of the premier franchises in all of video games. Today, we plunge into the PlayStation trilogy, Final Fantasies VII, 8, and 9, and we'll see the series enter its high era with these 3 games, starting with one of the best and most iconic games of the 1990s. Final Fantasy VII is the nexus that the Final Fantasy series flows into and then flows out of. Like Resident Evil 4, its staggering popularity and influence have made it more famous than the entire series, its famous images and characters becoming a synecdoche for the series itself. And, like Resident Evil 4, the discourse around 7 often treats it as an entity separate from the rest of the games, but I think it's important to place 7 in conversation with the other games. Its legacy is largely the product of being at the right place, at the right time for video game technology and marketability. Final Fantasies III, V, and VI are all about recontextualizing the physical world. 2, 4, and 6 feature regret and redemption as a recurring theme. 7 fuses both of these together while adding new layers of nuance and ambiguity to the latter. Most of the characters in 7 have stories built around their pasts. In previous games, there'd be a few characters who explicitly struggled with their past, Leon, Cecil, Terra, Celis, but 7 centralizes this conflict between past and present by making it the engine for most of the playable characters' internal struggles, and by making it the focus of the narrative itself. The hardcore focus on a main topic is what allows the game to explore a much more complicated relationship between past and present, and past and identity, than the previous games. In Final Fantasies II, IV, and VI, the relationship between a character's past and their present self was often linear and simple. Leon and Cecil committed evil acts. They regret those evil acts and grow towards redemption, even if there are missteps along the way. As we talked about earlier when looking at those games, those characters are great, but they don't experience the same ambiguity that 7 observes. Consider the relationship between hero and villain, and how the villain in 7 is used compared to past antagonists. Unlike Kefka, who's an emergent threat on the world, Sephiroth is primarily a phantom, a specter that haunts Cloud, our big, spiky-haired, giant sword protagonist who has become the archetypical Final Fantasy hero despite being the only one in that archetype. Obviously, Sephiroth does pose a threat to the world, but very little time is dedicated to his world-ending power because such power isn't exactly unique. 7 has many forces capable of destroying the world. More than the extermination of all life on Earth, Sephiroth's role as antagonist is to plunge Cloud into the despair of memory. Cloud is introduced to the player as a badass mercenary whose power extends far beyond the ragtag eco-terror group Avalanche that hires him. Because of that introduction, for most of the game, the player's relationship to Cloud is that he's a badass super soldier, and Sephiroth is even more badass. But as the game unravels, Cloud himself emotionally unravels, and we discover that none of his memories of being a super soldier are true. He was, by and large, nobody, a grunt who couldn't cut it as a Shinra soldier, and it's fascinating to see how the other characters treat his nobody status. Sephiroth taunts him, showing Cloud contextless reconstructions of his memories, using the confusion to make Cloud vulnerable, to make him lose his sense of self and purpose. Sephiroth is telling Cloud the truth in these flashbacks, but it's often an exclusionary truth, fragmented by missing details and Sephiroth's desire to break Cloud. Tifa, Cloud's childhood friend, also lies to him, but not with maliciousness. Instead of breaking him, she wants to protect him. Unlike Sephiroth, she feeds into Cloud's false memories. She knows he wasn't a powerful soldier, and that he was not the hero he remembers himself as. Tifa sees feeding Cloud's delusions as grace. If she lets him have his memories, she lets him have himself, which asks an important question about our humanity. Are we ourselves because of our memories, or because of the truth? Like everyone, I've sometimes asked myself if my life is false. What if I'm actually a demented old man living in a scattershot collection of Alzheimer's-driven memories? Would I want the truth? I don't know, but I don't think so. I'm me because of my memories, not because of some objective, observable truth of the world. Tifa, by sacrificing her memories to allow Cloud to be whole, is performing an act of selflessness that, for me, is the most gut-wrenching passage in the game, even more so than the Eris plotline that dominates most people's memories of Final Fantasy VII. There is a truth in Final Fantasy VII. The game does have a definable plot that can be mapped out, but mapping out the plot reveals little about the game's concerns. Cloud's self-worth, his understanding of himself, is driven by false memories and questions the value of objectivity as a measure of humanity. Everyone, with no exception, has warped memories, and these warped memories shape every person in their own way. As an example, for myself, and this isn't part of the script, but for some reason, every time I talk about and think about and play the original Final Fantasy VII, I have visions of standing in a customer service line at Office Depot trying to exchange a printer, and the images of the floor and the scuff marks on it, and the smell of paper and ink and general corporate malaise and office death just comes into my brain, and I don't know why. That Office Depot isn't there anymore, and the customer service line was next to the pen aisle, so there would be fountain pens and that you could go and scratch on paper to test out, and I just remember the smell of that ink. I don't know why. I associate it with specifically in Final Fantasy VII when you're standing in the airship, and also when Sephiroth starts flying around. I don't know why. Anyways, memory being severed from truth is an important distinction to make because it also calls into question the nature of lying. As children, we are taught that lying is bad, but as we grow, we see the edges of this axiomatic truth, and even experience times when telling the truth, to the best of our fallible memory's ability, is the wrong thing to do. To a small extent, Sephiroth is more truthful to Cloud than Tifa is. Cloud's observable past down to his origin and the nature of his being is revealed more to him by Sephiroth than Tifa. Sephiroth is still a liar and a gaslighter and a fucking bitch, but he does set the player and Cloud closer to the path of truth than Tifa does. For some logic fail critics, Tifa refusing to interject at calm when Cloud is recounting his memories of Sephiroth is seen as a major mistake, but it's important to view that as a choice made by Tifa. At once, she doesn't want to relive an event that nearly killed her as well as Cloud, but she also cares for Cloud and knows what the truth will do to him. And Tifa's right to do this. We see late in the game that Cloud is so destroyed by the truth, so overwhelmed by his new, more accurate memories, that he loses himself to madness. Sephiroth, by contrast, uses the truth, or at least fragments of the truth, to destroy Cloud's sense of self and take away his identity. I know technically it's because of, like, Mako and live stream poisoning, but, you know, metaphorical readings of events and stories is just more interesting than just summarizing the wiki. So I'm giving you the metaphorical reading. We see this twice in the game with two of the most powerful examples of diegetic storytelling in the whole Final Fantasy series. Once, during a mid-game MacGuffin hunt, Cloud is manipulated by Sephiroth to give up the MacGuffin, and the player, during this scene, takes control of the ghost of young Cloud, trying desperately to stop him from giving up the MacGuffin. Later, this gets riffed on when the player has to direct Cloud to cut down Aeris, only for Cloud to override the player inputs. It's a moment of existential triumph for Cloud, but Sephiroth comes down, and in the most famous cutscene from 90s gaming, kills Aeris. It's an unbearable taunt, a moment of complete domination where Sephiroth destroys both Cloud's internal and external agency. That the player has to execute two pointless actions heightens the scenes and makes Sephiroth's domination over Cloud's humanity more terrifying. The bending of reality and memory and the deprioritization of truth as an overriding concept for self and humanity gives VII a strong modernist flavor. Final Fantasy VIII will even integrate some modernism into the aesthetics of the game itself. Consider the nature of truth in William Faulkner's As I Lay Dying. Truths in that novel are numerous, defined by the memories and the perspectives warped by the warped memories of its many characters. These are characters that define themselves, intentionally and unintentionally, by their memories and their understanding of their memories. Final Fantasy VII doesn't have the same linguistic complexity. At no point does Sephiroth brood that my mother is a fish, but the characters' different interpretations of the world, and consequently our responses to the game, are shaped more by perspective than truth. Beyond Cloud, the question of memory and self affects the other characters, particularly Barret. Barret, for me, is Final Fantasy VII. His early game rants about the theory and praxis of revolution give way to a personal tale of intense pain, where we see the origins of his revolutionary action as a response to the violence inflicted by Shinra against his hometown. I've seen some people argue that this makes Barrett seem like a more vindictive character, but I think it makes him more powerful, as he's able to funnel the pain of his memories into targeted action, unlike his mirror Dine. Dine, Barrett's best friend, takes out his rage randomly and wantonly, and their opposite directions are beautifully symbolized through the simple decision to have their augmented machine gun hands on opposite arms. In Barrett, we see the return of the divide between body and spirit that we've seen before in 4 and 6. Barrett's actions against Shinra carry a ton of collateral damage, but it's important to recognize that he, unlike Dine, contends with the reality of revolution and allows his memory to drive him to spiritual enlightenment instead of physical corruption. If Dine is the spiritual opposite of Barrett, then Rufus is his physical counterpart. Many players are critical of Barrett because his actions directly lead to so much death, while Rufus, the president of Shinra, is often left off the hook. Because Rufus is evil, and because Shinra is destroying the world, and because we are never shown any reason to care for Rufus, it's naturalized. The evil man is evil, but the good man, the man we are in the shoes of, who is the vanguard against the slow decay of the natural world, commits acts of violence that cause suffering. The incongruity is hard to overcome. How can good come with suffering? Evil has carte blanche to hurt as many people as it wants, but evil is often afforded this, even forgiven this, because suffering is seen as the nature of evil, and evil as a presence is comforting in a rotten sort of way. Rufus is there, and he reminds us that we are not him. We are better than him. But what of Barrett? Are we better than Barrett because we would let Shinra destroy the world and swoon into mass death and extinction with the knowledge that we are morally superior to Shinra? Barrett asks us to confront the central challenge of goodness and justice. What do we do when goodness and justice need violence to win? That his actions take a toll on him, that he has to reconstruct and reconfigure his past in order to cope with his violence, is why Barrett is such a strong character. His speeches and his conversations with Dine are soliloquies as much as they are dialogues. It's made even better by the Shinra executives, headed by Rufus and flowing down through Heidegger, Scarlet, and Hojo, all being complete cartoon characters. The depth of Barrett's internal contradiction and discourse is in equal proportions to how buffoonish the Shinra executives are. They are evil, and part of that evil comes from their inability to reflect and hold an inner monologue. Hojo, for example, is a madman who injects mutated cells into people and blasts them with radiation and tortures his subjects for no reason whatsoever, yet he somehow has the greatest depth of character of the Shinra goons because he rizzes up multiple bikini beach baddies at Costa del Sol. A surprising amount of respect for a character closely tied to Scarlet, who receives supreme disrespect by the game for having her epic scene be a slap fight with Tifa on top of a giant phallic symbol erected by Rufus to fight Ultimate Weapon. I get that this series horn dogs for evil girl boss bureaucrats, but come on, let them suplex each other or something. At least Jill in 13 will get it a little bit better. There will always be a little part of me that thinks there's a great version of 7 that has Barrett and Rufus as the main protagonist and antagonist. If Cloud and Sephiroth are the brain of 7, then Barrett and Rufus are the heart. Especially because the game's iconic physical space, the Dark City of Midgar, is defined by Barrett and Rufus. The first 5-odd hours of Final Fantasy VII are spent in the city of Midgar, a sprawling pizza city that isolates and entraps the player. Before 7, there were very few cities that occupied more than a single screen, and even fewer still that have vibrant socio-political systems that are both understood and experienced. The closest precursors to Midgar in the series are Saronia in 3 and Zozo in 6. And compared to Midgar, it's remarkable how archaic they look in comparison, how artificial and gamified it is. Midgar is so tightly packed that this small sliver of the game was remade into its own 40-hour game with Final Fantasy VII Remake. While Remake is maximalist as hell, it shows how full the banquet is in Midgar. Midgar as a setting is enabled by the series moving from the Super Nintendo to the disc-based PlayStation, and the intimate detailing of the poverty-stricken slums, the villainy of Wall Market, the slick interiors of Shinra headquarters, and the rotting industrialization of the scaffolds and plate that hold up the city squeeze every ounce of power that could be harvested from the PlayStation in 1997. Many complaints have been made that 7 declines in quality after Midgar. The pacing gets worse, the focus is lost, and while I didn't experience these problems, I see where they come from. Midgar is so tightly wound, so insistent on its pacing and its packed set design that it drives the player relentlessly. Once the player gets out of Midgar, the game opens up both figuratively and literally. The wide open skies and fields of the outside world are so antithetical to Midgar that the player can, for the first time, get truly lost both directionally and in the sauce. There are a small handful of optional minor activities in Midgar, but on the outside world, there are dozens of hours of side quests and minigames. The player can spend just as long, if not longer, breeding chocobos and defending Mount Condor and playing Golden Saucer minigames than the player ever spends in Midgar. If skipped, the game keeps its Midgarian pace up, but if the player chooses to pursue everything on the menu, then the Gulliverian tendrils of Seven spread out in every direction. Even so, the shadow of Midgar looms large. Because of how intentional and claustrophobic the space of Midgar is, the playable characters that join in Midgar, Cloud, Barrett, Tifa, and Eris, are the characters that dominate the game. Each character has their fans, but all of the post-Midgar characters, Ketchy, Cid, and the optional Yuffie and Vincent, don't leave the same impact. Not only are the Midgarian characters with the player longer, the player has to get familiar with the world that these characters lived in. Costa del Sol, Rocket Town, and the Golden Saucer are all interesting areas with fascinating design, but they come and go as points on the map leading to Sephiroth. The player is a passerby in these towns. They can indulge in all they have if they want, but Midgar forces the player to live there. The last character I want to talk about in detail is the only one I haven't mentioned at all, Red 13. He is the one character in the series I renamed, and Red 13's circumstances make him a conundrum for customizable names. I gassed up customizable names as a feature when looking at Final Fantasy II as one that I don't take enough advantage of and still don't. In the present tense of me writing this section, I haven't customized names in Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, which I'm playing for a video that may come out before or after this one, I don't know, but the one character I did change the name of was Red 13. I named him Scooter. When Barrett and gang are trashing Shinra headquarters, they discover Red 13, a dog-like creature being prodded and tested and pumped with Mako and electrodes by Hojo. Red 13 is his lab name, and when he joins, he tells the player that Hojo has named me Red 13. A name with no meaning whatsoever to me. Call me whatever you wish. I felt bad for Red 13, tortured and abused for God knows how long, and I thought he was a badass, jumping on Hojo and ripping his neck out. That went hard, so I renamed Red 13. He deserved a real name, not a serial number. But at the same time, naming Red 13 is a choice given to Cloud that's co-opted by the player. Cloud's facade of cool calculation and disengagement at this point in the story would lead him, I believe, to keep the label Red 13. On the other hand, no name selected for Red 13 fits with his story. Like Barrett, Cloud, and Tifa, Red 13's story revolves around his past and his relationship to it, his relationship to his hometown of Cosmo Canyon, to his father Seto, to the wise sage Bugenhagen, and to his own name. When the player arrives at Cosmo Canyon, Red 13 contends with the memory of his father. He considers Seto a coward, thinking that he ran from his duty. "My brave mother fought and died here," Red 13 says, "but my cowardly father left her." This is a false memory that defines Red 13, and seeing a different version of this past, the one where his father didn't run, changes him. The petrified husk of Seto is his monument and his mausoleum, a remnant of the past forever carved into the present, and it redefines Red 13's relationship with himself, helping him embrace a different version of himself. That new self is called Nanaki, his name by birth. Many returning players name Red 13 Nanaki, because even though it's a coincidence of cosmically improbable proportions that Cloud would unprompted and unknowingly call Red 13 Nanaki, the ability to name Red 13 identifies the player with that character, and to many players, Red 13 will only ever be Nanaki. The problem is that Red 13's story is defined by this. Him learning and then accepting his true name and his heritage is the denouement of his story, and that 7 doesn't mechanically reflect this change in any way is a missed opportunity at reflecting his story. Giving the player the opportunity to rename Red 13 after he sees Seto would enrich his story even further. But as it is now, Red 13's narrative feels ever so slightly undercooked by the systems of the game. Final Fantasy VIII will get rid of the option to rename most of the playable cast, which is fair. I would have renamed Squall, Selphie, and Zell as Fart, Ass, and Poop if given the chance. To see the era of customizable names begin to close is not something I expected to care about or write about, and certainly not as much as I have in this video. Speaking of changing names, some people are likely mad that I keep referring to Aerith as Aerith and not Aerith. Her name is spelled wrong in the English version because of either a mistranslation or a glitch or some other reason I haven't checked. I have a suspicion that whatever answer I find will somehow be misinformation, and the last thing I want to do is hide meaningless misinformation in a 6-hour Final Fantasy video. And besides, I'm going to call Aerith Aerith because I go by the text of the game. It's more pure that way. It's why I still refer to Tetsuya Mizuno and Tomoyuki Takechi as the executive producers. If I had more space to talk about 7, I'd like to talk a lot more about Aerith. It feels wrong to not dedicate more time to her, but also so many people have said so much that there is a wealth of discussion about her to devour. But, we must move on. Maybe my favorite detail about her, and the way her spirit reverberates throughout the game, is on the menu, where her party slot is left, undisturbed and empty for the second half of the game. That's really awesome. Well, awesome in like an attention to detail kind of way. Because I'm a sick freak, I love stories about broken characters suffering the horrors of past and present simultaneously. Between Cloud, Barrett, Tifa, Sephiroth, and the other characters I didn't focus on, Final Fantasy VII is all about memories and how they shape us, and this theme will only become more personal as PS1 Final Fantasy marches on. As much as I was loving the series up to this point, my curiosity gazed outward towards the games beyond 7. When you look at the reception of the series with fans, every game from 8 onwards is steeped in constant critical turmoil. Each individual entry garners more divisive discussion than all of 1, 2, 3, and 5 get combined. The idea that Final Fantasy gets bad after 7 is treated as some sort of artistically objective observation, a universal truth so powerful that series motifs go from the fun parts of Final Fantasy to shark-jumping moments. For example, futuristic technology and space are staples in Final Fantasy from the beginning. At the end of the first game, you travel to a Gulliver's Laputa-inspired future civilization in the sky. In 4, you fly a whale to the moon. In 5, you teleport to an alien planet. And in 7, Cid's major character arc is reenacting the plot of Armageddon 1 year before Armageddon released. You attempt to blow up a meteor in space to stop it from destroying Earth, yet the games to follow, including 8, are treated as if they took the left turn into Crazy Town. This isn't because of any inherent truth about Final Fantasy VIII, but a product of it coming after 7. The cultural impact of 7 was so massive that 7 has become Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, a specter that haunts the series through sequels, prequels, remakes, movies, and stubborn cultural iconography that cast a deep shadow over every mainline entry. Like Brutus, the more the series tries to kill Caesar, the more like Caesar it becomes. I was eager to see the latter half of the series because a lot of its online reception has been based on the Spoony One's reviews of 8, 10, and 13, and like a lot of long-form, point-by-point internet criticism torn between comedy and genuine critique, I had the suspicion that Spoony's reviews were shallow readings of the games and their lasting impact the product of being popular during the formative years of YouTube. I just had to see for myself. I write this introduction to 8 having been initiated into the fires of Final Fantasy discourse back in the dark days of YouTube, long before I'd been able to play many of the games, and as I became aware of during this journey, the reception of the post-Final Fantasy VII games has changed over the last decade. As the series elongates through time, the goalposts change, the dividing lines move, the haters filter out, and fans and critics are left to build new, retrospective consensus. 9, 10, and 14 have emerged as consistent fan favorites, but 8's reputation still remains fraught all these years later. I say all this to explain both why I looked forward to 8 as it loomed over the horizon, and that I understand why some people don't enjoy this game. Understand being the key word, because I'm about to spend most of this section lapping sick praise onto this game as, for me, it's one of the great accomplishments in the series and one of its storytelling peaks. Just to cover the most basic of bases, I will start with the gameplay of 8 because it's the hiccup that the rest of my analysis must contend with. All of this is for naught when a smart guy says, "Yeah, but the game sucks," as if the purpose of criticism is to regurgitate the most simple-minded reactionary thoughts produced by our lizard brains. Basically, the YouTube comments section, like all public forums, sucks. Anyways, while Final Fantasy's reputation for radical change between entries won't become truly standard until 11 when MMO fever and the fading of turn-based combat from critical favor reached its cultural zenith, 8 is the biggest break that any game up to this point has had from its previous entry. The new character progression system, junctioning, and all its attached features fundamentally alter the linear character progression that's defined growth in this series. It's a system that's often criticized, and fairly so, for being obtuse to new players. Spells like fire and water and sleep can be attuned to buff stats, and to acquire those spells, you need to draw them from enemies. You must suck them dry of their spell charges to get more spells, because the more copies of an individual spell you have, the better the stat buffs. But also, these copies of the spells are your ammo for those spells. 8 fanatics will be able to rattle off all the different ways to acquire spells more efficiently, but the point is that all methods feel like grinding or feel out of the way. It's not a great system, and that's about all the time I'll spend on it since endless ink has been spilt over 8's gameplay. But for all these systems do to change the formula after 7, for all 8 does in its quest to be different from 7, 8 enters into deep conversation with Final Fantasy's oldest ideas. Final Fantasy VIII revisits the ending of the first game and riffs on that game's idea of a time travel loop and fading identity. The world of 8 is under threat from the future, and like the nameless warriors of light who are anonymously sent to their deaths time and time again to defeat chaos, Squall, 8's black-clad belt enthusiast protagonist, is reared in a child soldier factory, a warrior of light factory ironically called the Garden, with the purpose of killing the evil sorceresses that quest to enslave the world, even through the impenetrable blankets of space and time. Although Squall and his playable compatriots Zell, Keestis, Selphie, and Irvin have personalities, they don't have identities. Being raised as mercenaries for combat in wars of geopolitics and cosmic horror strips them of their identities. In much the same way as Final Fantasy is unsteadily trying to discover itself after being thrust into gaming hegemony, Squall is trying to figure out who he is and how he can connect with those around him. The only connection he does have is to the Garden, and therefore his only self-knowledge is his place in the private military war machine. Like in 7, memory is the bedrock of identity. During 8's tutorial, the information about Guardian Forces, the game's equipable summons, mentions how the use of Guardian Forces can cause memory loss, but that is best not to think too much about it. The red flag raised by that piece of deep Garden propaganda does end up paying off, as we discover that the party's memories, except for Irvin's because he's special, were lost through extended Guardian Force radiation. The information is delivered during the game's infamous orphanage scene. It's a story beat of total contrivance that is deeply, profoundly, thematically resonant, but it doesn't quite work dramatically. This video has primarily been an analysis, but I think strictly analyzing this scene thematically would flatten its complexity. My reaction to it as a viewer is different from my reaction as a thinker. That dissonance is rare in this series, and whenever it does happen, in Final Fantasy or elsewhere, it signals some deficiency in a scene. The issue is that the inference for most of the game is that these characters have grown up with each other. Squall, Selphie, Zell, and Keestis are all about the same age and live in a boarding military death school. Adding all these extra steps and hoops to reveal that their childhood memories have faded feels unnecessary, as it adds very little to the characters that wouldn't have otherwise been present if this were the kindergarten for the Garden. Dramatically, what the scene does is establish the character's old caretaker, Edia, as the evil sorceress they're trying to kill. It's to 8's credit that it gets a lot of power out of a scene that can be easily written off as simply contrived. The exposition dump is delivered by Irvin, a character that has already felt like an outsider because he's from a different garden than the rest of the party. He has all of his memories and knows of the childhood they all had together. He knows that he's trying to kill his adoptive mother, and it isolates him. Irvin's perception of reality is different because he has memories no one else does, and he knows that all of their memories, and even his, will continue to fade with their Guardian Force use. It's a rich scene with how it develops Irvin, and for how it mirrors 7's idea of memory and identity. In 7, Cloud's intense suffering is a product of his memories being lies, from him not being the person he thought he was. In 8, Squall has no idea who he is. He looks back and sees nothing but darkness. His suffering is a product of developing an identity rather than losing one. Squall discovering his own identity is important, because his internal conflict is his inability to connect with others, and in Final Fantasy VIII, a person must develop a sense of self so they can connect to another person, and developing that sense of self requires experience, both firsthand and vicarious, in how to love and how to suffer. In a way, the memories Irvin gives Squall are vicarious. Squall may know facts about himself and of his past life, but they're third-person memories given to him, and this divide between first and third-person experience recurs throughout VIII, and it's seeing through the eyes of others that Squall begins to understand himself. Periodically during the story, Squall is transported into the consciousness of Laguna, a mysterious man from the past who's a stranger to Squall. Frequently in these scenes, we read Squall's inner monologue overlaid on Laguna's real-life literal dialogue, and it's this self-reflection through the life of another that Squall begins to realize his own identity. At the end of one of these flashbacks, in what I'd say is the second best individual scene in the series, Squall is told by Laguna's adoptive daughter Elone about the death of Laguna's wife and her adoptive mother. When I was kidnapped, Uncle Laguna went on a journey to find me. But because he did, Uncle Laguna wasn't able to be by Rain's side when she died. Rain wanted to show Laguna her newborn baby. Rain kept calling out for Laguna, so no matter what, I wanted Laguna to stay in the village. But it didn't work. I could no longer make it back to that moment. Laguna's love for his daughter and his love for his wife enables this moment of suffering that pours straight out of Hemingway and McCarthy. If Squall wasn't developing an identity, he wouldn't be able to connect with others, and wouldn't be able to feel the love and the pain of this scene. By experiencing this pain vicariously through the memory of Laguna, he discovers himself. When he comes back to, at the bedside of his girlfriend in a coma, Renoa, he lashes out in pain and anxiety, desperately searching for a way to save Renoa. Renoa is the game's other playable character. Unlike the Garden Soldiers, she wasn't raised for war, and when her homeland of Timber falls to Imperial might, her quest is to rebuild her homeland instead of herself, because as long as she has her memories and her culture to keep alive, she has herself, and also her dog Angelo, who she shoots out of a rocket launcher. The romance between Renoa and Squall is often seen as the divisive feature of this game's narrative. This is partly because romance as a genre is feminine-coded in a medium that was still very masculine-coded in the 90s and 2000s, but also because literal, reactionary readings of VIII cannot get over how bad Squall should have fumbled Renoa because of how unreceptive he is to her for the first half of the game. Squall doesn't have that raw animal magnetism of Cid, who managed to pull the baddest goth girl in space and time and steal a bunch of money from Norg, but such criticisms can reduce the bizarre intricacies of individual human behavior to logic boxes and fail to see the muddy depths of this romance. Squall's desperation to save Renoa at the moment everything seems lost is because all at once he discovered how to love and how to suffer. Squall's arc reveals how interconnected the spectrum of human emotions are, and how all emotions need each other. The climax of their relationship is the best individual scene in the main series. It's a slow, haunting scene where Squall floats through the cold, empty void of space to grab Renoa as the life support systems fail. Desperate to prove itself different from 7, 8 takes Eris's iconic death scene and replaces it with one that is slow, peaceful, and, while it ends happier, much more painful. Unlike the sudden, violent, and extraordinary end to Eris's life, 8's space sequence is a representation of the slow fading of life, and the fate most of us will share. Life doesn't explode in narratively impactful denouements. It slips away, sand into eternity, transitioning, one second over another, the hot blood of life into cold nothingness. It's when Squall experiences this personal, universal, existentially terrifying near end of a life he loves that he fully discovers himself. I wish I had something deep to say about Cypher. I got bad vibes off this guy from the beginning, and I never let my bias be challenged. My animosity was expressed mechanically. During the early game amphibious invasion of Timber, Cypher demands that all experience points go to him because he is him. Final Fantasy VIII gives out asymmetrical experience, with the lion's share going to the character that landed the final blow on an enemy. I went out of the way to make sure Cypher didn't kill any enemies, so that he got the least experience of anyone on the team. I know that pettiness made the game technically harder by a very small degree because of how this game does the level curve, but I don't regret it, and I'll do it again. Cypher's cutscenes are the closest I came to completely zoning out during the series. I used my power as a reader to actively disrespect him by ignoring him, and that's the beauty of it all. No one has a gun to your head demanding that you read a book. Unless you're trying to avoid looking like a dumbass in class, fuck it, who cares? Don't read shit. I was tempted to not read anything Cypher had to say, although I did. I was a good little video man and read everything. And I think my irritation with him was because I was so invested in Squall that I began to internalize his apathy towards Cypher. Like Rufus in 7, Cypher is a secondary villain that acts as a foil to a main party member. Cypher is an extraordinary foil to Squall because he is the most intellectually deficient Final Fantasy character, which is my kind way of saying he's dumb as shit. Squall may be the most intellectually gifted of all Final Fantasy protagonists. His inner monologue is by far the most complex and imaginative in the series. Partly, that's the product of perspective. 8, along with 10 and 16, creates an intensely personal narrative driven by a singular voice, with many of the game's extensive cutscenes being viewed and meditated upon by Squall. Squall is often criticized for being a whiner and a little bitch, and that's certainly true. It's also true of Hamlet. The fascination with this personality is the split between his persona and his thoughts. When he kneels over the comatose Rinoa, we see him develop through his own thoughts, through that disconnect between the way he's carried himself and the way he wants to be and the way that he thinks. Cypher, by contrast, may have an actual rock for a brain. He goes tit for tat with Squall, countering Squall's metacognition with petulance and arrogance and stubbornness. Perhaps Cypher is more complex than I give him credit for. Our view of him is myopic, but other characters with limited perspective relative to Squall, namely Irvin and Keistis, show more sensitivity and depth. And I should say that Cypher is well written in this regard. The game is peculiar in modulating how it depicts its characters based on their own imaginative capacities. Squall is the most complex, followed closely by Rinoa, while Zell and Selphie are more limited, more emotionally blunt, and writing like this allows the characters to develop rather than unfold. I'm not saying that Cypher is lacking any depth, but his simplicity reflects his character more strongly than any deep speech would ever accomplish. To give him his due, Cypher's struggles stem from deep, rudimentary insecurity. Squall's odyssey to find himself is internal and cognitive. Cypher's is outward and violent. He feels the need to prove himself physically superior to others. His emotions and his inability to control himself let Squall beat him in combat and steal Cypher's girl, but there's no capacity for reflection, no self-improvement. His posse, Fujin and Raijin, are subjected to his abuse because the only way Cypher can understand people is through the dynamic of domination and subjugation. Fujin and Raijin are Final Fantasy's Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. If Rosencrantz and Guildenstern followed around, I don't know, Coriolanus? That's a deep cut right there. When Squall gets sliced up by Cypher in the opening cutscene, it establishes them as inseparable foils, as connected people that go in two opposite directions. If we fused them into one person Gogeta style, it just wouldn't work out. Throughout this video, I've made several references to the romantic hero archetype, and what makes Cypher and Squall interesting is that they both fit into this archetype, but Cypher is unique in his thoughtlessness. His rampaging violence carries the legacy of Ahab, Edmond Dantes, and Heathcliff. While Cypher certainly broods enough to cosplay those latter two, Ahab is his closer companion. When introducing the white whale, Ahab is described as shouting with a terrific, loud animal sob like that of a stricken moose. His blind animal rage is questioned by the first mate Starbuck. Vengeance on a dumb brute that simply smote thee from blind instinct? Madness! To be enraged with a dumb thing? Ahab responds with intense delusional rambling. All visible objects, man, are but as pasteboard masks. But in each event, in the living act, The undoubted deed, there, some unknown but still reasoning thing puts forth the moldings of its features from behind the unreasoning mask. If man will strike, strike through the mask. How can the prisoner reach outside except by thrusting through the wall? Ahab yaps for another whole page, but we see the roots of Cypher in this ramble. Cypher is tormented by his self-defined inadequacy. His only option is to punch through the walls, to punch through Squall, and to find purpose and peace through domination. He does, in fact, punch through Squall, or slice through him, however you want to verb it, in the opening cutscene. There's some important story stuff in the opening, not a whole lot to really analyze or anything, but since we're already here forever, I might as well talk about it because I leaped out of my seat, Citizen Kane clapping to nobody, at how highly concentrated this opening is with 90s cheese. We got mysterious text overlays, the gunblade flying in from nowhere into a badass close-up mimicking the Buster Sword in 7, choral chants, the title FF8 flashing on the screen. Is so dumb, and I treasure it dearly. No matter how many fancy quotes and old books and literary merit I try to assign to these games, they are still, at their core, games with incredibly silly aesthetics that are worth cherishing. But so too is all the serious content. The question of self and how the self is developed and expressed will continue to run through the rest of the series, but it's in 8 where this question is most tightly focused and where the series finds its bleakest and most radiant moments. Final Fantasy IX is often relegated to the hallmark world of homage. After the cyber fantasy cycle of Final Fantasies VI, VII, and VIII, IX returned to the world of the NES trilogy. Fantastic voyages of swords and sorcery, lands of white mages, and wooden airships. Because of the aesthetic similarities with the simpler 8-bit games, the reception of IX often focuses on the surface-level throwback, and the game is seen as a less mature work. A deviation because its primary function is to celebrate the series. This puts it in conversation with 5, but unlike 5, 9 is mid.
I'm not here for mid.
No, like 5, 9 is a funnier game than both its immediate predecessor and successor. All the games, even 7 with all its fatalistic lugubriousness, have comic relief, but 9 has pratfalls, and a funny man in a suit of armor that suffers pratfalls. There's an old man that calls an underage girl babelicious. Well, actually that part's not so funny anymore. Baku is probably going to jail. It's okay to call Lulu or Fang babelicious because they're adults, or Cloud of Darkness because she's Eldritch, but also, you probably shouldn't call anyone babelicious because you're not 12 anymore. Despite its reputation as a game for ha-ha laughs, the truth about Final Fantasy IX is that it's the philosophical summit of the series. Ever since Cecil's lamentations in the opening hours of Final Fantasy IV, the series has explored existential ideas, beginning with the simpler conflict of choosing right versus wrong in 4, and quickly developing the more complex questions about memory, identity, and self. 9 takes these existential questions to their zenith. It's about as close to a philosophical video game as a mainstream tentpole release from a major studio in a major series can be. Like the highly relevant The Stranger or the not relevant Animal Farm, Final Fantasy IX explicitly deals with philosophical questions on its surface rather than burying them in subtext a la Final Fantasy VII and VIII. Albert Camus, in his essay The Myth of Sisyphus, argues that the fundamental question of philosophy is judging whether life is or is not worth living, and this is the basic question that grounds Final Fantasy IX. The assumed position of all the previous games is that life is always worth living. Cecil, Celis, Cloud, and Squall all have muses that confront them with the inherent value of life, And in the case of VII, the clash between man and nature reinforces the value of life as an all-encompassing concept, contrasting the spirituality and harmony of nature with the cold violence, oppression, and steel of modern technology. In IX, there is no such obvious universal truth about life and its value. For a game with a reputation as a lighthearted fantasy romp, this is the Final Fantasy where life is the most disposable. We see the bloodthirsty Queen Braun and super slut Kuja raise cities, and we watch as people fruitlessly flee for their lives before dissolving into the nothingness of PS1 RAM optimization. It's a level of on-screen death that would make Kefka and Sephiroth blush, and it's only rivaled by the massacre of Mist in IV. But that slaughter was the basis of Cecil's character arc, a moment of cosmic significance that sets into motion the restoration of the world. The deaths in IX are without meaning. They are the passive reality of a world that the characters have to contend with. They have to choose to live in spite of the violence, not because of it. The obliteration of Clara is the hardest individual scene in the series to stomach. When Beatrix, the game's Vegeta Kaiba redeemed hero, watches the destruction, she laments about black magic being used to destroy the city instead of letting her and her troops sack Clara. It's disquieting and hard to know how to feel about Beatrix. Not just because we stand a bloodthirsty queen, once again apologies to Vivian Aladrin for me stealing her wording, but because Beatrix isn't a villain in the same obvious, vacuous way Rufus or Kefka are. They kill and dominate because subjugation is what they want. They revel in destruction, they revel in death. Hojo laughs evilly when injecting his test subjects with test fluids. Beatrix can't even see the suffering. The value of life in Final Fantasy IX is so obscured that not even the game's temporary turncoat villain can see it. Beatrix wants to demonstrate her skill and her leadership of the Pluto Knights. Death and destruction are invisible to Beatrix's eyes because the world of Final Fantasy IX doesn't assume an inherent value of life. Beatrix's eyes are inward, struggling so much with finding purpose and fulfillment that it makes the world invisible. Finding a purpose in life, or even an identity, are more difficult in IX because it's not inherently clear to the characters if there's value beyond eating, shitting, and dying like a swarm of locusts. Finding a meaning to even live is the central conflict for most of the cast. The myth of Sisyphus famously posits this question as one of suicide and explores to what degree death is a solution to the pain of living in an absurd world. Vivi, the game's secondary deuteragonist in a game of deuteragonists, directly asks Camus' question of suicide. As a manufactured black mage with a short, predetermined lifespan, he questions why it's worth even trying to live and find meaning and help the world and overcome his internal turmoil if he's just going to die. The episode that sees Vivi question the value of continuing his small, painful existence is when the player discovers the Black Mage Village, a sanctuary for the Black Mages who have fled lives of warfare and weaponization. Two of the Black Mages explain to Vivi the cemetery that they've constructed, and talk about the Black Mage buried there, unsure how to process or understand their death. Mr. 36 is buried under the ground now. But I don't understand why. He's going to come out again one day, right? When he does, I'm going to wash him off in the pond. The inability to understand the permanent state of death isn't simply a product of the Black Mage's newfound self-awareness, but the terror at the core of consciousness. We may understand on a factual level that death is permanent, but death is so impossible to imagine for a conscious being that it seems unreal. Othello, his hands cupping the neck of his sleeping wife Desdemona, observes that once put out thy light, thou cunningst pattern of excellent nature, I know not where is that Promethean heat that can thy light relume. It seems as if life should be eternal, that there should be a Promethean flame somewhere that can resurrect the body and soul, and this clash between the impossibility of death and the terror of life forms the backbone for the arc of many characters in IX. For the Black Mage Village, this fear drives them to be complicit in the atrocities of Kuja, the main antagonist for most of the game, because he promises them an escape from physical death in exchange for spiritual death. It's important to note that Camus' definition of suicide doesn't just include the intentional act of physically killing oneself, but also the act of throwing one's life away for a cause, because, as he claims, anything worth living for is also worth dying for. The spiritual suicide of the Black Mages by selling themselves to Kuja's cause of destroying the world does accomplish the goal of expediting death, but it's in exchange for an empty, meaningless life. This isn't the same conclusion that Vivi comes to when he decides to fight to save his friends and the world instead of destroying everything, and that presents something of a problem for the characters. There's no demonstrably obvious, factually correct choice. On a moral level, we may object to Kuja's destruction of the world, but formulating a philosophical argument for why it's ethical that conscious, suffering life should continue isn't exactly cut and dry. Kuja's reasoning for destroying the world isn't compelling to anyone except himself, but it's easy to see why he acts in a globally suicidal way. We learn late in the game that Kuja's motivation comes from him discovering self-awareness, and if we consider Kuja's self-awareness from Camus' perspective that beginning to think is beginning to be undermined, the worm is in man's heart, then we can understand why it's easier for Kuja to destroy the world than it is for our heroes to save it. Steiner, Final Fantasy's undisputed Riz Lord and mindlessly faithful Knight of Alexandria, is a mirror image of Kuja. Throughout the opening hours of the game, Steiner carries out his sworn duty as a protector for Princess Garnet, our willfully kidnapped heroine, with great fidelity. In many traditional moral frameworks, this fidelity is his great strength, but it's mindless. Steiner acts as an antwood, ignorant of the contents of both those around him and himself. His shift from mindless tightwad to self-directed existential tightwad isn't completed under pressure from heroic speeches, but through personal reflection. His change truly begins during his soliloquy in Trino. What in the world am I doing? I'm assisting thieves in committing a crime. No. I must be patient. Protect the princess. Escort her back to the castle. Focus on your duties. Trust the queen. She would never commit an atrocity. There must be a good reason. No thoughts of my own? Nonsense. How can I, a lowly knight, understand the queen's thinking? I need not worry about the ramblings of a criminal. Just think about escorting the princess home. I'll probably never see him again. He was the culprit. He pulled the princess and me into his intrigues. Like any good Shakespearean soliloquy, Steiner has a complete conversation with himself here, overhearing each and every one of his imagined syllables, moving from questioning himself to flimsy justification to acknowledging himself, and to ultimately blaming Zidane, the game's often criticized protagonist, from getting him wrapped up in the machinations of Nine's plot. In his questioning and in his denial, Steiner slowly pieces together an existential purpose in a world that denies him one. The key here is that his self-discovery is different from Vivi's and the rest of the cast at large. There is no big, easy answer to the meaning of life in Final Fantasy IX. Every character's unique circumstances require a unique answer to Camus' question of suicide, both physically and spiritually. You continue making gestures commanded by existence for many reasons, the first of which is habit, writes Camus, premeditating Steiner's internal monologue. Dying voluntarily implies that you have recognized the absence of any profound reason for living, the insane character of that daily agitation, and the uselessness of suffering. What's important to emphasize here is the many reasons for actions and the lack of an overarching purpose for life. That wide canvas opens up a multitude of questions about an absurd world, which every character, Kuja included, answers differently. Final Fantasy IX doesn't paint all of the options as inherently valuable. Kuja does ultimately lose, as villains tend to do in Final Fantasy, which is why I chose Camus as the philosophical basis for this analysis. The conclusion at the end of the myth of Sisyphus is that the absurdity of a meaningless world full of suffering must be confronted and struggled against rather than submitted to. Camus' victory for humanity mirrors the ultimate conquest in IX of life and experience over destruction, not for some grand narrative as it would in Kierkegaard, and his optimism, unlike the pessimism of Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, is what enables our heroes to triumph even in the face of constant failure. Even though IX has the reputation of a light adventure story, this is probably the Final Fantasy game most defined by failure. It's endemic just how much losing the party does in this game, and even the victories often feel Pyrrhic right up until the end. The craziest part of all the failures is that the villains also get in on the action. They take as many L's as the player. Bopper, you dumbass, I hear you spew. The villains always lose in Final Fantasy. Of course they take L's. What grips me about the specific flavor vels the villains take in 9 is that they happen across the entirety of the narrative, even when the player struggles and loses in fights against those same villains. Failure and struggle extend backwards in time, far outside the confines of the canvas. One of the major villains, Garland, created Kuja and Zidane and an entire race of empty vessel people so that he could perpetuate his people's existence into eternity. He has been trying and failing in his task for millennia. That name hopefully sounds familiar to all the chaos killers out there because Garland takes his name from the villain of the original Final Fantasy. 9 has little nuggets like this all over the place with names like Pandemonium, but Garland is the most substantial reference, rising above reference and becoming a capital A illusion that us literary types get brain horny over. His story isn't a one-to-one translation from Final Fantasy I Garland, but the subtext is brought over. Like Garland, Garland is searching for eternal life, which is common for Final Fantasy villains. Many are searching for eternal life or infinite power. This specific story of a race of beings using another world to perpetuate their own dying civilization will be reprised in Final Fantasy XVI, and what we see in these stories and in many villains that thirst for eternity is that the difference between heroes and villains is a willingness to die. Death is necessary for humanity in Final Fantasy to develop a moral consciousness and personality. Vivi and the Black Mages who accept death become individuals, while the Black Mages that pursue eternal life lose themselves in the cogs of Kuja's anthill. For Vivi, Zidane, and other Final Fantasy characters like the Heroes of Light, Tidus, and Noctis, a confrontation and acceptance with death lets them develop as complex people. By accepting death as part of physical existence, they reject Camus' spiritual suicide and embrace life as a struggle against unfeeling, impersonal horror. Kuja and Zidane continue the legacy of great Final Fantasy foils in this regard. Kuja, deemed a failure by his creator, embraces spiritual suicide and pursues the destruction of life, while Zidane, constructed for the same purpose as Kuja, rejects his creator by embracing life and seeks to protect it in spite of the terror that comes natural with the suffering caused by living and dying. Zidane saves the life of Amarant and Kuja, even though neither deserves to be saved in a karmic sense. The stupid bullshit both characters do would get them killed in a Shakespearean tragedy, but Zidane's embrace of life against spiritual suicide is so strong that he can't leave them to their dramatic fates. Viewers, of course, love bloodshed. I love bloodshed, but perpetuating violence against those who deserve it isn't on the menu for a game with Camusian philosophical optimism. That optimism the game exudes in the face of each existential nightmare it produces also helps us understand the part of 9's narrative that is most consistently criticized: Necron. Necron, as a final boss, is often criticized for being random and out of nowhere, and he is dramatically random. Like the hate mob Merceau imagines at the end of The Stranger, Necron is an idea, as much as he is a literal figure in the plot. Like the Cloud of Darkness, Necron is an older, primordial force that represents Camus' spiritual suicide. After Garland and Kuja, the physical threats that terrorize the world are defeated, their infectious philosophy that embraces spiritual death must be destroyed. That threat being Necron, and Berserk Excalibur Steiner dropping max damage on Necron is pretty cool. I don't have actual footage of Steiner doing that, so here's a picture I took of my Steam Deck. I think I accidentally turned on the supercharge buff that's in the remaster, but it's more awesome to imagine Steiner just diegetically becoming him when faced with Necron. It isn't the slaying of an evil dragon, but the conquering of the existential crisis that defines human experience is very cool, and Final Fantasy IX is a cool game. I recommend it. I'm not high on the entire game, though. For a lot of players, Final Fantasy IX is that hidden masterpiece in the series, at least as hidden as a game that sells 5 million copies can be. Still, compared to sales and legacies of 6, 7, and 10, 9 is relatively anonymous. As an example, the phrase "is considered one of the greatest video games of all time," or similar variations, appears on the Wikipedia pages of 4, 6, 7, and 10, but not for poor 9. What prevented 9 from rising to the same heights as the previous games is a doldrum section in the mid-game, where the player is introduced to Aiko and Amaret, two characters that did less for me than just about any other character in the series with comparable screen time. Both characters are fine, but they seem trapped in Final Fantasy IV, dragging the game narratively while offering little more than elementary explorations of the game's central themes without the same personal complexity as Vivi, Steiner, Dagger, or even the woefully underexplored Freya, who the game disrespectfully excludes from the cover in favor of Amarant. But I'm in a good mood today, so let's not dwell on it. Instead, let's pop in on the gameplay for a quick second, because I do think that 9 has the best gameplay of the PS1 trilogy. Unlike most Final Fantasy games that sometimes struggle with implementing the new gameplay features as well as they could with multiple attempts at iterating the same ideas, 9 has some of the most synergistic features in the series. The gimmick with 9 is the new ability system. Each piece of equipment has abilities the character can learn, and each character has a limited number of ability points to equip these abilities. Each major boss fight, especially towards the end of the game, is significantly impacted by abilities. Importantly, because skills are learned slowly, and because the game has a forging system with old equipment, players are motivated to keep hold of their equipment instead of selling everything off, which pays off in the long run, because most pieces of armor have elemental immunities and damage reductions. It's just like Dark Souls, for sure. And oftentimes the strategies to deal with bosses aren't to outstat them, but to be properly equipped for status and elemental defense. It's a synergistic system that has much more strategic clarity than the materia and junctioning systems had in 7 and 8. Everything from item usage, acquisition, and hoarding plays into making sure the player always has enough resources to beat bosses without simply grinding the problem away. As with 5, problems can be grinded away, but it's never necessary. If anything, the most remarkable part of 9 is its collection of side quests. What I love about this era of Final Fantasy that extends from 7 to 10 is how unhinged the side quests are. They're almost all terrible, but they're irresponsibly terrible, each one offering a unique flavor to engage with the world, unlike the copy and paste waypoint side quests that would come later. In 9, Chocobo Hot and Cold is the type of time waster that I love, at least in the abstract, because it's a self-driven treasure hunt that uncovers the material secrets of the world. Or there's the Excalibur 2 side quest where the player has to speedrun the game to get Steiner's worthlessly powerful ultimate weapon. I certainly did not bother getting it. I didn't bother doing most of any of the side quests. Same for the following game, and also the previous game. At its best, Final Fantasy IX is the most thoughtful experience in the series. Of this high era of Final Fantasy that stretches from 6 to 10, 9 is the most optimistic, despite plunging deeper into death than any other game in the series. Last time on Final Fantasy, we looked at the PS1 trilogy, why 7 and 8 are great, why 9 is almost great, and today we move forward into what might be my favorite game in the series, 10, and 2 flawed, fascinating entries with 11 and 12. So, welcome to part 4 of our Final Fantasy main series analysis, the PS2 trilogy. At the end of this remarkable stretch of games is Final Fantasy X. For many critics, Final Fantasy X is the series crossing the threshold into design that's unmistakably modern, even decades later. Voice acting, level design that replaces the high-flying overworld with linear hallways, and the immaculate fidelity of the PlayStation 2, a line that might sound facetious, except that, yeah, PlayStation 2 is a look, and the original PS2 version of Final Fantasy X remains the best the game has ever looked. Final Fantasy X also happened to be the final game I played for this retrospective. Not for any particular reason, and it's surprising because this is maybe the easiest and cheapest Final Fantasy game to get. I can go buy 5 PS2 copies of 10 for $30 right now, but when I sat down with 10, the coda to my journey through the series, I was transported back to the distant realms of 2003, a time that exists only in the fossils of my memory. Released in 2001, Final Fantasy X is quintessential PS2 core. The technological advances of video game computing power and DVD magic fused with the distinctly polygonal game graphics that defined early 3D gaming even into the PS2 era. The magic of this era survives, crystallized in Final Fantasy X, and the game plays fresh even 20 years later because of how much glee it takes in integrating the tools of the new millennium with rudimentary powers of the old video game world. During the game's opening stretch, 10 uses dynamic camera movements and voiceover narration as the player moves through the opening level. 8 took advantage of a dynamic camera and voiceover during pre-rendered cutscenes or when it used untagged stream of consciousness dialogue. Because 10 is fully voiced, it can't create the same Faulknerian effect as 8's interwoven speakers, so instead its narration draws attention to the unseen changes in its hero, Tidus. Like Joe Gillis in Sunset Boulevard, Tidus narrates 10 after his death, beyond the physical confines of a body, as a soul free to introspect the way he didn't get to in life.
I think I had a dream of being alone. I wanted someone, anyone beside me, so I didn't have to feel alone anymore.
For all the semi-deserved criticism 10 gets for its shabby early PS2 voice acting, the ear is immediately drawn to the somber, wise reflection in Tidus's narration compared to his impulsive and arrogant past self. Death is humbling. We will see this idea later reprised in 15, but in 10, the transition from life to death is central. Tidus, the star player for Blitzball's Xanarkand Abes, a team I can only assume is a proxy for the evil empires of the past Yankees and present Dodgers, is yoinked out of time to the land of Spira, where Sin, a giant kaiju, roams and destroys towns and cities. With Sin comes death. And with death comes the Summoners, a group of priests and priestesses that train to defeat Sin and to ferry the souls of the dead. Yuna, the summoner whose story we follow in 10 and who's meant to be a martyr to stop Sin, sends the souls of those killed by Sin to the afterlife in one of the defining cutscenes of the early PS2 era. Tidus observes,
People die and Yuna dances. When will she stop dancing? When will it stop?
We people of the future, blessed with knowledge of 10-2, know that this observation isn't true in the end, but that's not important. Tidus's inner thoughts here are a requiem for a future that might not be possible. Sin has been destroyed before, and will be destroyed again, and always returns. Even the name itself, Sin, gives it an eternal nature. But Sin, as personified in 10, isn't an elusive, ethereal idea. Sin may be the manifest hatred and wrath of humanity, but every incarnation of sin that ravages Spira is the embodiment of an individual. The sin that the player wages war against is the embodiment of Jecht, Tidus's alcoholic, abusive father who ran the gamut from calling Tidus Rizless, ridiculing him, and ultimately abandoning him. Jecht as sin provides a human core to an inhuman monster and also allows for a spiritual path to overcome sin beyond the physical sacrifice given by Yuna and all past summoners. When Tidus awakes in Spira, he finds a world that's bound to a complex system of religious power structures and the summoners that they control. Spira is as besieged by the power structures of Yevon and their ambitions of total theocratic control and oppression of the Albed people as it is by sin. The Albed are an ethnic group whose technology and religion is viewed as heretical, and throughout the game, the relationship that Yevon and the world and the party have to the Albed is explored more thoroughly than the world's relationship to sin. This difference is important. Because the world has a simplistic view of sin, they will destroy it at any cost necessary, and an inordinate amount of focus is given towards the complex relationship between Yevon and the Al Bhed. Yevon emphasizes a simplistic fear and hatred of sin above, and a complex, twisted fear and hatred of the Al Bhed below to maintain their structural power within Spira. Titus, by coming to Spira as a total outsider, is a metaphorical fish out of literal water and is able to view sin and the Al Bhed outside of Yevon's social order. Titus's personal connection to Sin and Jecht makes his relationship more complicated than how Yevon and the other party members view Sin. The simplistic and violent approach that Yevon takes towards Sin isn't able to permanently defeat Sin, because warfare and human sacrifice are incapable of overcoming the eternity of Sin. The summoning that temporarily destroys Sin upholds the religious structures while also killing the summoner themselves. To defeat Sin, a deeper piety must be discovered that goes beyond the violence and the death that Sin itself perpetuates and goes beyond upholding man-made religious structures. Yuna, as a summoner, has resigned herself to death. One of the game's powerful scenes is when Titus learns that Yuna is going to die and is shocked by how glib everyone else in the party, Yuna included, is to this. This scene occurs relatively late into the game and reinforces just how locked down Spira is into its Sisyphean routines. Compared to the other characters in the series that have a strong relationship with their own death, Yuna is the most resigned. I had said previously that what separates heroes from villains in Final Fantasy is a willingness to die, but Yuna pushes this to an extreme. She is resigned to death, even knowing that, in the end, her death won't do much. Even more so, everyone else in the party, Waka, Orin, Lulu, Kamari, are stunned by Titus's defiance. For Yuna herself, much of her demure, passive attitude comes from adopting expectations Yevon and Spiran society has placed on the summoners to be these humble, pious creatures. Comparing Yuna from the start of the journey to the end, we see how she, like the water she guides, fits the vessel needed of her until she discovers, much like Squall and Kuja before her, the value of her own life and personality, leading her, ultimately, to becoming a silly little gremlin in 10-2, which is a goal all of us can aspire to. Yuna's arc in 10 is a reverse Freudian development, where she goes from acting strictly on the needs and demands of the society around her, to becoming more independent, more open to the pleasure and wants of her id. She doesn't abdicate her responsibility entirely. If she did go full-on Freud pleasure principle, Sin probably survives because anyone's subconscious drive in response to fighting a giant kaiju is, fuck that. Yuna learns to untether herself from the oppressive chains of Yevon without receding all the way into becoming a misanthropic libertine. For Titus, the death of Yuna, the specter that haunts him, the angel in his nightmares opposite the Jechtian devil, drives him to find an alternative path to perpetuating the cycle of sin, even as everyone else accepts this eternal cycle. Titus's quest to permanently defeat sin while saving Yuna's life is initially a selfish quest, scoffed at by the other characters. How could it not be seen this way? Martyrdom is something worshipped. It defines legacies and the upholding of power structures, no matter how caustic and harmful to the world as a whole they may be, is viewed as an integral part of the social contract. It would be absurd to throw these ideas out entirely, but an unyielding fealty to martyrdom and to protecting a system that demands that martyrdom is what lets the party view Yuna, to a certain extent, as completely disposable. They care for her, but her death is what's needed to keep Spira going, to keep Yevon's domination in place, and to protect the fragile social order threatened daily by sin. Titus, this weird, corny outsider attempting to break this cycle, is at once obscene because who the hell does this goofy-ass isekai protagonist think he is to be coming in here and trying to upend society and religious practices he knows nothing about? But he's also what they need. A view that can see beyond the limits of a society and tear down that old, broken order.
Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all.
Titus's ignorance is the wisdom needed to change the party's view of Yevon and Seymour, a powerful Yevon Meister, from one of grand moral opulence to what Percy Shelley calls the dregs of their dull race. Although he is wiser in his deathly narration, his drive during the present tense action of Final Fantasy X is his romance with Yuna. My first exposure to Final Fantasy X was similar to my early exposure to VIII, primarily ridicule from people outraged by the games being built around romances.
It's gay.
X's romance between Titus and Yuna isn't as central to the story as Squall and Renoa's romance is to 8, but it's important for that full-bodied experience. The moment Yuna and Titus fall in love, a love scene that will come again in 16, is one of the series' highlights and one of the best moments of its era. This is the new aesthetic power available in the DVD era of gaming, and its impressionistic fantasia makes it a beautiful counterpoint to the spare minimalism of 8's space scene. In his review of the entire mainline Final Fantasy series, Never Knows Best argues that this scene is emotionally manipulative, and while his video is awesome and I wholly recommend it, I cannot abide by this point. In general, I'm not a fan of most critiques that claim a work is emotionally manipulative, because having one's emotions manipulated is the exchange between art and viewer. The meta-knowledge of the emotions a scene is creating, and the refusal to feel those emotions because one doesn't want to give oneself over to the art is, in my estimation, a skill issue, in most cases. Whether or not a scene is effective for a given viewer requires deeper interrogation than the emotionally manipulative label. You may as well say that you don't like Coke because it's a drink. For me, the romance of the scene and its imagery were deeply moving. Its poetic impressionism is rare in this medium, and I savor every bit of it. The popular framing of video games by news media and by many gamers themselves as this inherently masculine medium makes this era of Final Fantasy so much more exciting. Despite all the Tifa titties and Fran ass shots and Lulu chest gazing, Final Fantasy is a series whose storytelling flows out of the legacy of the more sensitive feminine works of literature. Jane Austen and Emily Bronte run strong in many of these games. It's hard not to see the ghost of young Heathcliff in Squall. So much of the pushback against Final Fantasies VIII, X, and later XIII, along with X-2, is directly targeted at the feminine-coded elements in these stories, but it's precisely this move away from the strictly masculine design and focus of older titles that makes Final Fantasy so transcendent from 6 onwards. As much as I love Final Fantasy IV, a part of me wants to see what that game would be like if it were written with the same sensitivity as 8. It's in this deeper sensitivity, not just in gaining strength or falling in love, that Titus is able to defeat Sin. Like I had mentioned, it's easy to call Titus's desire to save Yuna selfish. After all, there is no other known way to defeat Sin, and it's, on its surface, a quest to save himself from heartbreak. But this isn't all there is to it. It's what Titus wants, but to actually defeat Sin requires much greater courage than love and friendship or whatever other tropes get carelessly dumped onto JRPGs by their least intelligent haters. Instead of subduing Sin, the monster, and lulling it to sleep, Demon Souls Old One style, Titus confronts Jecht, his father, to defeat the idea of Sin, and has to do the 2 hardest actions a person can do. He must say goodbye, and he must forgive the unforgivable. Under no circumstance does Jecht deserve forgiveness. Forgiveness is something we often think of as interchangeable with justice or karma. Since forgiveness between individuals is often in response to some abuse or neglect, it's thought that forgiveness is given in exchange for some act of penance, i.e., you did something bad to me, but you can be forgiven when you do something good for me. But this kind-hearted vengeance doesn't really get to the core of forgiveness and finding peace in the wrongdoing done towards oneself. Forgiveness isn't something earned, and at its most pure level, it's independent of the person being forgiven. Forgiveness is something given by a victim to both the perpetrator and to themselves. For Titus to find the peace, the inner piety needed to overcome Sin, he must forgive Jecht, because to give Jecht the hatred he has earned is to perpetuate Sin. The wrath of the father becomes the wrath of the son, and the cycle will continue. For the cycle to be broken, an undeserved grace to Sin and the person that personifies it must be given. That Titus fades away, lost to this world, that he must be the one to say goodbye to Yuna by sacrificing his physical body and ending the cycle, reinforces that the kind of strength needed to overcome a monster like Sin isn't what the structures of organized religion, especially one with the political ambitions of Yevon, can offer, since self-perpetuation is the actual goal of such organizations. Self-sacrifice, and the grace required to do so, is a recurring theme throughout the series, from Cecil's refusal to fight back against his Dark Knight self, to Eris's death, and onward into 15 and 16. That Titus's version of this comes with the ripple of forgiving a man who profoundly hurt him makes this the most difficult iteration of this theme. It's romantic to fantasize about sacrificing one's own body, but being asked to forgive is a very real, very vulnerable, and difficult experience that we, as real people and not our fictional counterparts that populate the stories of our shared dreams, are often asked to do, not for the sake of others, but for the sake of ourselves. The game asking Tidus to forgive Jecht is a tall order, and one that challenges the player themselves. Jecht is abusive towards Tidus both actively and passively. The few instances where we see them together in flashbacks are always bleak. The vibes are bad. Here's a scene where Jecht tells Tidus he'll never get a girl, that he has no riz, that he'll get no motion.
You with a woman? You can't even catch a ball! Oh, what's the matter? Gonna cry again? Cry, cry. That's the only thing you're good for.
Wow, Jecht, you're just like, I don't know, Hamlet tells his mom that sense sure you have, else could you not have motion? I guess? Jecht is so deep. Putting Tidus in a situation where he has to forgive his abuser is difficult to parse through as a player. To many, this is actively distasteful. It's hard enough to get oneself or others out of abusive situations. To then have Tidus's forgiveness of sin be an undeserved forgiveness of abuse seems to perpetuate the long-standing excuse that it's the responsibility of victims to love their abusers. But what's actually happening is something more profound. Tidus isn't being asked to let sin continue, he's being asked to break the cycle. It's been a long time since he's seen Jecht, and he must come to terms with the stories of his father being beloved everywhere but in his own home, and he must find peace, otherwise he will kill Yuna. The hatefulness directed at Jecht will be sent back into the world unless Tidus can keep it and pacify it. This is difficult to deal with because even in spaces that advocate for rehabilitative justice, there's a desire for revenge. It's common for people to think that everyone should get a second chance, except for the person who wronged me. And on that personal level, it's difficult to ask someone to let go of that. But for the cycles of sin and abuse to be broken, there must be a final victim who's denied karmic justice. We also see this with Wakka, the first character in Spira to accept Tidus. Wakka struggles to come to terms with his brother Chapu dying as a crusader for Yevon. On one hand, he harbors vengeance against the Al Bhed for Chapu's death, but also resents the horrible knowledge that Chapu decided to leave him and Lulu to become a crusader. This is different from Tidus's story, but like Tidus, Wakka has to find a closure that the world will not hand him. His hatred of the Al Bhed has to be overcome internally, because Chapu isn't coming back. He has to let Chapu go, because it's the only way to also let go of the hatred that taints his heart, and is the only way to find peace between the followers of Yevon and the Al Bhed. Because Final Fantasy is ultimately an optimistic series, Wakka does get over it before doing one of the most diabolical things any Final Fantasy character has ever done. He marries Lulu, his dead brother's fiancée. Now, this is technically in 10.2, not 10, but still. All I'm saying is that Wakka's wiki page starts with Wakka is, while Chapu's starts with Chapu was.
It was just too hard.
If you want to get in the right mood to play 10, throw on Jeff Buckley's Grace, or at least I would recommend that. Except 10 had the much more inspired idea to make the final fight theme a Carcass-inspired melodic death metal track that goes hard, and when Seymour, one of the game's main antagonists, yells "Death awaits" during one of his boss fights, I can only think of Slayer, "Hell awaits." And then there's Lulu, a heavily belted goth lady that certainly didn't resuscitate any old hang-ups of mine, and this game is, for all of its water and piety, metal in a way precious to the early 2000s, and I love it. My personal favorite shot in the game is this one, where the camera lingers on Lulu's chest for an extended period, but like the embarrassed teenage boy who couldn't ask his mom to buy Final Fantasy X-2, the camera swings around wildly and cuts to Auron, also while swinging around wildly to hide its intentions, make it look like, I don't know, art or thoughtful or something, I don't know. But perhaps what sticks with me the most about Final Fantasy X is the water. Final Fantasy X fits easily next to Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, Super Mario Sunshine, and The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker during the Great Water era of video games. The ocean and the sounds of the water are the most evocative sounds on this earth, and the 6th generation was when the technology could finally capture the isolation and freedom, the loneliness and community that builds around the water. It's awesome, but Like with all things Final Fantasy, the coastlines of Spira wouldn't last, as Final Fantasy turns back inland to the desert lands of Final Fantasy XII. Well, not quite yet. There are two Final Fantasy games that presented a problem for me heading into this video, which are the MMO extravaganzas 11 and 14. Because of the time sink that this genre demands, I had decided to skip these entries until I get to have a summer of 14, and I don't feel particularly qualified as a critic or a player to talk about them. I certainly don't want to fall into the trap many critics who overemphasize genre fall into, where their reviews and analysis are generalized around genre hangups rather than the games themselves. I mean, it would be fitting since this is Final Fantasy and that's what every JRPG review on YouTube does, but that's not what I want to become. However, these games are numbered entries, and I believe dutiful viewers and Final Fantasy fanatics who've made it this far will want to hear some thoughts and analysis about these games that themselves have incredibly dedicated followings. It's the only fair thing to do for these games. So, to cover them, I've brought along friend of the channel and Final Fantasy fake mega fan Vivian Aladrin on the line to talk about 11 and 14.
Hi. Hello. One of the most interesting forms of the ephemeral nature of art in a medium tainted by a capitalist impulse is the massively multiplayer online role-playing RPG, and Final Fantasy is no stranger to such fascinations. There is no way to truly revisit the history of such games as they were. Even World of Warcraft Classic cannot truly re-grasp what it was like to be a child in 2004 trying to make sense of the sweeping world of Azeroth while random strangers on the internet yell slurs at you. But there is something captivating in Final Fantasy XI, a game that was released in 2002 and as recently as 2023 had gotten new content. This game has existed for over 20 years, and it shows. Far from the sleek polish of a revamped FF14, 11 bears the bones of its history shamelessly. Combat is sticky and unintuitive. There's a process to change from one target to another. There's a process to invite party members. There's a process to unlock other processes, to unlock gear that will themselves require processes to upgrade into meta relevancy. And yet FF11 is unrecognizable on some level to its origin. It creates this kind of bizarre fixation. Every step you make in the world of Vanadiel feels mechanically like archaeology, like walking through a clean slice of video game history. And even though that is strictly speaking false, this sensation comes through because no one makes MMOs like this anymore. Let's set the scene a little. You are an adventurer arriving in one of the three city-states that start the game. Windhurst, home of the Tarutaru and Mithra, the terrifying children race and the catgirls respectively. Bastok, home of the Humes and the Galka, humans and shark boys, I guess. And Sandoria, home of the Elvan, elves, if you couldn't guess. The game places you down, gives you a couple lines of context about this town, points you at an NPC, gives you a ticket, and then from there you're basically on your own. A lot of the initial functionality of the game is locked behind your capacity to figure out that in order to give NPCs items, you have to target them, open your system menu, hit the trade button to open a trade option with the NPC, where you then select one of these windows, which will then open up your item menu, which you then scroll through and select the item you want to give to them, then hit confirm, and then, congratulations, you have completed the act of giving the ticket to the NPC. Congrats on the free 50 gil. I'm never one to get too into talking mechanics in any games, but FF11 really compels you to fixate on it mechanically, mostly because it is built on a system that predates famous MMO World of Warcraft. Things that seem so intuitive and sensible as instanced dungeons with specific bosses and loot exist, but they exist in a way that's practically unrecognizable. You basically only know that a certain area is or isn't a dungeon by merit of whether or not you're allowed to ride your mount in it. They can have home points, survival guides, both, neither, and there are bosses in the sense that they're notorious monsters out in the world at large, but the effect of traversing this world makes the spawning of big, imposing, scary enemies feel commonplace. Okay, another example. Levels, like leveling up. The idea of an MMO giving you a level cap to gate endgame content, a cap that progressively scales up as each new expansion comes out, seems so obvious, and yet, as far as I could tell, the cap started at 50, at some point was raised in the span of a single expansion to 75, then in the process of the release schedule of Wings of the Goddess, scaled up 5 levels at a time to level 99, where it rests to this day with the final expansion, Seekers of Adoulin, being built entirely without an added new level cap. Though they do cheat this by finally introducing item levels, what would now be a staple in the genre. This feeling of FF11 as a frontier into a new world is a brutal double-edged sword, though. For every moment in the game that soars, like when you figure out how skill chains work, that there are enemies that are built to be used to grind weapon skill levels, and you can essentially leave the game on overnight poking at them, figuring out that powerful weapons are gated only by the humble domain invasions, big slappy boss events where a group of players band together to obliterate the big dragon, and all your frames in the process. There is also the bad. The bad can show up suddenly but wickedly. It turns out, this dungeon you need to explore for Chains of Promethea has apex mobs, super endgame enemies that are made to grind capacity points, so designed that you should ideally party up at level cap and with decent equipment if you're going to tackle them, and certainly not at level 60 some odd. This particular issue is further complicated by the weird relationship the game has with its story. FF11 has a story, it has several, in fact, working on the episodic nature of expansions, where Rise of the Zillard is a direct sequel to the base game's plot, and Chains of Promethea iterate on that a little further. The Treasures of Outer Gone, Wings of the Goddess, and Seekers of Adoulin, respectively, all take place as bespoke set pieces, with bespoke conflicts, save some small references to the subplots of the base game's plot from Wings of the Goddess, by virtue of it being a story where you travel 20 years into Vanadiel's past. Due to this episodic nature, and the fact that in balancing new level caps and content that intersects with older areas, the game broadly allows you to approach the story at your own pace, and that can make it hard to follow. Flitting from storyline to storyline as more of it opens up to you relative to your level and gear, which is a shame because the stories can be interesting to witness. Even the least interesting of them reveal a kind of brave curiosity in exploring the MMO as a vehicle for narrative. It may seem odd to consider such things after the popularity of FF14, built in large part on the back of its remarkably strong narrative, but remember that this is an MMO that was made without jumping as a meaningful, mechanical way to interact with the world. The game struggles to know what to do with you, and instead of being timeless and classy like Bopper, I come to you now with some jazz age filth. You are the Nick Carraway of Vanadiel, quietly gay and deeply judgmental of this bizarre world you've somehow ended up a total stranger in, despite all evidence to suggest that you are as natural a part of this place as anyone else. You take on the prototypical stock MMO hero role that would be largely popularized by big names like World of Warcraft, the muscle that's also here. Your involvement in the story tends towards the circumstantial. A city-state sends you on menial everyman tasks until you accidentally stumble upon a plot that runs deeper than your pay grade, but it endears you to the powers that be, so much so that before you know it, you're in the show-stopping block party for fiends and monsters, Gatsby's Delkfut Tower, rescuing diplomats while Juno tries to figure out if there's anything to be done about the Shadow Lord. See, alongside your contributions of heroic errand boy or cat or shark rests a litany of heroes, all of whom hold interesting, flawed lives, and by nature of the game's loose association with storytelling, one that almost trends towards naturalism by letting the cast have an interiority that feels like you don't have any access to. These characters' lives feel more like glimpses. Lion is a legendary hero, but in the 2024 era of scuffed digital archaeology, we meet her, and it seems like it's barely any time at all in the grand scheme of walking from place to place for mobs to level grind on before she's giving up her life to save the world from the hell that Eldnarsh had wrought. See, this may be the inevitable part of any modern analysis of this game from someone who wasn't there to see the courage of man fail. Any modern exploration of Final Fantasy XI is the quintessential experience of digital archaeology. You are the Nick Carraway of your Nick Carraway, witnessing a world that has been maintained entirely by the insider. Progressing through any story in this game inevitably yields a vertical slice of a vibrant, decomposing log that is this game, an ecosystem that has long departed from the illusion of needing to appeal to new players. For an example, here is a breakdown of what I need to do as a dancer main in order to excel in endgame content, sent to a backdrop of the BG Wiki article on haste caps and why you need to be aware of this otherwise hidden background mechanic. I'll provide the link. So, the obvious basic stuff is just figuring out your basic toolkit. Like, that's just learning how to macro certain things and when to use them, how to disengage or unlock off of an enemy to target the tank if you need to Curing Waltz. Obviously, Curing Waltz 3 is the most efficient, but in dire emergencies you can use Curing Waltz 5. Then it's a simple matter of knowing which steps you want to presto, when to slip into Saber Dance for maximum hurt, master the elemental properties of your skill chains, manage your finisher points. That includes knowing when to use No Foot Rise, Reverse Climax, Climactic Flourish, and from there, it's a simple matter of tracking down the following for your dream TP gear set. Remember, this is stuff you should hunt down after you've hunted down a starter and then a mid-tier set to keep you strong enough to grind out stuff to get to the dream stuff, right? Just get the Twashtar, your Empyrean weapon, which you unlock through the challenge content Trial of the Magians and the Abyssia series of add-on content, which luckily enough also unlocks the Centovente, your other dagger that you need. Buy yourself an Oglamir Orb, +1, going price about 65 million gil. Use an Abjuration on a Cursed Helm to get an Adhamar Bonnet, and one on boots to get an Adhamar wrist, both +1. Buy an Etoile Gorget, +2, going price of about 45 million gil. The Sharita earring farmed from an Omen fight. Balder earring +1, another 70 mil. The Horus Cossack and shoes, +3. Reforged relic gear, I haven't even started to try and sort out. Epona's ring, also from Abyssia, the Gear ring from Walk of Echoes, Sununa's Mantle, but not just any Sununa's Mantle. You need to have your secondary attributes perfectly attuned, and it says here on the guide that expert dancers should expect to make about 6 of this exact cape with subtly different attribute configurations. Then buy a wind buffet belt, a wind buffet belt probably, +1. Hey, that's only 3 mil, that's a steal. And go through Sinister Rain for my Samuna tights. Easy. Only 17 more gear sets to go after that. Also, this guide is from 2019 and was edited as recently as 2020, so there are new weapons that were released that this guide hasn't even factored in. If that all seems like way too much to wrap your head around, be thankful that I only need to spend about 6 months committed effort towards grinding out one of my best weapons in the game, and that I really only need to do this maybe 2 or 3 times total, not counting the money and resource grind for all the other gear I laid out, and be thankful I didn't main Red Mage, where you're expected to have roughly 60 to 80 unique pieces of gear to be a fully optimal endgame player. This is what I mean about this game. Divorced from the mechanical inhibitions, the obtuse guideposts, the relishing of making progression often obscure and reliant on arbitrary time seeks, FF11 is a culture, a people. They live and breathe Vanadiel, its intricacies, its mechanics, its own particularly bizarre cosmology and mysticism. One of the most deeply evocative and charming elements about 11 is the seeming particularity around seemingly mundane items and their significance in quests, invoking the Final Fantasy of Eld with the rat tail as the secret to vast power. A bag of pebbles may be just the thing to weigh down a switch. A gemstone, long thought lost, is what you need to have someone teach you how to dance. A lantern can be filled with the flames of combat to forge feathers that you can cash in for a chance to fight Odin, bigger and stronger than before. The fate and mythic destiny ties itself time again to a game full of baubles, but the effect leaves the game feeling hyper-fictional in a compelling way. See, not to take a pot shot here, but a lot of people like to talk about how the World of Warcraft is a major character in itself, but the world of FF11 is no slouch to that kind of poetic musing. Unpacking the bespoke nature of this world requires patience and a strong community, and looking a lot of shit up on BG Wiki and waiting in-game days, hunting for weather patterns, answering inscrutable personality tests. but the world of the particular and mundane is, in a very real way, a path towards the abstract and divine. You can start a story with 3 lost kids, my least favorite characters in the game, and end it above the planet, fighting for a new future, a new mother crystal to be forged. You can fight Odin 12 real-life days in a row, once a day, demanding that he release your friend from his servitude, an act so deeply exhausting and personally taxing that I shudder to remember it. But you can fight and win back a final farewell from him, the peace and closure of his soul finally at rest. It is a game built out of frustrations built from obscure pathways through this world, through endless guides about niche complex mechanics, frustrations of tedious time wasters, but ultimately a game that you cannot help but take in and love. You can witness it still, a fandom so alive that they resurrected their darling, their home, that they laugh and shoulder through the bad to reach through these profound, exhilarating goods. You are never going to be anything but an outsider, in the absolute. But the party you're crashing has exactly what it wants. So, what can we get from our digging? Our privilege as visitors is a game that shows a level of care on its own world that would put any modern MMO to shame. The double-edged sword of making the progression through this game almost prohibitively tedious is that the world feels significant in a real way. There is good cause to engage with a shocking amount of the world, even enough to redo the opening story in triplicate to get your capacity bonus, so you can do the post-leveling level grind to unlock secret post-item level item levels for some gear, some of which may even be useful. And in going through it, you can see the rough edges of a world genuinely unsure of your place in it. Racism exists in this game, and it exists in a way that seems systemically embedded. There's vanishingly few voices in the cast that care enough about the prejudice the Beast Tribes face in Vanadiel to speak out on it, and those voices may be poignant in the moment, but insignificant as you travel 20 years into the past to be an instrument in the height of the war against the Beast Tribes anyway. You fight for the dignity and soul of the friends and heroes you get to know, but their actions are largely autonomous and significant. Lion gives herself up to save the world. Aphmau must face and defeat her brother to spare him from his ambitions. You exist as an instrument of the will of heroes, your own values largely irrelevant to the will of the world. What could you hope to say in the face of Celteus as he sacrifices his autonomy and freedom to govern a new mother crystal, a new foundation to support the world? World of Warcraft, and even the later MMO Final Fantasy XIV, falls into the desire to turn your player character into a deified hero, like the others, to varying degrees of interest and success, but FF11 holds only the barest pretense. You're definitely regarded by some as a hero, but the world is so self-obsessed, so lost in its own mythos, that you seemingly only provide perspective to yourself. And that's maybe ultimately okay. You have to put yourself into it. Mechanically, narratively, thematically, this world is hostile. Not in the same way that Final Fantasy XIII's is, sure, but contrary to the series' usual openness, eagerness to invite you into these spaces, 11 hits a kind of loose open-endedness that makes it feel more like a love letter to the fiction of a high fantasy adventure than even FF9 aspired to. And it's an idea that has not yet been re-examined. There is truly almost nothing in this world, much like this particular game, still running, still holding up a vibrant, obsessive community. Once you learn how to manage your haste caps, grind out for mythic and Empyrean weapons, once you get your job cap mastered, your merits points properly set, once you do all the story quests and Rhapsodies of Nadiel, your coalitions, your assaults, max your Mog Garden, get your Adolin Ring, this world is ready for you.
But before we move on to 12, I want to take a quick moment to shout out this channel's sponsors. All of the names you see here on screen are supporters over on patreon.com and here on YouTube as YouTube members. If you would like to support the channel and keep videos like this possible, please consider pledging as little as $1 a month on YouTube or Patreon. The links are in the description below. Not only did I skip out on 11, there was a brief moment where I seriously debated excluding Final Fantasy XII from this video as some sort of joke funny only to myself. The other option was reading the first 3,300 words of the Wikipedia page as a Kaufman-esque April Fool's joke. I don't know if this video is even going to release on April 1st, and it seems, at least to me, ill-advised to just skip a game in a comprehensive video that many viewers are going to jump around in to hear about the games they want to hear about. This has nothing to do with the game's quality. As in all Final Fantasy games are good truther, the problem lies somewhere deeper. Final Fantasy VI through X gave me instantaneous brain stimulation, while 12 inflamed my less thoughtful corporeal satisfaction. Exploring its dusty, arid world, frequently with the Zodiac Age's 4 times speed up engaged, I felt incredible separation from the world of Evilus. I played the game on Switch. My experience of Final Fantasy XII came complete with VHS grime from the speed up and small screen. Sitting in a trashy Holiday Inn that didn't have any of the cable channels advertised, I hooked up 12 through an HDMI to composite splitter and felt the fuzz of that old 13-inch TV over the scrambling image. It made Evilus feel lost to time, even as the cup of the game overfloweth with the drink of modern video games. It was released, somehow, the same year as Gears of War, and heralded the age of the modern RPG. While 12 didn't popularize an entirely new approach to its genre like Gears of War did, it's a prolific step in the metamorphosis undergone by RPGs in the 21st century. Whatever invisible line that separates Final Fantasy X from The Witcher 3 was crossed by 12. I won't spend much more time historicizing Final Fantasy XII in the grand narrative of RPGs. After all, this isn't a video about the history of RPGs. For my purposes, it's best to see 12 in the context of the Final Fantasy series. As Final Fantasy transitioned back to single-player from the MMO dungeons of 11, 12 represents a key turning point in the franchise into its current form. Random encounters are completely gone, and turn-based combat is nominally removed. Functionally, the game's combat is the same as Final Fantasy VI through IX, with the ATB bar making a comeback, but the addition of automated combat through the Gambit system, the inclusion of free roam during combat, and area of effect spells flavor the turn-based combat in 12 to taste like the increasingly popular action and real-time role-playing combat of the 2000s. This is also the first Final Fantasy game to include modern MMO-style side quests with its monster hunts, a sequence of quests where the player is tasked with killing an increasingly difficult procession of monsters roaming throughout the world of Ivalice. Monster hunts will continue into future games, featuring in 13, 15, and 16, and probably 14, but that game's not my responsibility for this video, so I didn't look it up. The modern combat and side quests made 12, stuck up there on a hotel CRT, feel both trapped in the past and ahead of its time. That's why I struggled for so long to write about this game. Moving beyond my visceral reaction to playing the game and focusing on how I played, and grappling with the game's themes and mechanics on a deeper level, the way I did for all the previous games, asked me to really chew the cud of 12. For the series itself, the hunts in 12 are the series' first single-player break from the travelogue structure that served as the crawl space and air ducts of the first 10 games, and so 12 is where I say the era of modern Final Fantasy begins, opposed to 7, which primarily changed the series through aesthetic features like 3D graphics and being incredibly popular, and 10, which held on to enough of the old ways of designing side quests despite being a fully linear game for the majority of its playtime. This isn't to say that 12 is a clean break from Final Fantasy of old. It carries the proud, erect torch of the series' horniness more boldly than any game since 10, but unlike 10, which felt a little embarrassed about its neurotic obsession with Lulu's cleavage, a topic that's come up multiple times now for no particular reason, 12 is unashamed, kneeling at the altar of Steadicam ass shots of skimpy princesses and bunny girls, with a confidence unmistakable from the rest of mid-2000s scuzz marketed to dudes named Brett and Landon. 12 also continues the series' tradition of grounding its main characters in the existential questions that have driven every game in the series since 4. The main character of 12, Vaughn, is a controversial protagonist amongst Final Fantasy enthusiasts because Vaughn is almost entirely plot irrelevant after several hours. It's an interesting problem that 12 proposes because it violates many people's gut reaction to what a protagonist should be. This isn't the only time Final Fantasy has had a protagonist that's tangentially related to the plot, but most of the other major examples like Bartz and Zidane are given significance by having internal conflicts that map directly onto the overt themes of their games. Vaughn doesn't have that, and he also doesn't get cosmic levels of significance by being the son or brother of more interesting people. Familial significance is granted Vaughn, but it's in the reverse. His brother Rex, the game's fake-out protagonist, is killed instantly. A terrible fate for a guy named Rex, doomed to an eternity of suffering the same joke from a million Final Fantasy XII videos, and a real bummer, because he's just a regular guy who dies. He's not a god, or an eidolon, or a secret prince. He's just a dead guy, like every nameless NPC from 9. Vaughn being a random guy, without any significance to the world spiritually or politically, is viewed by many as a mechanical error in the storytelling, but I'm here to say proudly that Vaughn works as a lead, because he isn't really a main character. Vaughn is a POV character in the vein of Ishmael and Captain Walton. He's the player's humble, low-born eyes that filter a story that's true scope would be restricted by following Ash, or Bosch, or Balthier as the POV. Veterans of the Final Fantasy VIII section will remember that I yammered briefly about Moby Dick, and against the better judgment of YouTube marketability, I think I'll do it again. Ishmael, the narrator of Moby Dick, gives the reader a wider view of the story. For us to truly appreciate the scope and nature of Captain Ahab's madness, we view him through the outside eyes that have minimal impact on the plot itself. Ishmael's motivation to set sail is to quell the damp, drizzly November in my soul. In his journey to the sea, in his quest for adventure, Ishmael assembles the vagabond JRPG party of the Pequod from himself to Ahab and Starbuck and Queequeg that bring the reader along the mad quest for the white whale. It's also Ishmael's perspective that allows it to not just be a revenge story, but also a prose poem of the sea and a science textbook. Final Fantasy XII is likewise telling a story that's so large it needs a set of eyes that gives us a wider view of the world and narrative. And Final Fantasy XII does care about having a large world. The game has recurring narration taken from the fictional book Memoirs of Marquis Halimondor IV, with the opening narration taken from Chapter 12 of that fake book, implying a much wider history for this world than even our homely Vaughn can see. Ivalice, the continent that Final Fantasy XII takes place in, is rare because unlike other worlds in the series, it recurs outside of Final Fantasy XII and its direct sequel Revenant Wings. Ivalice is the setting of the Final Fantasy Tactics subseries, appears in Final Fantasy XIV, and even in the non-Final Fantasy PS1 RPG Vagrant story. In 12's bite-sized slice of Ivalician history, the Arcadian Empire conquers the much smaller Dalmasca. As there tends to be in Final Fantasy, there are other fantastical terrors. Final Fantasy IX and XVI horrors stick their fingers into the steam vents, turning Ivalice into a pressure bomb, but that'll be important later. At the simplest level of Rebels vs. Empire, Vaughn and his childhood friend Pinello give the player the on-the-ground reality. In the early hours of the game, we get held up at Imperial checkpoints. We need to run petty errands to bypass the sanctions and inspections that have slowed down food distribution in the city. We have to attend hand-waving Imperial parades and get involved in the literal underworld of Vaughn's hometown of Rabanastre. The texture of Ivalice's dusty western towns is developed in these early hours by following this well-meaning vagabond. As 12 is a story of revolutionary anti-colonialism, if we want to make it sound real nice and fancy, it's important for the game to have Vaughn and Pinello who are, in part, motivated to save their homeland because it's their home, not because it's their fate or their chivalric duty. Final Fantasy XV tells a similar story, but it's told entirely from the perspective of its hero king, and the consequence is a fragmented narrative. It will work really well for that game, but that's not the aesthetic 12 wants. It wants comprehensive cleanliness. Which is why, like 6, 12 opts for an ensemble cast. The playable cast beyond Vaughn and Pinello, Ash, Bosch, Fran, and Balthier all offer unique glimpses into the world of Ivalice and the problems that preoccupy its peoples. In gameplay, 12 has no individual character required to be in the party at all times, and while that has become the norm from 10 onwards, it's salient in 12 because this isn't any one character's story. The latter half of 12 becomes Ash's story, and because of that, some people argue that Ash would have been the better pick as a main character. But Ash is the final playable character we get control of, and her political significance as Princess of the Conquered Dalmasca doesn't paint that full-bodied picture of Ivalice that 12 wants. If we ignore the concept of an individual protagonist and treat each character as people within a larger system, we see that each of them contends with different problems present in Ivalice. For example, Fran is a Viera, a race of all-female bunny girls who live in isolated villages, separate from the human realms of Ivalice. Fran leaves her home village against the wishes of her sister to see the rest of Ivalice. During the story, Fran goes insane from the mist, a magical energy that pours from the earth. Her berserk state, and the danger that poses to herself and everyone else, lets us see the threat that Arcadia poses not just to Dalmasca, but to the planet itself. The Viera have a deeper connection to the earth, living in the forests and the trees instead of the human metropolises that turn the earth into industry and war. This threat, this unseen danger of Arcadia's conquest of Ivalice, is seen through Fran, and it's these wrinkles, these incomplete different perspectives brought by the playable characters that form the tapestry of Ivalice. Despite its many changes, 12 maintains the series' preoccupation with existential themes. To finish covering Vaughn before moving on, complaints against him in particular tend to focus on his lack of a motivation to be involved in the story. The Dalmascan throne isn't his kingship to reclaim, nor is he a betrayed knight restoring his honor. His brother was a nobody, and he is a nobody, and that's what makes Vaughn interesting, not just as an Ishmaelian POV character, but as a personality. Unlike previous Final Fantasy protagonists, he has to construct his own motivation. Without the divine rights of kings to pull him through the narrative or being trapped in an isekai world, Vaughn seeks adventure and freedom. He wants to save his country from imperial rule. As a low-born citizen, his life isn't going to be very different under Arcadian or Dalmascan rule. Either way, he's going to be a delivery boy selling mud steaks and sand wine for Magello, but that's not enough. He wants to be a sky pirate, and the idea of becoming something more than a delivery boy and saving his nation are worth going on this journey, even if the higher stakes are out of his reach. Ash, likewise, is also burdened by intrinsic questions of purpose as much as by the extrinsic driver of being the rightful heir to the Dalmascan throne. The dark sky that looms invisibly over Ivalice is the gods of Ivalice, the Acuria, a cadre of eternal beings like Final Fantasy IX Garland and the upcoming Ultima and 16 that want to shape the world in their image. Ash's material conflict is driving out the Empire from Dalmasca, which is what the Acuria want. Her internal conflict is that she wants the world free from Acurian influence, which is what the Arcadian Emperor Vane wants. This isn't a catch-22. It's not one way or the other. Rather, it's a delicate balancing act that Ash has to navigate. The challenge for her is acting prudently and without rashness. There are several easier options given to her to stop Arcadia, but they give the Acuria power. It matters to Ash because her dream is self-determination, freedom of humanity from all tyrants, human or otherwise. She wants people to be free to drive their own history. In a way, it's hopelessly naive, and not truly achievable under the hereditary monarchy she will rule, or perhaps under any socio-political organization. But it's better. It's a step outside of the false choice between Vane and the Acuria, which results in subjugation by a different subjugator. In her own way, Ash is confronted with the same problem as Titus. How does she end an endless cycle? How does she overthrow cycles of tyranny? Because 12 mechanically emphasizes walking this big, open world, warp points are rare and use items, the answer to solving this problem is appropriately more adventurous than the spiritual answers in 10. What binds our heroes together is that they're all outsiders to this dichotomy of Arcadia and Acuria. Vaughn and Penelo seek to become sky pirates, Balthier and Fran work outside the loyalties of nation-states, and Bosch is an accused traitor to Dalmasca. They aren't outsiders in the sense of being social outcasts or beatniks or anything, but because they seek lives and purpose that don't simply get along to get along with the Vanian and Acurian orders. Even as the plot relevance of characters waxes and wanes through the story, their individuality never does. Look at this late-game cutscene where Ash and Balthier discuss serious matters for serious people.
Lusting for ever greater power. Blinded by the Nethicite. Is that how you see me?
That does sound like someone I know. He was obsessed with Nethicite. It was all he cared about.
Come over here.
He'd babble nonsense, blind to aught but the stone's power.
The details don't matter. What I locked in on is how, during this conversation, Vaughn and Penelo are sitting on the beach, roughhousing and playing in the sand. Even through all the battles and the blood and the tears, they're still kids. And when I look at Balthier and Ash, I can't help but notice how bad all the characters look. Not graphically. Final Fantasy XII is one of the great achievements of PlayStation 2 hardware. Rather, everyone has sunken eyes. Their skin and hair are faded. Compare the popping pinks and blues of Ash's concept art to her in-game model. She looks tired and worn down in a way characters in this series rarely do. Everyone in 10, 13, and 15 looks certified anime beautiful. Part of this is a changing character designer. Tetsuya Nomura is the mall goth designer of the other games, while 12 was designed by Akihiko Yoshida, whose body of work includes the darker, rougher, earthen designs of Vagrant Story and Tactics Ogre. The characters dress as flamboyantly in 12 as they do in the other games, but even in a scene as quiet and unremarkable as the one we just watched, they look as if they're being sucked into the muck of the world, a sickness that never infects the moist, gleaming bodies in 15. On a certain level, 12 was the Final Fantasy I was the least captivated by narratively, but its grime and fatigue gripped me unlike any other world in the series. You have to walk everywhere. You double back around to repeated locations and you scrounge shitty randomized MMO loot from every corner of every godforsaken dungeon in the hellhole of Ivalice, and the world is felt underneath each of those infinite footsteps, kicking up the dust and the sand. There's an artificiality to 10 and later 13 because there's always high walls and bottomless pits flanking you at all sides, unlike the open, free roam areas of 12. There's a great moment where you walk into a real rotten zone and Bosch looks into the distance and says, "We had best fuck off." And I did, and I never returned because that place looked scary. I only spent 27 hours in 12. I didn't do many side quests, I bulldozed the main story as always, but even in my limited time, it's the game I hanker to go back to the most, just to look at, and run around in from story beat to story beat. I like to run around in this world, even if I smash the Zodiac Age speed up button each time a fight starts. The reason I skipped many of the side quests wasn't just because I have to constantly fight the incantations of the completionist demons that infect my head. Like I'd mentioned earlier, the side quests in 12 are primarily monster hunts, explicit combat challenges that reward the player with increasing generosity as the monsters become bigger, tougher, and more resilient. For some players, the shift from the weird Golvarian side quests of the PS1 trilogy in 10 will be great, because those side quests tend to suck mechanically, but the hunts that will now dominate the rest of the series do very little for me, as you really need a lot of intrinsic motivation for the combat in these games that I don't have. It's not the game's problem, it's my problem. But from here on out, I do miss all the weird, freaky stuff these games used to offer by means of side quests. If the gameplay of 12 marks the first move away from the travelogue quest structure, then the story of 12 is the final time the travelogue structure will be used for the characters. After 12, the series will mostly drop the travelogue influence, shifting focus to making sure that the playable characters in the following games always have direct relevance to the plot. When we get to 13, it's clear that neither approach is inherently better than the other, although the shift to every playable character having constant plot relevance has its own cost, with the playable cast shrinking in size from 6 to 4 and down to 1 in the journey from 13 to 16. And the first step on that journey, Final Fantasy XIII, is one I'm very excited to take.
Vaughn, the straw's in your hands. You'd better take care of her, you hear? There's one scratch on her when I get back.
Roger that. We'll be waiting for you.
Welcome back for the final part of our Final Fantasy retrospective. Last time we looked at the PS2 games, and today we take a look at the controversial modern era of Final Fantasy and why I personally love these games. Yes, even 13, even 15, and even 16, with 2 of those being 2 of my favorite games in the series. So without further ado, let's get in there. Final Fantasy XIII, what a game, what a game, what a legacy. What is there really to say about Final Fantasy XIII at this point? Well, a lot, really. Much like how Final Fantasy VII is difficult to separate from its historical legacy, Final Fantasy XIII is difficult to separate from the extensive criticism that it's faced since its release in 2009. They are mirror images of one another, with 7 capturing the imagination of rapidly advancing 90s video game technology that promised unquantifiable worlds, and 13 living in the grim realities of the 7th generation consoles, the era that saw the genesis of modern post-purchase monetization and the budgetary bloat of prestige gaming. As one of the biggest games of its era, Final Fantasy XIII has been made to carry the weight of that generation's sins. Combined with the rise of dude bro critics and YouTubers during the 2000s that brought out torches and pitchforks against any major JRPG, Final Fantasy XIII has become one of the most slandered games of the 21st century. In recent months, gaming publications have started to come around on Final Fantasy XIII, rewriting the history of the game's reception to be one of critical misinterpretation rather than critical antagonism. A breakdown of why JRPGs specifically were under fire in this era is outside the scope of this video, but it's worth remembering that 13 came out at a time when nuking Japan over anime was a common joke online.
Then we nuked them. That's what they turned into a real country.
This isn't me suggesting that criticism of Final Fantasy XIII is all illegitimate. As there are with all games, there are cracks in 13, but its critical history did so much more to shape the reception of the game than the game itself ever did. It's a critical history filled with prominent publications and independent reviewers that proudly, boldly chose not to engage with the game in any serious fashion. Playing 13 in 2023, snugly fitting it onto a Steam Deck, I was astounded. 13 is the most fully realized game in the series when it comes to character. At this point in the series, you should be well aware that character is easily my number one concern for these games, and really all stories. Stories live and die by the personalities that inhabit them. The other thing that jumped out to me is that many of the complaints against the game, whether it's against the linearity, or saying that Hope is an angsty asshole, or that Lightning is a bitch, are observations that don't do anything deeper than describe the game in restricted, surface-level terms. All 3 of these statements are true, but they tell you nothing other than facts, and facts aren't criticism. I understand that many people don't like characters they find unlikable. That seems like a stupidly straightforward sentence, but I myself am the opposite. I love characters that I find to be unlikable people. To me, that incongruity between people I like and the characters in stories is part of what makes them interesting. If I wanted to hang out with mostly well-adjusted people, I'd just go do that myself. Stories give me the opportunity to know and understand personalities that I'd never want to spend time with. As a sick freak that loves to vicariously hang out with Heathcliff and Ahab and Victor Frankenstein and Squall and Cloud and Orin, I adore every character in 13. Not only are they all sad, depressed, stupid assholes, they benefit from a structure that gives them all constant relevance and development. While I don't think it's a problem that a significant amount of playable characters in the series have limited plot relevance, with most of them getting their own arcs and then going along for the ride, it's so satisfying to relish a game where every playable character is developed throughout the experience. The playable characters all have game-long arcs that constantly intersect with the main narrative. With the exception of Fang, who doesn't become playable until about 60% of the way through the narrative, all the characters are playable from the beginning, and it's this dedication towards its character writing that makes Final Fantasy XIII one of the series' great accomplishments. I am absolutely a Final Fantasy XIII truther. Like I was with VIII, I am here to spread relentless Final Fantasy XIII propaganda. To start, I think we should turn to the beginning. Let's look at this oft-maligned line from Snow in Chapter 1.
More like extermination.
Huge. You stay here.
So sorry. I didn't mean to.
These people need heroes.
Snow's flaccid speeches about heroism and the constant suck job he's doing on himself did make me cringe. I'm not immune, and it's the first cringe I had in the series. Most people would stop here and call Snow stupid and the line dumb. Many people did. 2009 was perhaps the worst time for 13 to release. In those August days before the internet fell into the arms of Byzantine longmen who garrulously prattle about the vices of hitboxes and orderly sequential thought, it was the pious duty of internet critics to hate the JRPG genre and to turn every review of a JRPG into a hastily written attack on the genre itself, and these critics would latch on to their first guttural reaction to cringe, which was often Snow. However, his arc hinges on these lines being myopic cringe from an incompetent young man whose foolish leadership is as much about gassing his own ego as it is about doing anything of value. These early Snow scenes establish him as a rash, self-centered character that's actively harmful. Heroes don't need plans may be said at the beginning of the game, but it's hardly a thesis statement for Final Fantasy XIII. Immediately, Snow's plan results in massive civilian casualties without any tangible gain or even metaphorical gain. The relationship built up with Snow in these early scenes is complicated, because he is absolutely on the correct side of the conflict that the game opens on, but his indiscriminate actions aren't helping, as we, a morally upstanding audience, wish his bullshit were helping. The opening of Final Fantasy XIII takes place during a forced relocation where the government of the planet Cocoon is purging an entire town for coming into contact with an object from Pulse, the physical and spiritual enemy of Cocoon. Snow starting an armed resistance is good, but that his refusal to plan causes hundreds of unnecessary deaths makes him hard to fully support. Instead of using corny speechmaking as an announcement for why we should love Snow, it's used to make us question him. Snow's arc is largely him learning to be less spontaneous and more judicial. Because Final Fantasy XIII is based, the conclusion the game reaches is that revolutionary violence against oppressive governments and religious institutions is good, but such action should be planned to some extent. The confrontation Snow has that begins to change him is with Hope, the game's youngest character and perhaps Final Fantasy's most abused character. We are introduced to Hope around the time his mom dies during one of Snow's skirmishes, and he, a young kid of 14, is purged from his hometown in an act of government violence that directly kills his mother. Hope is erratic and unstable for most of the game. Some have even labeled the whiny accusation against him, but this combination of his frantic cowardice and his neurotic revenge quest against Snow is important, not only because of how it will develop Hope, but for how it interacts with Snow's story. Snow and Hope act as foils, not just for their on-screen conflict, but like Vaughn and Bosch in 12, also because of their mirrored arcs. Snow's arc is about tempering rashness. Hope's is about overcoming cowardice. In both cases, we see how their respective rashness and cowardice make them unstable, and it's only when they are able to tame their unchecked emotions that they develop a firm sense of purpose and converge towards each other. The scenes between Hope and Snow are some of the strongest in the series, and it's these character interactions that are 13's strength. Many of the other character combinations, from Hope Lightning, Snow Lightning, Lightning Fang, Fang Vanille, Vanille Saz, and Saz Lightning, are so effective because 13 gives these characters a lot of time to interact as isolated pairs and groups, but also because the game doesn't take the player party liking each other for granted. In most party-based RPGs, characters do generally like each other. There will be characters that conflict, like Cloud Barrett, or characters like Shadow that take a long time to warm up to the party, but generally characters get on good terms with each other very quickly. In 13, the characters are trapped with each other by circumstance. All of them are branded and hunted by the Cocoon government, and that's it. All of their other personal baggage comes along for the ride, and there's antagonism in the party from the moment they're trapped in the story with each other. The motivations and emotional drives of the characters are also different. Some have open antagonism towards one another. Hope and Lightning both hate Snow, while Saz is trying to get along so that he can survive to see his son again, while Vanille and Fang have more secretive motives. Being stuck with a party that constantly prods and pokes at each other, pushing each other to their emotional limits, creates a party of startling flesh and blood for Final Fantasy. A cast like 12's can feel lifeless at times, at least in their interactions with each other, because outside of some friction early on when a character joins, personal squabbles between characters are usually resolved quickly and cleanly. As a counterexample, in 13, check out Saz and Vanille. Early on, their relationship is paternal, at least in the sense that Vanille is a 19-year-old who's experienced almost nothing but traumatic event after traumatic event, and Saz is an old, tired man forced to look after her. Vanille seeks a paternal figure, both physically and emotionally, but Saz has little interest in caring for an emotionally stunted 19-year-old. His motivation is reuniting with his son. When he finds out that Vanille is partially responsible for his son being branded and consequently kidnapped by the government, he loses it and prepares to kill Vanille. Let's let that scene play out in its entirety.
Lying, so people would trust you. Using them as shields. How many you gotta drag down with you?
I'm
a coward and a killer. The people you use don't get to live. Why should you? Tired of living with guilt? Then die with it. Vanille.
My name is Herbadia Vanille. I'm a lassie from Grand Pulse. And to everyone on Cocoon, evil. Shoot me for your son.
Don't you even! You think you die, and that's that? You think you die and everything will be sugar and rainbows?
Then what can I do? What do you want from me? If I can't live or die, what do you want me to do?
Don't ask me. You figure it out.
I don't know!
Dramatically, this is a fairly simple scene, but its emotions and characters are complex. Outside of how rare it is in the series for a playable character to try and kill another playable character, the dynamics here are outrageous. Saz wants to kill Vanille, Vanille wants Saz to kill her, but it can't be that simple of an exchange. Saz wants vengeance, but he can't have that if Vanille is self-flagellating. It's the vindictiveness of both guilt and vengeance that defines this scene. In operatic moments, moments of overpowering emotion, everyone wants to be a martyr. That's an acute observation of humanity and speaks a lot to these characters who are both themselves and observers of themselves, viewing themselves as actors in this grand play between Cocoon and Pulse. This is a common motif for the characters, struggling to both act as themselves and as they think they should act. Lightning embodies this throughout the game. Lightning's cold, eat or be eat attitude is a survival strategy much more than it is her true self. For Lightning, this attitude is about herself and protecting herself, but what she sees throughout the game is the way this behavior affects those around her, particularly with Hope. As a traumatized youth, desperately impressionable and searching for vengeful strength, Hope buys into Lightning's violent mask. The knife she gives Hope, intended as a symbol of fierce independence and survival, becomes a symbol of murderous rage. The weakest part of 13's story are its two scenes of fake-out violence. Once when Hope's radio cuts out on his way to murder Snow, and once when the camera cuts away from Saz shooting himself. Fake-outs like this are a little too cutesy for me, utilizing suspense at moments better carried by observing the characters and their actions. It's often distracting, taking away from the characters and instead sensationalizing potential plot points that don't actually exist. Which sucks, because the depth in most Final Fantasy games don't come from the plots themselves. It comes from the characters' relationships with either the villain or themselves, or because of their backstories. As far as villains go, 13 is a Resident Evil 4 cartoon carousel who, like the Acuria, are buffoonish scoundrels. Poor Jill Nabat, this game's gaslighting, gatekeeping girl boss who makes me feel incredibly unwell. She's a fun Machiavellian figure who gets apathetically brushed aside by Barthandelus, the game's true megalomaniacal antagonist. In much the same way the heroes struggle with a world that victimizes them at random, the tertiary villains, Jill and Cid, have to navigate a world where their scheming and two-timing is secondary to the whims of capricious evil. Jill's death in particular is disappointing, not only because I want to keep spending a bad time with her, but because she's such a nasty villain. An unbelievable hater, and she serves as the main antagonist for Saz's story, and to see her die unceremoniously at the hands of a cutscene takes away a lot. It takes away a lot from me because I am Final Fantasy VII Remake Scarlet's human Ottoman, but also her death reveals the kind of world our characters are dealing with. This is a world that will string someone along and throw them away, a world that doesn't care for speeches and struggle. For the party, this means accepting fate as much as it means defying it. Defying fate is often the theme associated with 13 and Final Fantasy at large, but it always feels like a platitude to me. In 13, characters do defy fate in a sense. They are, as branded l'Cie, given a task by the gods that will leave them dead by crystallization or monsterization. But even as they peel away at their preordained lives, they have to accept their fates. Fang and Vanille do turn to crystal, delicately holding each other as they transform into the pillar holding the world, sending sapphic shippers and drama lovers into a tearful frenzy. Sometimes fate has already been experienced. The past has always happened and can't be undone. Let's look at Hope during the ending. He watches Snow reunite with his fiancée and Saz with his son. A little part of him expects this nightmare to end with his mom coming home to him. But she doesn't, and neither does Vanille, the party member he grew closest to. It's one of the quieter, sadder moments in the series, even though it isn't dwelled on. Because of how much time we spent ruminating about the loss of his family, this absence, even at the end after the party has saved the world from Dracula, stings. Hope does say that fate is something they've changed before, but there's resignation underneath, an understanding that for everything that can be changed, there's as much that can't be. In a series defined by large moments of melancholy, this quiet look from Hope is one of the saddest and one of the most powerful. His personal happiness and peace is a journey that moves beyond the edges of the canvas that holds Final Fantasy XIII. The cost of having a game so strongly focused on this group of characters is that it requires the game to be completely linear for about 20 of its 35 hours, and it takes about 15 hours for the game's combat mechanics to fully develop. The party of 6 spends the first half of the game split up from one another, and we jump back and forth between all the different perspectives. For all the complaints that the game is too linear and takes too long to take the training wheels off, I think it's worth acknowledging that this isn't a new style for the series. 13's structure of a linear front half and open second half is a spiritual remake of the structure of 6. Like 13, the first half of 6 involves a ton of party shakeups, jumping around to different POV characters and following a mostly prefab route until the second half where the story slows down, the combat mechanics fully develop, and an open world is laid before the player that's all about strengthening the party and preparing for the final areas of the game. It's not exactly one-to-one, and I don't want to imply that 13 is just like 6. The broad strokes are similar, but there are key differences. The linearity of 6 and the linearity of the series in general goes unnoticed because the games break up the pace with the overworld, towns, and dungeons, with story happening in all these variable locations. 13 doesn't have these breaks and has very few of those pockets of free-range movement during the first half. The lack of towns and dungeons is a common complaint, but I think that some of 13's power lies in the absence of traditional RPG towns. We'll talk about this more when we get to 16, but sometimes the modern Final Fantasy games get bullied for the sins of their contemporaries. The linearity and the lack of towns was viewed as a product of the movification that was happening to games during the 7th console generation, where graphical fidelity, which 13 has plenty of, and spectacle were being prioritized over gameplay. Features like Dead Space's Wayline or 13's Auto Battle button were attributed to the design zeitgeist of the time with little differentiation. With the benefit of hindsight, it's easier to separate any game from whatever malaise dominated its era. In the case of 13, the intense linearity combined with the lack of towns is unique. 12 and then later 14 and 15 have towns and more open areas. The specific story and the sets of characters they created in 13 drives the choice to remove towns as explorable areas. Because the characters are fugitives, the few times we do go to towns, it's almost always in chaos. It wouldn't work for this specific story to have hospitable towns to explore, and the game takes advantage of this when the setting transitions to the surface of Grand Pulse. The first town we go to that doesn't serve as a threat to the party is Urba, but we arrive too late and see that it's been destroyed long ago and is infested with monsters. This town is built up throughout the story as the hometown of Vanille and Fang, the two mysterious party members who arrived on Cocoon from Pulse, and it's guarded by the longest and most traditional dungeon in the game. Spending several hours in Tajin's tower, emerging into the light and seeing Urba overrun with the vampires and ghouls that haunted the tower is a great Final Fantasy moment, and it's the decisive lack of towns in 13 that make this moment transcendently empty. It just rips your heart out. Leading up to Urba is the first section of Final Fantasy and normalcy in the game. Pulse is a sprawling open world with side quests and optional story content and dungeons. And right there, at the last steps, peering over the edge of Pulse, it's clear that neither the player nor party can fully escape from the dominance of Cocoon and the Foul Sea. This late era Final Fantasy, which is weird to say because 5 mainline games have been released between 2006 and 2023, a longer time period between Final Fantasy I and X, has an interesting trend. The focus tapers down from Final Fantasy XII, a game that had a very comprehensive bird's eye view of its world, to XIII, which pares down to the limited perspective of 6 deeply flawed individuals, and then will go much further down to one broken perspective in the next single-player entry, Final Fantasy XV. I say the next single-player entry because the mainline follow-up to XIII would be a second MMO, Final Fantasy XIV, one of the most hated MMOs of all time, and also one of the most beloved MMOs of all time. Like with Final Fantasy XI, I haven't played XIV, so as a substitute for my own inadequacies, here is Vivian Aladrin, again, to cover the second of the MMO Final Fantasies.
Any decent look backwards on critically acclaimed MMO Final Fantasy XIV cannot help itself but talk about the disastrous 1.0 version. Unfortunately for everyone here, this isn't a decent look backwards. I've been paid an exposure to fill in Bopper's thoughts on this game for him. So, the world ends 5 years ago, and our hero is dropped into the realm once more, going from a lowly adventuring catboy to a living legend. Let's discuss. Tackling the totality of Final Fantasy XIV invites laziness, so much so that one of the most common talking points someone who's trying to get you to play Final Fantasy XIV is inevitably skip A Realm Reborn. That's an understandable impulse. A Realm Reborn is slow, structurally slow, inevitably slow as an emergent reality of any MMORPG. You start at level 1. You can't really do anything interesting in combat in any class until at least level 50, which is the level cap of A Realm Reborn, so a lot of the initial stages of it are plotting, and the story's, let's say, vibes don't really cooperate. The game is very inwardly fascinated. It wants to show its legacy players that the world has changed. The effects of the apocalypse are manifest in the very Earth itself. It's the kind of thing that would presumably be wildly engrossing to said legacy players, but for everyone else, you're given kind of an exceptionally tall order here to make a game about a world that went through something you didn't, meaningful enough until it invests you into the actual highlight feature, which are the characters that populate this world. That's not to say they aren't there from the get-go. You will run into your first scion really quickly no matter which city you started at, but getting a real sense of the journey, your involvement in it, what the stakes are, how they're raised, all of these things will kind of crawl along until around the time you fight and kill your first primal. The game's vision is simple heroics, a kind of beautiful return to form, and one that's eminently doable considering the boundary conditions of centering the game around an MMO protagonist. But that's not what makes Final Fantasy XIV remarkable. What makes this game so compelling, so noteworthy narratively, is how it strains and pushes at these rigid boundaries. They cannot, as a function of the game, genuinely hamper, limit, or deprive you from your ability to do your normal duties, run roulettes, warp to anywhere that has an aetheryte you've attuned to. You cannot be barred from hanging out with friends and goofing off in this game, but the game, narratively, will take shots at you as much as it can. This is why the final narrative beat of A Realm Reborn ends with the seeming undoing of everything you and the Scions worked together to construct, with most of them seemingly dead, with you, Alphinaud, and Tataru crawling through the snow to reach the isolationist kingdom of Ishgard, the main setting for Heavensward, the critically lauded expansion following in the wake of such a grisly tragedy. It is no secret that the main developmental inspiration for a lot of the storytelling in this game stems from a healthy appreciation of then-running TV show Game of Thrones, particularly in how gritty it is, how callous it can be with beloved characters, the sheer brutality implemented in a genre oft considered a little too soft, a little too friendly and whimsical. Now, this is fantasy for grown-ups, dark fantasy, fantasy where a character can lose an arm, a beloved ruler gets poisoned, people you care about die, and while Heavensward does take a serious nod from its predecessor Final Fantasy IV and continue to walk back some of the more potent losses, loss is the defining thematic framework of Heavensward. What was once a story about recovery and restoration, seeing this devastated land and falling back in love with it to the point that you invest in a rebellion effort to maintain peace among political conflicts between local cultures and the city-state's impositions on them, while an invading imperial force threatens to crush the world under heel. Heavensward looks at an ancient conflict, generations upon generations of bitter, violent loss and brutality. Contrary to the beliefs of some detractors of the expansion, the game is very careful in how it presents the conflict, one of the defining features of Final Fantasy XIV. The game does not want you to understand that the aggrieved party in this ancient conflict, the dragons, are not without blame, that they have kept anger alive in their hearts to the point that it consumes them, ruins any hope that this conflict could end without a mass extinction of someone, of something. But the game also refuses to make you side with Ishgard and wipe the dragons out. Regardless of the horrors inflicted on the Ishgardian people, they are in the wrong. They have to stop the war. They have to be the ones who put their arms down first, and these ideals are paid for in the blood of some of our dearest companions through the story. Horschiffant dies to keep you alive. Asael dies to give you a chance to stop King Thordan from utilizing ancient Allegan technology to wipe the dragons out. And at the end of it all, despite his efforts turning to ending a war properly for good, Estinian loses himself to Nidhogg's rage. Each expansion in Final Fantasy XIV is more thoughtful than any hot take on any dead social media site will afford you. It's just in tension with a lot of variable factors. Your involvement is often questioned, but never to the extent that you have a real sense of agency in how the story unfolds. As the game progresses, it becomes less and less of a game. The mechanical complexities from its ancestor MMO have been rubbed away. Dungeons are now cinematic set pieces, the complexity reduced to boss encounters and raids. The sense of a grand adventure has been warped around the sheer ambition of the game's storytelling. For those of you looking forward at the lean, focused narrative shot that's Yoshi P's follow-up title, Final Fantasy XVI, you can see his desire to just tell a compelling story bursting at the seams in this massive multiplayer role-playing game he's inherited. There's maybe no expansion that better demonstrates this tension than a personal favorite of mine, Stormblood. If ARR was about restoration and preservation, and Heavensward is about loss, Stormblood arguably shifts its focus proactively. It is a story very invested in war, its reality, its occasionally bloody necessity, and its capacity to turn people into monsters. Prior to this, our villains have run the gambit from camp icons like Nabriales and Nero to mouthpieces for a broader imperial identity like Gaius or Thordan. The Ascians, by and large, are camp sinisters, cretins lurking in darkness to inflict terrors upon us. It wasn't until our villain that led us into Stormblood, Ilberd, the sloppy griffin himself, that the point came home. Alamigo has been subjugated and left to the mercy of the Empire, and the Eorzean Alliance has been stuck worrying about internal affairs, leaving it to its tragic fate. Ilberd, through his violent upheaval, through a direct attack against the Empire on Baelsar's wall, culminating in his own sacrifice to summon Shinryu, a primal that takes the lives of one final companion, one final loss on your Heavensward plate, that the Alliance is forced into a formal, outright war with Garlemald. Part of what makes Stormblood better than anyone on the internet gives it credit for is that it starts us down the trend of looking at villains that stretch beyond reductive, critical hot takes about redemption arcs. There are 3 principal villains in this title. One of them gets something resembling a redemption arc. It cannot be our tragic monster Yotsuyu, a woman tormented by her past, her heartless family, her country's subjugation, turned into a revelatory force for cruelty. Even in the post-game, where she's given amnesia and reverted to an innocent version of herself, a kind and timid Tsuyu, the game very purposefully and brutally ruins her new life. She could not have a redemption arc. She could have had a different life, been a different person, but her fate was cruel, her life was crueler, and her end is tragic, but inevitable. For Dola, our Alamegan trader fares better. She was forced to survive a brutal upbringing and a cruel conquest, and did so by rising through the ranks of the Garlemald military, crushing her own people to do so. She's skilled, one of the few who even has the Echo, the magical narrative device held by our main character, and a sparse handful of others, but it doesn't make her profound. She gets stopped, she gets imprisoned, and she gets something that looks like a redemption arc, but the game cuts no corners. She doesn't magically have a change of heart. Her journey stretches slowly, agonizingly across 2 expansions to reach a conclusion that's a wary sort of better future. The game does not care to make something as simple as a redemption arc out of anything. Gaius, back from the dead, enters into a tenuous alliance built on a shared desire to destroy the Ashians that had orchestrated his downfall. See, the issue in discussing internet hot takes about redemption arcs and how to write socially responsible representations of villains is that the concerns of making socially conscious art will inevitably destroy our capacity to appreciate art as more than a functional extension of politics. One of the defining moments of Stormblood for me is Hien's decision to flood Doma Castle, destroying an iconic piece of his country's history and culture in order to turn the tide on the war to liberate it. The game directly makes the assertion that if a violent revolution is necessary, then we don't get the luxury to do it perfectly. Garlemald will not stand down through rational discourse, a point made in the parley with Emperor Varus, also in Stormblood. It is a deeply radical text in that way. Your intrepid scions do things that are not ethically pristine, but are necessary for a bigger picture. We intrude in another culture's governance. We save Doma to conscript their troops for Alamigo. We use Fordola, still freshly imprisoned, because she can serve an immediate solution to an emergency. On and on, the game twists and works out these compromises we have to make, and then refuses to either punish or valorize us for doing them. They were ugly and necessary. The benefits of a free Doma, a free Alamigo, were worth what we have done to get there. And that's a compelling and complicated mindset to have, going into perhaps the most iconic MMO expansion of the series. Shadowbringers is ultimately the reason why your friends keep telling you to play Final Fantasy XIV. The ones that insist you can skip to it are wrong, though. Despite it taking place in a new world you have to travel to entirely, one with a fresh cast of characters sans your Scion friends, the story builds on the themes and ideas brought with you from the previous expansions. The advertising, the initial vision of Shadowbringers was at the time simplistic to the point of being almost reductive. A real Nintendo GameCube-era hot take of sometimes light isn't always good. Very Twilight Princess, very Mario Sunshine and Metroid 2 echoes. Its main inspirations from a past Final Fantasy title was Final Fantasy III, of all things. No one talks about Final Fantasy III except me and Bopper on the internet, but Shadowbringers is here to take the perspective you had in Stormblood and throw it right back in your face with the character of all time. Emmett Selk is every bit the same perspective, a man ready to compromise on ethical concerns for a necessary good, but blown out to a grandiose scale. An Ascian, those camp villains underpinning this entire game, but one that is here to speak to you directly. Openly, even. A figure that admits that he seeks to cause apocalypse after apocalypse until the world that was once shattered into 14 reflections is made whole again. You're now grappling with a concept so high-flying, so grand and overwhelming and destructive, and it's set perfectly to the stark visual language of the expansion. You are becoming that which you once fought, the warrior of darkness, undoing another heroic group's victory against dark forces in this shard of the world before light consumes it and another apocalypse happens all over again. This leads to a tenuous bargain between you and your Ascian frenemy, who says that if you're strong enough, rich enough a person instead of the 1/14th of a person he sees you as, to hold within you the totalizing power of all the Light Wardens bringing in the end of the world, then he will recognize your humanity, your species' viability. You cannot. This is the pinnacle of the game's narrative tensions with your character's mechanical boundaries. You cannot die, you cannot fail, you cannot be so permanently locked into a bad situation that it ruins the function of a game like this, but every effort that the game can narratively swing your way comes crashing in. You are dying, your companions are told to abandon you and run and hide before you're fully turned into a beast, and to top it all off, a long-lost friend is revealed and kidnapped, Emmett Selk diving into the depths of the ocean to hide him away and use his knowledge. Journeying to those depths, stopping him, fusing with your Warrior of Light predecessor, becoming more whole enough to conquer the light within, all of these things are big, bombastic events, a shocking and beautiful climax to this depressed chapter, set upon a nigh-perfect recreation of Emmett Selk's old world, a massive city with the shades of his friends drifting in and out of it, transient, ephemeral, beautiful, tragic. The game asks, at the end of Emmett's life, to remember that they lived. No assertion that he was wrong, no admission of guilt. The game doesn't seek to justify what you've done as righteous or necessary. The restoration of your body alone should be clear enough, but it does ask for memory. The old way of life is fading. It's slipping through our fingers, forced to submit to the ever-changing new world. But we are tasked to remember. I end up thinking about Amarat a lot, actually. The kind of profound despair, the loss that Emmett Selk faced to create such a thing. He spends the entirety of his time in Shadowbringers presenting his vision as inflexible, his judgment unstoppable. He is powerful and the true custodian of the world, and our efforts are things he's judging. And by diving into this final little place, this a part of a world he's carved out, we can see through its design his agony writ large. Powerful, otherworldly, and fragile and vulnerable. A creature, just like us, ultimately lost to the whims of his emotions. And in receiving this melancholy torch from him, our heroes are sentenced to face the same totalizing extinction event as they did. So, I genuinely struggle to get a read on how people feel about Endwalker, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that despite it not being Shadowbringers level hyped, it is a coherent and meaningful counterpart to the story. It's also tasked with the grave duty of ending things. See, the final end is here, and instead of it being a material presence, instead of a war or a large monster or even a natural disaster, it is an abstract, conceptual one. If ever there were to be a discussion, a tension to have with a grand finale, built from the bones of a gritty dark fantasy that has warped and pulled itself into a position where you're posed kind of a whiplash-inducing question. Can you radically pursue hope in the face of the end of all things? Let's set the scene a little. Have our own little Final Fantasy XIV style grand finale. You return from your venture in another world armed with new knowledge and with all the heads of the Ascians finally at rest. All that remains is Xenos-leaning Garlemald, advised by the final Ascian Fandaniel, using primals, twisting them into terrifying monster versions of themselves, culminating in a final march into Garlemald, only to find it dead. Eschewing an epic, beautiful war, a noble, righteous plurality of nations rising up to stop their oppressors, Garlemald is ruined, a shell of itself, its populace scattered, dying in the brutal cold, while a twisted visage of their old king Varys, now contorted into the primal anima resting at the head of a ruined throne. You charge this tower, fight your way up, destroy anima, and your primary targets escape to the moon, where Zodiark, the primordial being the Ascians serve, resides. It's time to traverse, Final Fantasy IV style, to the moon for an epic final battle. As a fun aside, every new expansion increases your level cap 10 levels, with main scenario quests taking you methodically through each level up while feeding you healthy bits of narrative unfolding. You're fighting the final boss of Final Fantasy XIV at level 83 of 90. No, in ending Final Fantasy XIV, you end the world once more, like 1.0 did, but yours is abstract, bizarre, maybe even logistically frustrating. But without Zodiark protecting the planet, strong negative emotions start to unravel people's bodies and minds, distorting them into cosmic horrors, which in turn spur more despair, which in turn spurs more monsters. It is an apocalypse that cannot simply be met with steel and power, but one that can perpetuate itself and start anywhere and spread like wildfire. The story more and more drives you to find something, some truth to cling to, resulting in a being, Medion, who is tasked to journey the cosmos with a gestalt collection of bodies, all to ask any new life out there what meaning they found in their lives. The answer they get back, over and over, culture to culture, is that there is none. Be it endless war, a separation from all that makes life pleasant, rotting pestilence, endless waste, or even the sheer devastating reality of entropy, time and time and time again, all Medion could find is that life has no value. There is no answer to the question that wasn't death or the agonizing begging for death. Medion, an experimental being built around the far less understood form of a motion-based magic, Dynamis, instead of our calculated, tangible ether, is receptive to emotions, and in faced with this nightmare, this totalizing certainty that life is meaningless, she does for her creators what she thinks is best, and end them, now, before deeper, more long-winded, more excruciating apocalypses erode everything they love. This is where the game's logistics, its mechanics, its tangible realities all get frustrated. There are multitudes of annoying discrepancies and logic fails and mires of meticulous lore checking to have here, but the game boldly proposes that this is not a puzzle that you can win on technicality. You cannot come up with a plan so clever, a loophole so pristine, the entirety of your alliances converge, you're sent to the past before the world separated, all to be met with a final stage that obeys no tangible rules. You purchase air and meager modes to climb and approach the final boss with the bodies of your Scion companions, in a potent reflection of your final march in Shadowbringers, a struggle for your own internal body, your power being warped and corroded. Endwalker makes you stand alone. At the end, your body, your power, your own, but burdened by its excruciating loss. That the game allows you a final climactic victory at the very terminating end of all things, one final trick, briefly resurrecting your erstwhile foe Emet-Selch to remind Medion of what she once cared for, what she once loved, despite logic and reality demanding she obliterate. You're allowed to free your companions from their formless existences, and in turn their belief and love in you save you from a certain death. You all fight logically, beautifully, triumphantly for a radical idea of hope and love, a future that is meaningful because meaning is something we make for ourselves. Far from its cynical roots, far from its Game of Thrones inspirations, the game radically asserts that change, that making the world a better place can be brutal, difficult, bloody work, but there is meaning in doing so, no matter how devastated. The world can change and bloom and grow and be ultimately reborn.
Before we get to the back half of the video, I quickly want to shout out this channel's Patreon supporters over on patreon.com and YouTube members here on YouTube. Because of their generous financial support, videos like this are possible. If you would like to support the channel for as little as $1 a month, follow the links down below. Supporters get early access to video scripts and videos before they release, as well as access to the video game book club, where we play one game a month every month and discuss it. It's a ton of fun. Consider supporting below. Fabula Nova Crystallis Fighting Fantasy Versus 13, commonly referred to as Final Fantasy XV, is a difficult game to talk about. Its turbulent and troubled development dominates a lot of the discussion around the game, and that's understandable. Many Final Fantasy games are contentious, but 15 is unique. It's a game trapped in the horrible neutral zone of failed ambition striving towards nothing. At least Final Fantasy II became Saga. Like with the rest of the series, I won't be covering the development history of 15. There's plenty of content out there to dig into for more information on the game, but what I will say is that I wrote this section incredibly high. I had strep throat on the week of December 17th, 2023, and had misjudged the liquid volume of a Dayquil serving. I think I took 50% more than the recommended volume. I was tired and I started having visions of Final Fantasy XV. It's my sworn and sacred duty as a critic to leave what I wrote as close to the original vision as possible, edited here and there for clarity. I felt you all should know that. Final Fantasy XV is one of the harder games in the series to talk about because its existence is itself an affront to most critical lenses for analyzing mainstream, consumer-grade narrative art. I suspect the reason so many 15 videos dig into the development history is because a long and troubled development cycle is inherently interesting, and also because this is the most fragmented Final Fantasy game. By fragmented, I don't mean that the game feels ripped apart into a bunch of DLC and prequel films and animes, which I haven't watched or played, but will if I ever do a video on Final Fantasy sequels and remakes, but that scenes stop and start. The editing between passages is strange, stretched, and often abrupt. The opening is famous for this. 15 begins with an in medias res cutscene of a late-game boss, jumps forward, or I guess backwards in time, to a tight, claustrophobic establishing scene, jumps forward again, but still backwards relative to the first scene, to our heroes pushing their broken car through the desert, and then pans to the opening title set to a licensed cover of Stand By Me. This isn't the only scene in the game that plays this way. Let's watch 2 more transitions like this in the game.
Back with us. Don't suppose the Crown's Guard is still active?
I wouldn't count on it.
Emotionally, it can often be shocking to see editing like this, and since many people instantly label this kind of editing as bad, commentators and critics often look to explanations for why the game is like this instead of accepting that this is the way it is. Regardless of intention or explanation, this is the version of Final Fantasy XV that sits in front of us. No other game in the series tells its story in such a fragmentary way, with such disillusionment towards its narrative and the actors within it, and that disillusionment reflects the attitude of Prince Noctis, the game's moribund protagonist. In both setting and character, Final Fantasy XV is a soft remake of Final Fantasy VIII, with Noctis reprising and riffing on Squall. Like Squall, Noctis has great power and responsibility thrust upon him. He is the future king, forced to lead even though he doesn't really want to, and the responsibilities of that role are alien to him. For Squall, the journey is learning to express himself, learning how to process and respond to the overwhelming emotion of the world, but for Noctis, the problem is even more fundamental. His life, from beginning to end, is laid out to him. For life itself in the science fiction fantasy Blink-182 world of Eos to continue, Noctis has to accept his role and his fate, but he just doesn't care, and that's a problem. Like a core problem of humanity. It's easy to not care about doing math or whatever in school, and it's even easier to not care about the expectations placed on you by people in society. For Noctis, this problem is particularly pernicious. Everyone else in his life, from his father, to his retainers, to his fiancée, take Noctis's duty and their duty to support him more seriously than he does. Noctis is flippant, both on the issues facing himself and his homeland, and about the sacrifices others make to support him. This makes Noctis the series' first completely unlikable protagonist, at least for me. Every other hero from the unnamed Warriors of Light to Firion to Celis and Lightning had either sympathetic quests, selflessness, or emotional connections the player could make. Noctis is the hardest of all the protagonists to engage with emotionally because he is a God King, without an underlying sense of justice or a philosophy that ties him to the player. He is an asshole. He's the sickening concoction fusing the Stranger's Merceau with Wuthering Heights Heathcliff made into a video game protagonist. That Noctis actively fragments the narrative through his own disengagement with it makes 15 a difficult game to emotionally resonate with for most players, myself included. But like I said back in the 13 section, I love characters that I dislike personally. If I were Noctis's retainers, the certified anime handsome glimmery ship bait Prompto, Ignis, and Gladio, I would have wrung the pencil neck prince. But that's just me personally, and me personally does not make a story. Many of the pivotal scenes, especially Lunafreya's death and Ignis's blindness, fail to resonate. The frustration following these events is directed at Noctis, both by the player and explicitly in-game by Gladio.
You need to grow up and get over it.
I am over it. I'm here, aren't I?
Maybe when you're not too busy moping, you can look around and give a shit about someone worse off than you.
Let go of me.
How's that ring fit you? You rather carry it around than wear it? She gave her life so you could do your duty, not so you could sit around feeling sorry for yourself.
You don't think I know that?
You don't! Ignis took one for you too. And for what?
Enough, Gladio.
Lunafreya has been the subject of so much discourse and bickering since 15's release because she is so distant from the player, so far in the periphery that her entrance into the present tense story and almost immediate demise are hard to parse. This vision of Lunafreya is incomplete. Many critics and fans want omniscience. They want to see the world in its totality. They want, whether they realize it or not, Final Fantasy XII. 15 denies us this vision. Our eyes are cupped by Noctis's apathy. It's a bold and rare decision for a massive open-world JRPG. Lunafreya, as we see her in those brief pockets and windows, isn't Lunafreya. She's Lunafreya through the eyes of Noctis, an inattentive fool king who, as our POV character, doesn't care enough about Lunafreya or his retainers to give us that complete full picture we expect in the age of highly detailed fan wikis. 15 isn't told entirely from Noctis's perspective. We do get brief moments of respite and shelter from his cataract eyes, but it's rare and mostly there to make the narrative at least cogent for the player. As bad as I may want it, there will probably never be a Sound and the Fury Final Fantasy with a completely fragmented stream of consciousness narrative. I'll take what I can get, and frustration at Noctis rather than sadness for Lunafreya and Ignis is a response to the game's structure. As I reflect on my feelings playing the game, it bothers me that when I felt frustration, I reactively assumed that the game was bad. While playing it, I was worried that 15 would break my all Final Fantasies are good streak. This would be the canker. But I realized that my frustration at Noctis was an emotional reaction to the game and the characters on their terms, not a meta reaction to some formal deficiency. 15 makes the fairly radical decision by Final Fantasy standards to force us as an audience to sit with a character as flawed as Noctis, and be with him as the primary POV character, and so my emotional response centered around him. Unlike 13, 15 is an open world game, complete with all the bullshit you expect from a modern open world. Copy-paste hunts and fetch quests and dungeons, but it's completely skippable. When I first played 15 2 weeks after I spoiled myself with a PlayStation 4 on my birthday in 2016, I tried to check off every quest and do every side hustle and burned out after about 13 hours during Chapter 3, probably because of the Cup Noodles product placement.
Hello there. Care for cup noodles?
Thanks a lot.
Take care now.
In the playthrough for this video, I did exactly 2 side quests, one of which was to unlock chocobos and beat the game in 15 hours. That Sonic-narian speed makes it one of the shortest Final Fantasy games, and it wasn't as if I was out there skipping cutscenes. I would never do that to Dino.
Don't, and the papers will run you out of town. Capiche?
This relentless pace both heightens and obscures the game's structural strengths. The game is essentially divided into 2 halves, the first being the open world and the second being a linear story frenzy. By playing the game quickly, the narrative fragmentation worked as a constant aesthetic choice that binds the whole game. On the other hand, it limits the amount of time you can spend with the party. This is the most tight-knit Final Fantasy party since 5. All 4 of Noctis, Ignis, Prompto, and Gladio are in the party from beginning to end with only a handful of interruptions. If you don't do a whole lot of the optional stuff in EOS, it's easy to miss out on some of their characterization. Going into the second half, Ignis to me was the pomade crisp double D of the group who always shouted about how he's come up with a new recipe.
I've come up with a new recipe.
I could taste test for you.
To the game's credit, all 3 of Noctis' retainers develop and get significant and engaging screen time in the second half, allowing them to grow from hot topic doodles in a high school girl's art book to some of my favorite Final Fantasy characters. What I particularly love about the second half of the game is how snippy and nasty the characters start to get with each other. Gladio grabs Noctis and cusses his ass out, and this aggression and conflict between allies isn't something we often get. Many Final Fantasy games front-load intra-party conflict before transitioning into hangout core with the party chilling on the decks of the Highwind and the Garden, so seeing the dynamics in the party break down after a dozen hours of chill gives heft to this later section. Even more heft than it already has from beginning in the day, transitioning to the thunderous night, and even briefly becoming a horror game. Of all the good character writing in the second half, Ignis' blindness is the most complex. As the cook and the driver and that guy with the glasses, Ignis is the eyes for Noctis' journey. Even in gameplay, his special tech, Mark, tells Noctis what moves he needs to do in combat. During the fight with Leviathan, all attention is paid to Lunafreya. She dies, and lost during the chaos and the grief is Ignis. After everything calms down, we find him blind. It's not explained in depth in the base game, not that it matters much to Noctis. For Ignis, sacrificing his great physical attribute, his sight, is his martyrdom, his sacrifice for the King of Kings, and if that's an uncomfortably Catholic reading, let's go fully into those old, repressed Catholic school memories of mine. There's a parable that Jesus tells in Luke that goes, "Why beholdest thou the mote that is in thy brother's eye, but perceivest not the beam that is in thine own eye? Either how canst thou say to thy brother, Brother, let me pull out the mote that is in thine eye, when thou thyself beholdest not the beam that is in thine own eye? Thou hypocrite, cast out first the beam out of thine own eye, and then shalt thou see clearly to pull out the mote that is in thy brother's eye."
Jesus, I don't know how I should take that.
What makes Ignis' sacrifice so powerful and so frustrating is that the courage it takes to give away a part of your body, to profane the sanctity of the body in service to the good of mankind, is immense. It goes hard. Here's a Rembrandt painting, The Blinding of Samson. It also goes hard. The frustration comes from Noctis's utter refusal to see the sacrifice as anything other than inconvenience. Noctis's main concern is if Ignis will get his eyesight back, because even if he won't say it, he views Ignis's blindness as a burden to be reversed. Following Jesus' parable, Ignis has the sight to see the worthlessness of his body against the stakes of the war they're waging, while Noctis, the hypocrite, demands Ignis's physical eyesight back instead of seeking the spiritual vision that Ignis has found. Noctis does eventually cast out the beam of his own eye, and all it takes is 10 years of total controversial darkness. Almost the entirety of the last third of Final Fantasy XV is controversial. Every moment in this part of the game is somebody's least favorite part of the Final Fantasy series. My personal least favorite moment in the entire Final Fantasy series is the boss fight against Ravus. This is more an indictment against 15's gameplay than it is any particular mechanic or aesthetic specific to the Ravus fight. 15 is the only game other than 2 that I really didn't enjoy playing. The combat is a strange in-between of real-time and turn-based combat that makes no indication that it's turn-based. That sounds weird, but anybody who's played the game will know that there's frequently attacking phases and defense phases that are longer and chunkier than the standard action flow of dodge, attack, dodge. Otherwise, I love most of the last third of the game, even as it exposes some of the limits of what can be done, or at least what Square Enix is able to do with a prestige RPG. Chapter 13 is a long, pseudo-survival horror segment that is both the longest chapter in the game and the most tonally unique. Noctis is thrown into a lengthy dungeon with limited combat tools, patrolling monsters, keycards, closets to hide in, and even an invincible nemesis enemy. While surviving this grueling gauntlet, Ardyn, the game's villain, taunts and lore dumps Noctis over the loudspeakers. It's one of the most striking set pieces in all of Final Fantasy. For a horror hound like myself, it's awesome, but primarily for its tone. Mechanically, it's undercooked like the rest of the combat in the game, and the layout of the dungeon itself is simplistic, but it was still a treat. When I'm playing Final Fantasy, I'm not expecting the inner turmoil of the characters to be expressed in horror-coded set pieces, and certainly not horror coding that lasts for the final 3 hours of a 15-hour game. I'm also not expecting car chases, and yes, I love getting keys dangled in my face. I'm glad 15 and 16 noticed. Towards the end of the game, at the end of Chapter 13, Noctis is sucked into a Final Fantasy crystal and is told by Bahamut that he must die to save the world from Ardyn, referred to, quite catholically, as the Usurper. This time skip into a world of total, endless night is derided by many players, and I get it. When Noctis is told about the last 10 years, that Ignis has become Zatoichi, that Iris, Gladio's younger sister, has become a demon slayer, that the world is falling apart and humanity is almost done for, that's the video game story. That's the part that sounds fun to play, but this is Noctis' story, for better and for worse. By not getting to play, but hearing of scary and badass sights, Noctis, and by extension, us, were absent from the largest period of struggle for Noctis' friends. It's easy to want to play this section because it sounds fun in a video game way, but on a narrative level, Noctis has to chew on how much pain and struggle has been brought to the world from his apathetic failure. Waking up to see this eternal darkness is his last temptation. The specific plot of the game, which I've really not talked about up until this point, mostly because it would consume all of my 3,300 words to turn it into a sensible summary, places Noctis in a weird place among Final Fantasy protagonists. He isn't a famed knight or a warrior of light. He's a prince, but not a traditional hero. His job isn't to become a hero, it isn't to fight demons and rescue Promptos in distress. It's to die, it's to become the sacrifice that will cleanse the world of darkness. And so, at the moment he finally accepts his charge, he sits on the throne and is killed, not by himself and not by Bahamut, but by his father and his father's fathers all down the line, and if the game can indulge in such heavy-handedness, I think I can as well. Noctis isn't a Christ figure per se, but he is an anime boy adaptation of Nikos Kazanzaki's Jesus. Noctis' death is a great moment in the series. He's the first protagonist in the series to die, and while many of the other playable characters who've passed away in the series have been at peace with their deaths, they all died violently at the hands of villains, and rarely as a deliberate act. To pull a secular example so I can abandon these Dayquil-laced Catholic school visions of Noctis on the cross, Noctis' death recalls Sidney Carton, one of the many characters in Charles Dickens' A Tale of Two Cities. Cardin sacrifices himself, changing places with a man set to be executed, and after the struggle that is A Tale of Two Cities, Cardin's final thoughts on his sacrifice and his death are resonant all the way to Noctis. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest that I go to than I have ever known. I don't know if Chuck Dick had Final Fantasy XV in mind when he wrote this final line, but I see these same thoughts in Noctis. As the Phantom Sword plunges into him, as his life fades, he has finally sacrificed the way Ignis and Lunafreya did. He's finally suffered the way the world did because of his inaction, and he's at peace while doing so. In a mid-credit scene, we see Noctis sitting on his throne, in the afterlife, content and rested in a way we don't see him during the game, especially not at the end, because he looks rough in the final chapter. It's a powerful ending, one I adore, except for the way it treats Lunafreya, dropping her as a suppliant on the floor, kneeling beside her phantasmic husband in the land of the dead. Final Fantasy XV has a weird way of treating women sometimes. I avoided Cindy for the entirety of this review, but I will give special thanks to Aranaya Highwind for calling Noctis shortcake.
The Empire sniffed it out ages ago. Wait till nightfall, shortcake.
I don't want to derail the review right at the very end, because this really is a topic for another essay with an entirely different purpose than what I have for this gargantuan piece of shit. But I do think it's worth pointing out for no other reason than to illustrate that even at its heights, Final Fantasy XV is a split experience, one that is in both virtue and vice unique within the series. Talking about Final Fantasy XVI is bittersweet. Not only is it the end of the series, but 16 was the game that wrapped around the rest of my series playthrough, nestling the rest of the series within its electronic burrito-ness. It was the first game I started playing, picking it up on its June 2023 release date, and nearly the last I finished, with only 10 squeezing outside of its grasp. Within its runtime, spaced out over 6 months where I played a little here and a little there, I experienced the breadth of the main series, feeling the evolution of Final Fantasy from 1 to 2 to 6 and 7 to 12, and how the memories of the games are imprinted onto 16. Seeing details both large and small that pull from other games, from the Hideaway being a hub like Altair in 2, focusing on a singular character with a rotating cast of allies like in 4, the weapon refinement system working as it does in 8, and its final third plunging its hero into the same existential crisis of creation as Zidane in 9. During the 13 review, I mentioned that it's easy to judge games based on their contemporaries, and during my playthrough of 16, I made a conscious effort to not judge 16 for how it seemingly falls into many of the 9th generation design philosophies that I hate. Elements like the awkward shot-reverse shot structure of most cutscenes in 9th generation games, and an endless litany of menial, busy work masked as side quests are part of the modern AAA gaming landscape that I hate. So much so that I'm dedicating a few sentences in my otherwise completely positive video about Final Fantasy to complain about them. Playing 16 all throughout my journey with the rest of the series made these issues more visible. but it also helped me appreciate 16 as a game, as more than a personal piñata for my modern gaming grievances. By placing it in the larger context of the series, its differences became more artistically striking than they otherwise would be. Much has been made about Naoki Yoshida, better known as Yoshi P, the producer of 16, decrying the term JRPG because of how it was used in the past. When Yoshi P said that we understand that recently JRPG has better connotations, I can't help but think that the bad connotations he remembers is the weird history of internet critics like Yahtzee and Dunkey that made complaining about JRPGs as a collective genre into a faux reasonable axiomatic critical stance.
You're gonna subject me to some cringe-worthy PS2 era anime writing, at least hit me with an interesting concept. Daffy Duck meets Wreck-It Ralph. Okay, I'll play that. Pokemon meets Inception. Okay, that sounds pretty fun.
That these comments were reported in Kotaku is funny because they became, for a brief moment, a content mill for terrible Final Fantasy XVI articles. But this move away from JRPG as a label is both an insight into how 16 is different from the previous games, while also obscuring how it builds upon the series' heritage. The two major changes that the game makes mechanically and tonally are that there is now only one playable character, and it's the first M-rated Final Fantasy. That its hero, Clive Rossfield, is the only playable character is a radical change that makes sense given the game's structure. As the series is focused on making its playable characters more narratively relevant, the idea of a one-man party isn't as radical as it may seem at first. This is a winding tale with 4 major antagonists where Clive is the only character that is consistently relevant to the action. Other characters like Jill, Sid, Dion, Joshua, and the joyously corpulent Byron join Clive as guest party members, turning the guest mechanics from 12 and 15 into the focus of the entire game, and ends up functionally working like Four's party structure, where characters came and went by their own will or circumstance. If 16 were remade from the perspective of Jill or Dion or Joshua, it would be a fundamentally different game covering entirely different events, and I think that's to the game's benefit. For all the consternation at there only being a single playable character, this might be the most fully realized cast in Final Fantasy as a whole. 13's party was the peak for playable characters, but there has been no better supporting cast than in 16. When writing this section of the video, 16 feels the most restricted by the 3,300 word limit, because I could sit here and talk about the individual characters for thousands of words, but I must refrain from getting too lost in tangents about the specific members of the supporting cast. The biggest weakness in Final Fantasy VI was that its characters fell into what I like to call bench malaise, a condition of permanent stasis where they sit around, unused, unable to do anything, except exist in the transient state of potential relevance. 16's structure removes the intra-party banter that JRPG fans love. Think of the campsites in 15, or the slew of optional scenes in Tales, and this has been a huge negative against 16 for many players. I, however, love this, because the game gets to carefully curate the funny slapstick comedy that fans crave,
mine's bigger,
and the hardcore melodrama that I crave. When Byron has to dish out some game, or Clive has to be a brain-dead lesbian wife guy, it's intentional, unlike the participation trophy dialogue given to irrelevant party members that just kind of stick around in other RPGs. The presence and the absence of the individual characters are felt. Sid's death in the mid-game isn't as iconic or as filmically moving as Aeris's death in 7, but like Aeris, the most striking consequence of this death is how much his absence is felt, especially given the game's treatment of the name Sid. Sid is an odd feature in the series, a recurring name for a recurring character archetype, and by archetype, it's a guy who sometimes runs an airship, or sometimes some other important shit. Sometimes Sid is a drunk old man like in 2, or foxy grandpa in 5 with a grandson named Mid, or a goth babe pulling Robin Williams-esque commander like in 8, or a semi-soft-core gender-bid grease monkey flaunting big tits and a southern accent in 15. The southern accent is near and dear to my heart, and my favorite thing about that character, and in 16, Sid is a suave, Final Fantasy mashup of Errol Flynn Robin Hood and a Dream Daddy character, but he also isn't simply Sid. After his death and the mid-game time skip, Clive assumes the title of Sid. Sid is treated as a title, the legacy of the dead one carried on by turning his namesake into an office to be assumed, a symbol to become. Choosing to do that specifically with Sid is no accident. Yoshi P is also the director of 14, a game that constantly references and celebrates the series' legacy, and 16 casts Sid as more than a recurring name, but a recursive symbol worn by different characters, all representing a shared surface on top of radically different people. Clive is nothing like Sid, yet shares the title. On top of Sid, there's a surprising amount of deaths in 16. Joshua dies bloody-mouthed in the arms of his brother. Dion dies in a grand sacrifice while in his giant kaiju furry form after having a tearful farewell with his lover, Sir Terrence. And Clive, well, we'll get to Clive. 16 is somehow the most grandiose game in the series, offering big deaths, big speeches, and big monster fights. And pulling so strongly from prestige television like Game of Thrones, 16 finds great pleasure in these big cinematic events and voice acting. Most of the cast wield powerful icons, great kaijus based on the summons in the series that they transform into to fight each other. Most of these fights are spectacles, minimizing complex gameplay in favor of big-time visuals, and it can be awesome if a bit exhaustive. Seeing Clive as the giant Ifrit, or Ifrit as the game calls him, run up the arms of the even more giant Titan, or Tishan as the game calls him, is cool. Doubly so after watching Tishan's bearer, Hugo, cry and rage and scream because Clive kills his girlfriend and sucked her powers dry. I'm personally a huge fan of how zesty Clive is when he says fuck during these fights. Fuck. This relationship between 16 and the series' previous games makes it a strangely fitting final note to the series. Obviously, it won't be the last game. There will be a Final Fantasy XVII someday soon. There's been a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth since 16 launched. There has been a Final Fantasy XIV since 16 launched. But the ending of 16 wraps the series back around to its beginning. In the end, Clive, saving the world from the big bad guy Ultima and saving the crystals, is lost to time just as the Warriors of Light were 15 games ago. If someone were 15 when they saw the Warriors of Light break the time paradox and stop Garland in 1987, they would be 51 when they saw Clive do the same in 2023. For many people, that's hardly a full lifetime, but it's a lot of life to live, and I wonder what the experience is like to have played through the series as the game's released. If that's you, if you're someone who played Final Fantasy when it first released and have played through the games as they came out, let me know in the comments what that experience is like reaching 16 in real time. I experienced the series through a much smaller, compressed length of time, less than 1 year, except for 11 and 14, which I will not play, with 16 wrapping around every game except 10, and by the end, the game felt like a bittersweet farewell, mirroring the slow fade out at the end of Final Fantasy. I did like the game's ending, and third act as a whole. Unlike many people that think 16 fizzles out during its final stretch, I think 16's best lies in its last stretch. For those of you who are keeping score at home, I also feel this way about 9 and 15, two games whose final stretches are more philosophically and spiritually complex than the light fantasy adventure roots both games sprout from. Such late-game plunges into darkness and direct confrontations with the game's themes can give the impression of plot superseded. Disc 4 of 9 and the World of Ruin in 15 seem to replace and, for many players, delegitimize the plot and characters, and especially the villains that came before. In the case of 15, it isn't too big of a deal because that's a game whose confidence shoots up in its latter half when it goes from indescribable levels of cope with its title card into reaching its sloppy hands deep into the head of Christ wife guy Noctis. There are a lot of reasons people do not like the final stretch of Final Fantasy XVI, one of which is that it takes the game's extremely dark, gloomy, fog-ridden aesthetic and just makes it even more doomy and gloomy and fog-ridden. The final area of the game, Ash, is completely dead. The final village you visit in your journey is Istla, a ghost town living beneath an endless night of dull moonlight that echoes the vibes of Boletarian Palace from Demon Souls. Its walls tower into the foggy sky. The distant echo of crows bounce off the warped and bloated boards that fall off the old abandoned houses, their wings distant, carrying off whatever carrion remained in the deadlands of Ash. It's here, in these final hours, that I actually think 16 is at its most resonant. The game begins with death and murder and betrayal and a lot of it, and it's at the end here that the world is finally, completely drained of life. There are no townsfolk with passive dialogue or lamentations on war and suffering. The world is still and quiet, and yet, because Final Fantasy is more Camus than Schopenhauer, the greatest beauty in Final Fantasy XVI is in these final hours. The complaints about the dreary death that overhangs 16 is natural. The world is not for the characters, nor is it for the player. The beach Clive and Jill consummate their love on is filthy and disgusting, Yet, the water reflecting lifeless moonbeams isn't a distraction from their love. Instead, their love stands in defiance of this dying world and of Clive's dying body. The hostility of the world against human spirit and pleasure isn't the handwave towards dark fantasy tropes that it may initially seem to be. The early hours of Final Fantasy XVI are a standard prejudice and power allegory. Some people in the world are marked, and those who bear the brand are discriminated against and frequently enslaved. Cid runs an underground of bandit rising up in revolution against this system, and it's a fine stretch of the game. There's some freaky stuff in there, like Jill pretending to own an overeager Clive, but what the game excels at is expanding the scope of this metaphor beyond its social relevance. As the branded overcome all the chaos and violence and depression, the next step is for them to forge an identity in this new world, and it's important that Clive, in the last third of the game, has nothing. Not only have he and his fellow branded found themselves in a new, unknown social order that they must define for themselves, he has lost most of his family, reaching its peak when he must bid the wretched queen adieu, his wicked Gertrudian mother. Annabella Rossfield is one of the most devilish characters in the series, and represents a barrier between the ways people let themselves get defined by family and society, and how, without those, identity is a construction of the self. We've seen this with Celis, with Cloud, with Squall, and here again with Clive. Like with Final Fantasy IX, the final stretch of the game leaves behind the branded and Annabella and the realpolitik of Valisthea and the early antagonists Benedicta and Hugo Kupka, and introduces new late-stage antagonists. Ultima and Barnabas, the two latecomers in 16, are contentious among fans for the same reasons Garland and Necron are contentious. They are seemingly out-of-nowhere late-stage additions, and they kind of are. But that's because Clive's perspective is initially restricted. Anyone who's a fan of Attack on Titan can attest to the virtues and vices of following characters with extremely restricted perspectives, and for 16, the secret, higher perspective slowly revealed over the course of the game is that it's actually a Frankenstein story from the monster's perspective. Humanity was created as an energy source for Ultima, an ancient being whose people died long ago, and Clive specifically was created as a vessel for Ultima to inhabit. The conversation between Clive and Ultima at the end recalls the confrontations between Frankenstein and his creation. You, my creator, would tear me to pieces and triumph. Remember that, and tell me why I should pity man more than he pities me. You would not call it murder if you could precipitate me into one of those ice rifts and destroy my frame, the work of your own hands. Shall I respect man when he condemns me?
To right your wrongs. If our sin is wanting to survive, then you are as marked by it as we are. The fault is yours. Our wills were born because you abandoned us. And now, you would have us forfeit them. All for a place in your new paradise.
Clive, like Frankenstein's monster, rebels against a creator who sees him as fundamentally beneath him, sees him as a tool for his own ends by virtue of being the creator. The theme of challenging fate, a common trope in JRPGs and taken to its zenith in 13, is here combined with a relationship between creator and created. This has been done before, with Clive following in the footsteps of Zidane in 9, but it creates a personal discourse around fate and free will, with Clive directly confronting and defying his creator. Clive defying his creator to construct his own world and identity is radical, certainly in the context of our world. So many people define themselves religiously and as subservient to a creator, and Clive directly confronts this by challenging the rights of a creator over the created. The trope of JRPGs ending with the party-fighting god is a reductive trope, because it flattens all the different gods and greater beings that Final Fantasy protagonists war with into the singular, loaded noun of god. Sometimes it's beings like Kefka and Sephiroth who artificially ascend themselves to godhood, and sometimes it's beings like Necron that represent ideas in the world, and other times it's actual greater beings from long-lost ages like Zemus or the Acuria. What makes Ultima different is that he has a direct relationship with Clive. Lightning just so happens to be in the group of people that just so happen to be the group of l'Cie to finally stand up against the fal'Cie. Clive, by contrast, is directly created by Ultima, and is confronting the creator that made him. Clive wins. He blows up Ultima, completely explodes him into a million little molecules. And like Frankenstein, this isn't an individual victory. Clive dies, under the same starlit sky that he spent with Jill. And his death bellows out the sounds of existential liberation for humanity. From the Warriors of Light defeating Garland, and Leon freeing himself from the Emperor, and Cecil turning to the light of the Paladin, and Cloud rediscovering himself through memory, and Squall discovering himself through experience, and Zidane saving Kuja in an act of selfless righteousness, and Lightning saving the cocoon that hates her. Final Fantasy has always told stories of individual triumph for the sake of the world. That's still here, but Clive goes further than previous heroes. The end of 16 isn't just a triumph, it's a sacrifice. Clive's death is shown as a star fading. Jill, watching from the branded hideaway, sees the light go out and knows. This visual metaphor is great, despite its simplicity, as it makes Clive both larger and smaller in his impact. He is a star, brilliant and shining, that goes out. But what effect does a star have over our lives? It can't define us, but it can move and guide us. Each star is unique, but also one of billions. Clive paves the way for people to define themselves and to define their communities independent of overbearing power, free of gods and violence.
The world's yours now. Yours to do with as you please. That's what Sid wanted. That's what they both wanted.
The entire Final Fantasy series is itself an investigation of the self against systemic pressure. From the moment Leon has to confront his culpability as the Dark Knight in Final Fantasy II all the way to Clive defying Ultima, this series has relished in questions of the self and in how the self is defined by both an individual and those around them. 16 plunges so deep into darkness, both literally in its M-rated brown and gray and melodramatic sex and romance, but finds itself at a brighter place than any other game in the series has ever ended up. 16 won't be the Final Fantasy, a wordplay I'm allowed to use because the game does. And as we've already looked at, it ends with a coda of the original Final Fantasy. Clive destroyed the crystals, destroyed Ultima, and was lost to a time that he saved. A series that's defined by its entries never connecting to one another has closed the circle. And for this video, and for how I experienced 16 simultaneously with the entire series, I'm happy it ends here. At least for now.
And thus did our journey end.